ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Good evening and thank you for joining us on the ITV News tonight. I am Lawrence Osifu. A total of 1,050 students of the 2024-2025 graduating class of Igbenedion University, Okada, have been conferred with first degrees, higher degrees, and diplomas. Dona the Himeyan reports that the degrees were awarded during the 23rd convocation ceremony on Saturday at the university's main auditorium in Okada.
This ceremony featured the formal conferment of bachelor's degrees, higher degrees, and postgraduate diplomas on deserving students. Vice Chancellor of Igbenedion University, Professor Lawrence Ezemonye, disclosed that 67 students graduated with first-class honors, 408 with second-class upper division, and 225 in other distinguished categories. Professor Ezemonye added that 188 candidates were awarded higher degrees, including postgraduate diplomas, master's degrees, and doctorate degrees across various disciplines.
All our academic programs have maintained their full accreditation status with the National University Commission and all other professional bodies. Currently, there are 34 undergraduate programs, 55 postgraduate programs running through 7 colleges, 3 schools, and 34 departments.
In his speech, the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council, Professor Ahmed Tijani Mora, OON, said 23rd convocation ceremony serves as a platform to formally recognize and celebrate the successful completion of academic training. He noted that the conferment of degrees marks the graduates' induction into communities of educated professionals and alumni.
The Igbenedion University of Okada stands out today among private universities for its national character, particularly within its top hierarchy and principal officers. This remarkable achievement is a testament to the vision of the founder and chancellor of the university, His Excellency Sir Dr. Gabriel Igbenedion, CFR, the SMR of Benin Kingdom.
Addressing the convocation, the Chancellor of the University, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion, represented by the Deputy Chancellor and former Governor of Edo State, Chief Dr. Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, advised the 2024-25 graduating class to be ambassadors of integrity, innovation, and compassion as they advance in their chosen professions.
What is the Igbenedion University standard? Our answer is clear and unwavering. We do not take our premium position for granted. We readily accept the leadership body that our pioneering status imposes on us. Our standard is a relentless focus on holistic education, where academic distinction works hand in hand with moral integrity.
Critical stakeholders and development partners also presented goodwill messages. The best graduating student, Egu Isaac, speaking on behalf of others, expressed gratitude to God, the university management, and their parents.
The future lawyer embracing the challenge of fighting for justice in an imperfect system. The future biologist embracing the difficulty of uncovering answers that no one has discovered before. The future nurse embracing the challenge of caring for others in their most difficult moments.
The highlight of the ceremony was the presentation of awards to students who distinguished themselves in character and in learning. Donald Ehiminyen, ITV News.
Meanwhile, Nigeria's premier private university, Igbenedion University Okada, has held its 23rd convocation ceremony on Saturday at the university's law auditorium inside the Okada campus in Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State. Joy Obarisiagbon reports that the ceremony attracted members of the University Senate, education professionals, religious leaders, seasoned politicians, traditional rulers, and key industry stakeholders across Edo State, including the Chancellor of the institution, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbenedion.
Igbinedion University, Okada, founded in 1999 by Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbinedion, once again celebrated a major milestone in academic excellence as it marked its 23rd convocation ceremony, reaffirming its commitment to uninterrupted world-class university education. Graduating students adorned in their convocation regalia and accompanied by their loved one. A key highlight of the event was a convocation lecture titled Interrogating the Potentials, Prospects, and Challenges of AI as the New Order in Higher Education, delivered by the Director General of the National Youth Service Corps, Brigadier General Olakunle Oluseye Nafiu.
We must pursue public-private partnership for connectivity and AI-related research, invest in solar-powered computing, adopt cloud-based strategies, establish regional computing centers where universities pool resources, and so many other innovations.
The ceremony also witnessed the successful graduation of over 800 first-degree students and more than 180 master's and doctorate students. A total of 67 students earned first-class honors across several colleges, including the College of Health Sciences, College of Engineering, College of Law, College of Arts and Social Sciences, College of Pharmacy, and others.
Can we applaud him? Congratulations to the college officer of Alhaji Abubakar, General Salami Abubakar College of Engineering, Dr. Victor Obert. Please, can we appreciate him?
The event featured dance presentations, awards presentations, Some of the graduates expressed heartfelt joy at the completion of their academic journey, while parents and loved ones celebrated with visible pride.
I feel elated to see that a day like this that we're yearning from came to pass.
I want to thank God. That's all been God. Without God, this wouldn't have been possible. Secondly, I want to thank my parents, my lecturers, my supervisor, and also my friends. All the collective effort. It's not just me. God, family, and friends. That's all.
To God be the glory. Well, it's a success story today.
I'm happy and I appreciate my parents for what they've done for me, my siblings, everybody. I thank God mostly for He has come through for me in every means.
The joy of every mother to witness that the children being graduated, and I'm happy for at least God see her through for the past 4 years.
Igbinedion University has raised scholars, great men and women, and I appreciate my father-in-law for deeming it fit to put the daughter in this school, and it's a win-win to all of us.
Festivities continued outside the law auditorium, where beautifully decorated tents hosted joyful celebrations between graduates and their families. From Igbinedion University, Okada, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Meanwhile, the University of Benin on Saturday conferred postgraduate degrees to 1,790 students during its 51st convocation ceremony held at the Akin Deco main auditorium in an atmosphere of celebration and academic pride. Oluwakbelumi Abiyoye report that the colorful ceremony had in attendance President Bola Tinubu and delegates from various universities and academic staff, families, and well-wishers.
Leading the ceremony, the Chancellor of the University, His Royal Majesty Professor James Ayate, the 12th, congratulated the graduates and encouraged them to uphold the values of integrity, discipline, and service to humanity.
I call on the federal government to take more serious actions, consider the need to develop indigenous aerospace technology as one of the ways to tackle incessant banditry and cases of insurgency in parts of the country.
The Vice Chancellor, Professor Edoba Omarige, SAN, highlighted the university's achievements in research advancement and postgraduate development.
Join the Chancellor, the Pro-Chancellor, to heartily acknowledge, congratulate everyone who is part of this historic event, and enjoin you to continuously strive for excellence in your future endeavors.
Delivering the visitor's address on behalf of the President of Nigeria, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, Professor Wunari Georgiou, urged graduates to become ambassadors of innovation and national development.
I am especially pleased with the progress recorded in this university under the leadership of the Vice Chancellor. The opportunities before you are vast, but they demand courage, innovation, an unwavering commitment to service.
Some of the postgraduate degree recipients, including Deputy General Manager, Programs, ITV and Radio, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun, Mrs. Adesua Osawagi, and Favor Osaro, expressed that their achievements reflects resilience and hard work.
I'm very grateful to God Almighty for making this possible. And I'm also very grateful to my wife and to the management and staff of ITV and Radio, especially the SML Benin, for providing the platform for us to be relevant. Thank you very much.
I want to thank God Almighty for making it possible for me to achieve this academic feat.
I feel very elated. I thank God for the grace to be able to achieve this.
From Benin, Uluwakbalumi Abioye, ITV News.
President Bola Tinubu has forwarded 32 additional ambassadorial nominees to the Senate for its confirmation, days after submitting an initial list of 3. In 2 letters to the Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, the President requested the expeditious confirmation of 15 careers and 17 non-career ambassadors, including 10 women across both categories. Among the notable non-career nominees are the former INEC Chairman, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, former Enugu State Governor, Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, former Ekiti State First Lady, Irelu Angela Adebayo, former Lagos Deputy Governor, Femi Pedro, and former Aviation Minister, Femi Fani Kayode. The career nominees include diplomats from Abia, Taraba, Damawa, Kebbi, Bayelsa, Ebonyi, Ogun, and other states. The ambassadors designated are expected to be posted to strategic nations and missions, including China, India, South Korea, Canada, the UAE, South Africa, and the United Nations. Last week, President Bola Tinubu sent 3 earlier nominees tipped for posting to the UK, the USA, and France. For ambassadorial nominees are expected soon. Drug abuse has been described as one of the vices mitigating against literacy in Nigeria. Rotary Club of Surulere South District 9112 said they decided to put up a 10-kilometer marathon race to draw attention to the dangers of drug abuse to literacy in Nigeria. Agboje Ikworia has more.
Athletes from across Lagos gathered at the Teslim Balogun Stadium at Surulere to run for literacy and against drug abuse. President Rotary Club Surulere South, District 9112 Rotarian Muhammad Fak Abu, Project Coordinator Rotary Club Surulere South, Eloho Abulime, and the Chairman Surulere Local Government Area, represented by the Vice Chairman Dosomu Adewole, advised young people to stay away from drugs and concentrate on their education.
Development of the society and the nation at large. That's why we have chosen literacy as one of our core areas. Drug abuse, it destroys futures, it destroys the community, and is a destruction of dreams and aspirations.
We looked at it that drug abuse is one of the reasons why literacy is affected. So we looked at it that while addressing literacy, we can also address drug abuse.
Stay away from drug. Instead of engaging in drug taking, use all you have to improve on yourself, to improve on the community, to improve on the society.
At the end of the competition, Promise Omoru came first in the male category, while Eriele Olude came first in the female category. Some of the winners comment.
We need to fight against drug abuse here in our country, Nigeria.
I encourage them not to take any drug because it's not good for their health, for their body, because a lot of things may happen to them when they are taking those things. I want to advise them to stop taking it.
First, second, third, and fourth positions from both categories were presented with medals and checks, while the first 100 participants were presented with medals and certificates of participation. From Lagos, Agboje Ikworia, ITV News.
First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has urged the lawmakers in the National Assembly to pass the reserved seats for women and the bill into law. Mrs. Tinubu made the plea at a dinner she hosted for the members of the National Assembly, led by the President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. as ITV State House correspondent Ikaro Atta reports that the Vice President Kashim Shettima also drummed support for the bill.
This is a special dinner hosted by First Lady Oluremi Tinubu, which had Senate President Godswill Akpabio, Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, principal officers of the National Assembly, and other federal lawmakers from both the red and green chambers in attendance. The aim was to galvanize support for the reserved seats for women bill and other related issues. Among those present were Vice President Kashim Shettima, who was the guest of honor, the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, Imo State Governor Senator Hope Uzodinma, and the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Professor Nantawe Yilwata. Also present is Honorable Omosede Igbenedion, member representing Ovia constituency of Edo State in the House of Representatives. In her address, the First Lady expressed delight at the gathering, describing it as a reunion with familiar faces from past collaborations on national legislation. Mrs. Tinubu highlighted recent national struggles, particularly threats to children's education and basic needs like food, clothing and shelter. Exacerbated by security situation, she warned that such deprivation exposed vulnerable youth to exploitation by exclusionist groups promising better lives. Turning to lawmaking priorities, the First Lady spotlighted the ongoing push for women's representation through the Special Seats Bill, noting interest from local and international advocates. The First Lady praised global examples where gender measures enhance governance inclusivity and urged Nigeria to adopt similar progressive steps.
I trust in your collective wisdom, your experience, and your patriotism to steer the nation towards a solution that is constitutionally sound and politically workable. Everyone, either male or female, should be given the opportunity to contribute to our shared humanity.
Vice President Kashim Shettima and Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, both former lawmakers, called on the lawmakers to ensure the passage of the bill, as it will go a long way to ensure gender balance and improve the Nigerian woman.
The true essence of democracy manifests not only in respecting the legislature, but in appreciating the indispensable role each arm plays in the architecture of governance. It shines most brightly where there is alignment of purpose.
But I believe with this dynamic, more dynamic than the 9th Assembly, I believe this dynamic 10th Assembly will finish the job.
Responding, Senate President Godswill Akpabio assured that the lawmakers will do all to ensure the best for Nigerian women, while promising to give the bill a positive attention. From the old banquet hall, Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja, Amikaro Atta, ITV News.
In a bid to modernize and upgrade the Legal Practitioners Bill 2004, President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday sent the Legal Practitioners Bill 2025 to the Senate for legislative action. The bill was read by the President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, seeks to replace the outdated Legal Practitioners Act of 2004 with comprehensive reforms designed to regulate and uplift professional standards across the Nigeria's legal sector. National Assembly correspondent Charity Tanko brings the details.
Senator Akpabio highlighted that the bill focuses on protecting public interest, promoting the rule of law, and enhancing public trust in legal services. It introduces key principles such as integrity, confidentiality, and ethical conduct as the backbone of legal practice.
I am pleased to transmit to the Senate for consideration and passage into law a bill proposing repeal and reenactment of the Legal Practitioners Act. The Legal Practitioners Bill repeals the Legal Practitioners Act, Cap L11, Laws of the Federation 2004, which was enacted into law in 1962. The draft bill introduces a new legal framework strengthening the regulation of the legal profession in Nigeria and providing necessary reforms to enhance professional standards, discipline, mechanisms, and public confidence in legal practice in Nigeria. The Senate may wish to note that legal practitioners play a crucial role in upholding justice, the rule of law, and access to justice. However, evolving challenges with respect to regulating professional conduct, licensing of legal practitioners, as well as establishing appropriate disciplinary measures and legal practice standards, necessitate a modern and comprehensive review of our legal service framework.
The Senate therefore referred the bill to its Committee on Rules and Business for further legislative action. From Abuja, Charity Tanko, ITV News.
And with that, we'll call it a wrap for the ITV News for tonight. I am Lawrence Usifo, thanking you for watching. From everyone here, do have a beautiful and a pleasant night rest. Good night.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone
Thanks for joining us again on the program African Discourse, Monday afternoon, the show program that comes away every Monday at about 1:30. My name is Evan Sunohuge. Well, today we may just continue from where we stopped last week on Monday, where we talked about the G20 summit, and we saw that Nigeria, you know, as a country in the African continent, by way of connection, that for the fact that Africa was mentioned, Africa was a member, is a member of the G20 summit, then definitely we must talk about the summit. Now, we saw all that played out before the summit, whereby the president of the U.S., the president of Donald Trump, said that he was not going to be in that summit because of the white minority land ownership in South Africa. Now the summit has come and gone, and it ended on Sunday. It was a one-day summit between the 22nd and the 23rd of this month of November 2025. And of course, the summit has come and gone. Now, the big question that we ask is, what is the major pullouts in this summit? Now, so many ways to look at it now, because we understand that one sure agreement that was made in that summit is the general agreement on the need to charge up multilateral cooperation among member states. So we're going to be talking along that line today on the program African Discourse. Well, some of the information that we are following as far as the topic is concerned today, looking at the G20 summit and how it prioritizes Africa, how does it place African priorities. The information we are following on that today is that the G20 summit in Johannesburg has wrapped up. South Africa handing over the rotational presidency to the U.S., which did not attend the meeting. Now, remember, I've said that the U.S. president said he was not going to attend, and definitely he did not attend. But the irony of that now is that the South African president, in the person of Cyril Ramaphosa, has handed over the baton in absentia to the U.S. president. And we understand that come next year, 2026, the U.S. president is going to be hosting, America to be precise, is going to be hosting the G20 Summit next year, 2026. And we understand that it's going to be hosted at Donald Trump's golf course in Florida. You know, that's just the way it is. Anyway, South African Presidency Ramaphosa formally closed the G20 summit on Sunday, handing over the presidency to the U.S., where we are going to see again, where he said we shall see each other again next year. Then he said South Africa used its G20 presidency to place the priorities of Africa and the Global South at the center of the agenda, building on the developmental focus of previous presidencies in Indonesia, India, and Brazil. Then, of course, Cyril Ramaphosa said South Africa is truly honored and humbled to have hosted the G20 summit, the first time the summit has ever been held on the African soil. So once again, we say kudos to Africa as a continent, and of course, we say kudos to all Africans for successfully hosting the G20 summit. Now that it has come and gone, what does it hold for the continent? How will the continent benefit from it? Is all we're going to be looking at today on the program. Well, to discuss all this today, we're so privileged to have a foremost politician with us here in Benin. Of course, we're not discussing Nigerian politics, but somehow maybe we may be, tempted to say one or two things about Nigerian politics. Please join me to welcome Mr. Tony Alile, who is joining us virtually this afternoon from Benin. Mr. Tony, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me.
Okay, you're welcome to the program African Discourse. All right, so the summit, the G20 summit has come and gone, and it's a funny one now that the U.S. president did not attend, but the presidency, the rights to host the next edition has been handed over to him in absentia, and we understand that it's going to be held in the U.S. in Donald Trump's golf course in Florida next year, 2026. Away from that, but let's quickly look at the major pullouts from this G20 summit in Johannesburg. What would you say are the major pullouts for the African continent?
Okay. Once again, good afternoon, my viewers, and good afternoon to everyone, at the studio. Well, I want to say, first of all, this is a first in African continent. G20 has been, the meeting of the G20s all over the world has been held in almost all the continents in Africa. But like we said earlier, this is the first time it's coming to, all over the continent in the world except Africa. This is the first time it's coming to African continent, and it came and it was very successful, in spite of the obvious boycott by the United States, due to some of the issues that he has raised over time about South African handling of human rights. You put that aside, the outcome of the G20 meeting and the participants from all over the world, the Prime Minister of the Great Britain, the President of France, the President of Brazil, the Prime Minister of India, and representative of the Chinese government, they were all present on African soil. And some of the greatest things that one can actually take home from the G20 was the one of the a few of the issues that were contained in the communique, which have to do with inequality in the world and the climate change. Those are areas that really affects Africa a lot. We don't seem to to pay much attention to this climate change. The great countries of the world, the big economies of the world, United States, Germany, and others, seems to concentrate on continuing with their fossil fuel, their coal, their steel manufacturing, and so on and so forth, which some of the process contributes to this ozone layer depletion. And in Africa, we don't seem to have any control of it. Today, 80% of African family are still relying on, what we call the firewood energy for cooking and so on and so forth. By so doing, destroying our rainforest, destroying our forest, and creating a lot of these climate problems. So I'm very happy that climate change was one of the focus issue in this whole thing. And the second part that I can say is a great take home for Africa, is the clamoring for the trade balance, which has been, which has been disastrous and disadvantage to African countries over time. A situation where a country will come to Africa like Ivory Coast, purchase their cocoa at a very minimal price and take it away to major companies like Cadbury and the rest of them, make chocolate and bring them back to Africa as a finished product. So all of this area, the idea of Africa exporting all our raw materials to Western world and expecting finished product, these were part of the sideline discussion that I took interest in during the G20 meeting in South Africa. I was very impressed on the stand of I'm trying to remember the country in Africa who was very resolute that the trade balance have to be addressed. The inadequacy in the trade, the trade between African and the Western world, and that issue was very, very important. That it ended up becoming one of the issues that that were addressed when the communique was was being delivered. So I commend the G20 body for picking a South African or picking an African as a president and choosing Africa as a host continent for this last meeting. It's a welcome development to Africa, and it's a good one.
Okay. All right, so good one there. Now, let's quickly mention here again that our own president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, could not have been there because of the insecurity issues that were reported and that happened recently in Nigeria. So the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, had to make it to Johannesburg, South Africa, to represent Nigeria at the G20 summit. Now, away from that now, Tony Alile, now the charge that is being given in this G20 summit is the need for member states, a member nation, to improve on multilateral cooperation. Now, like you rightly said, that when we talk about the G20 summit, we're talking about the biggest economies of the world, and the superpowers in terms of economical advantage, economical strength, and all that. Now, for the U.S., that happens to be, I don't want to say the greatest now, but one of the greatest economies in the world. They were not in this summit. So for us to have an ending charge for member states to ensure that they improve on multilateral cooperation, is that not a charge on deaf ears?
Well, yes. First of all, let me start from the point that concerns our president for not physically present in the G20. The good thing is Nigeria president, there is a say in Benin that the head of the house cannot be sleeping when there is a snake on the room. So the president at this particular trying time in our country's security situation cannot be traveling out of the country when our young girls are kidnapped on a daily basis, Christians are being shot in the churches, some Muslims are being killed in their farms. So the responsible president would not be traveling in spite of the importance of the G meeting in South Africa. So I think the president did the right thing for not traveling to that place, because he would have been asked to come back, and he would have, he would have been able to put up a good face in the presence of other world leaders when daily report is saying that Nigeria is on fire. So for the president not attending, is a welcome development, and I praise the president for for taking Nigeria interests first. Then for the United States not also attending, over time, you all know that President Trump has complained bitterly about human rights violations in South Africa as it involves the white minorities. with the farmland redistribution exercise that was once perfected when Jacob Zuma was the president. The present administration find the distribution of the land to be inadequate and improper, and they are now distributing it fairly to all the farmers. And for some reasons, the American president find that to be a violation of the rights of the white farmers in South Africa, and for that singular reason, he chose not to attend, the summit. But all fair and good. Great countries were well represented. Like I said, the Prime Minister of the Great Britain was present. The President of France was present. The Prime Minister of India was present. A high power delegate and representative from China was present. Same from Russia, and so on and so forth. But like I said, the American president's excuse for not attending was the alleged human rights violation against the white minority in South Africa. But some other analysts from the world also frown at the president's disagreement and disapproval of an African country being one of the one of the forefront and front leaders of the BRICS bloc, the BRIC economic bloc, and even have one of the African countries letter as one of the acronyms of BRICS, which is BRIC, B for Brazil, R for Russia, I for India, and C for China, with the X that was recently affixed to it as South Africa. So the Americans have always seen Africa as an economic partner, as a trade partner, and a security partner over time. And they would have expected that any economic bloc or any anti-American crusade anywhere in the world, Africans should abstain from it, which of course I think they are wrong in that perception. But that is actually the reason why some of these analysts canvass that makes the President of the United States not to attend. Not necessarily because of the so-called alleged human rights violation of the white minority. We all know what happened in South Africa over time during the apartheid and so on and so forth, what the white did to the black people. I'm not saying the same thing should be repeated back to the white, but the distribution of the land initially at the end of the apartheid, giving about 90% of the land, the farmland in South Africa, to less than 10% population. To me, I think it was an aberration, and it was too one-sided. It was lopsided, and I think that is what the government of Cyril Ramaphosa has come to correct. That is upsetting President Trump, including the daily report from the element of X, the former Twitter, against the black South Africans. So I don't want to go into those issues that has to do with discrimination and racism between the South Africans and the American president. But I am saying that the major reason why Donald Trump did not attend is the South African deep involvement in the BRICS economic bloc, not the published story of human rights violation against the white South Africa, who of course today owns the economy of South Africa. So the other countries that came to attend, I applaud them, and I am in full support of the communique, in spite of the fact that the American president didn't wanted them to issue any statement at the end of the summit. That was a bold step by the South African president, and that is a bold step for the entire African continent.
Okay. All right. Now, let's quickly talk about the absence of U.S. again, because some analysts are of the opinion that this is perhaps one of the, in terms of trying to look at the quality of the summit now, that this summit is low in quality in the sense that the U.S. Was not present at the summit. Now, you tell us, from your own point of view, do you see the G20 2025 summits as a witless, summit without the U.S.?
No. Certainly, I disagree with that. America did not attend. Does not invalidate the the entire letters and principles of the of this summit. I just mentioned some great countries in the world, great economies in the world who were physically present. Japan was there. I saw the representative from South Korea, and so on and so forth. So if America chooses not to attend the summit, that is their own prerogative. It's their right to do that. But that does not invalidate anything, any agreement that was reached during the summit. Every letter of the communique that was issued by the president of South Africa, who also doubled as the president of the G20 as at the time of the summit, is a 100% valid communique. It's a 100% valid document and is binding anywhere it goes. So Americans absent from that summit is just a way of American registering their displeasure over what they claim to be the human rights violation of the white minority in South Africa. So that is their prerogative, that is their business. So it does not invalidate anything that was discussed there. So you cannot call it a low quality or a low rated summit, because all the great nations of the world were all present. So I give the summit a big kudos, and I congratulate the president of South Africa, I congratulate South Africans, and I congratulate the entire Africa for hosting a thought non-possible thing in African soil. Don't also forget that it's that same South Africa that hosted the World Cup for the first time, since the inception of World Cup. And great things are happening. Some time ago, Nigeria hosted the CHOGM, the Commonwealth Nations in here, and we hosted the African Games. So the more we are putting our country out there to the world, the more the world will start respecting us for who we are. Go to every part of the world. Let me take Nigeria as a test case right now. There is nowhere in America, there is no, among the 500 established companies in America, Nigeria man is in everyone in the top level management. The best hospitals in the world that are there in America, the best doctors there are Nigerians. Mayo Clinic in Washington, D.C. I can tell you this for free. The vaccine, the equivalent of America's CMD here, that we call CMD, they call it chairman over there, is my younger niece, Stefano Mokaro. She's the head of Mayo Clinic. That is one of the best hospitals in America, where the top guns all over the world are, goes for treatment. These are Africans. So Africans are not pushed over anywhere in the world. It was the initial, I don't want to call it inferiority complex. It was the initial complex that we inherited from colonialism over time that put us on that pedestal. But as of today,
Tony,
I can
let's quickly take a short pause now.
Everywhere in the world.
All right, Tony, so we quickly take a short pause. Viewers out there, the program is still African Discourse on your television, independent television. And our focus this afternoon is looking at the G20 summit that has just been completed in Johannesburg in South Africa. The major priorities. How has it placed Africa's priorities is what we're looking at this afternoon. Mr. Tony Alile, now I don't know if you may share the same opinion that some analysts are sharing as far as the G20 summit is concerned. Now, why the U.S., or you may want to say why Donald Trump may have taken Nigeria's insecurity issue as an issue of major concern. Now, I'm going to read out an excerpt, to you from this summit. Now, the leaders on Saturday, now talking about world leaders on Saturday, they pledged in the declaration to work for a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace in Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, the occupied Palestinian territories, and Ukraine, condemning terrorism in all of its forms and manifestations. Now, you can see that the issue of terrorism in Nigeria, is not mentioned here. Now, Nigeria is not a direct member of the G20, except the fact that it's in a continent which is a member, that is the African continent. Now, little wonder, when world leaders gather to talk about terrorism in parts of the world, what is going on? I mean, one would have thought, for a Donald Trump to have noticed that terrorism is tearing Nigeria apart, I mean, to the extent that he's making an allegation that there seems to be a genocide against Christianity in Nigeria. But at this summit now, we can see that the issue of insecurity in Nigeria and terrorism is not being mentioned in particular reference to Nigeria. What do you think is going on, Tony Alile?
This is another area that I've shied away from, discussing over time. We all know what is happening in Nigeria today as far as insecurity is concerned. It is very, very audible enough for the deaf to hear, and it's so bright that even the blind can see it. Is an epidemic that was handled with a kid globe initially, that has now snowballed into a full-blown, terrorist action. But again, I still rely on my state, on my president. I still believe on the words from the presidency that they are doing everything they can to tackle this menace. Yes, for United States to have come up to say that enough is enough. Really, my brother, enough is enough. What the United States have said so far, from what I have gathered, is not to attack Nigeria. We are not at war with the United States. We don't have any problem, any issue with the United States. They are just angry with the fact that our military and our government seems to, be bereaved of any further ideas at this point on how to tackle the issue. And, United States being one of the leaders of the world will be, they will be accused of, of complicity if nothing is done by them in this regard. Then to say that the issue never came up never came up during the G20 meeting, it couldn't have come up. By who? First of all, our president was not physically present, and even if our president was present, the president would not have taken his dirty linen to South Africa to start washing it. And I am sure that what is happening right now, our president should embrace the subjection and the ideas of the United States coming in to help us fish out these terrorists in their hideout. And I don't see that as an issue for much discussion. And I don't see that as an issue for us to be apprehensive as a country. America is not coming to go to war with us. They are not coming here to fight us. They are only coming here to help us, to solve a big problem that is plaguing the entire country. You all saw it recently that a general in Nigerian army is unheard of anywhere to be summarily executed in the manner that that general was executed. If that happens in a country like the United States, any country that is associated with the name of those terrorists will by now be, a flat ground, because they would have leveled it by now. So I don't know what our military is doing, but for the past 2-3 weeks now, since President Donald Trump have said something about coming here to assist us, we are recording a lot of successes. Just yesterday, the good news that woke me up this morning was that the girls that were adopted from their school has been released, and and the members of the Catholic Church that was massacred and kidnapped during their live streaming the last Sunday. A lot of them are already back home to their family. So I want to give kudos to the president and the administration for that feat. I don't care if they pay them to release them. I don't care if they kill them to rescue them. Whatever that was done by the government, I don't care. What is important to me is those young traumatized children are reunited with their family. And for that, I say thank you, Mr. President. But I think we need to do more. If we were doing what we ought to have been doing by now, instead of engaging in the campaign for an election that is coming in 2027, I think we would have gone a long way. And so far, so good, thanks to the Americans. Since their verbal intervention, things seems to be slowing down in Nigeria. You don't hear anywhere they are jumping off from one canopy to the other, singing, on their mandate they stand anymore. I think the government is now more concentrated on administration and finding ways to tackle the insecurity. But when you bring it back home to Edo State, I certainly don't know what the state governor is doing as regard fighting the insecurity. You all saw what happened at Iyowa a couple of days ago, and another one at close to Sobe. So these people are closing in on us. And again, Evans, let me quickly say this. Why the government and the foreign aids that are coming to help us fight these people are doing that, we in the southern part of the country should also be setting a blockade to push them away. Because as they are being pushed from the northern part of the country, they are settling comfortably in the southern part. When you go to all the bushes around Sobe, that is the Owan East and Owan West, my brother, when you drive through that area, you pray to God to get your destination successfully. These guys have taken over all our bushes, all the villages in one there. So the governor needs to wake up. He needs to wake up. The infinity sign in a cap is not what is going to solve the insecurity problem. Standing on anybody's mandate is not going to change the insecurity problem. We need to tackle it head on. Our people are very brave. Though people are brave people, we are not afraid. The only difference between those terrorists and our people, our vigilante group right now, is the weapon they are carrying. If our people have the opportunity to carry AK-47 and AK-49, I can tell you for free, within 36 hours, we'll wipe all these people out and send them out of our place. That will not bring us to the other issue that is not part of today's topic, but I just like to throw it in. Why some of us have not been clamoring for state police.
Tony.
For state police, a lot of people are against it for selfish reasons. The disadvantages that goes with the state police is lesser than the advantage that we will get with state police. If state police is allowed in every state today, I'm sure there will not be restriction to the kind of weapon the state police will carry. A situation where you are going to the bush with a double barrel and you want to go and double barrel with two cartridges. You want to fight someone that is carrying AK-47 with over 10 magazines attached to their body. That is a suicide mission. That is
all right, Tony. Now, Tony, let's look at other issues. Tony, can we look at other issues? All right, now. I know that so many things to be said, but quickly because of time. Now, you see, a while ago, we talked about the declaration, because one of the major pullouts, from this summit is that the declaration hinges on the need for multilateral cooperation among member states. I mean, that says it all. That all member states of the G20, either as a direct member or you are a member, by bloc, you are in a continent, you belong to a continent that is a member, definitely you are a member. But let's look at it now. Now, there are factors that promote multilateral cooperation. You and I know that Nigeria as a nation may not be close to that, to those factors. I mean, we are still grappling with insecurity in the country. And a while ago, you also talked about some issues that relate to climate change and all that. But the greatest issue that we have in our country today is the problem of insecurity. Ordinarily, these are factors, or this is a factor that promotes multilateral cooperation among member states, of this kind of bloc. So if Nigeria is not being able to deal with insecurity as a problem, so don't you think we are far from this, charge that has been given at the G20 summit? So where do we go from here? How do we begin to ensure that we can actually encourage this multilateral cooperation, from other nations as it relates to Nigeria?
Every game is always a step at a time. You rightly said that the insecurity that is plaguing our country today is a big disadvantage for us, to want to fight for anything. That,
all right, Tony.
That was part of the communique from the G20. Yeah, Nigeria as a country, with our human capacity, we are fit to belong to anywhere. Today, the president or the chairman of World Trade Association today is a Nigerian, a female Nigerian, for that matter. So that tells you the greatness of this country. What we are lacking, that is the big drawback for this country over time, has been leadership deficiency. We seem not to be able to identify those that can get the job done. I have to be blunt on this, Mr. Evans. We are having leadership problem that does not have the willpower to take certain decisions. I don't want to believe on speculation or hearsay, but if you go by what is being said and showed in social media around the country on a daily basis, you will agree with me that there are a lot of conspiracy going on that that is stagnating the ability of the country or the Nigerian army to completely flush out these terrorists from our land. There are a lot of complicity. Our top elites are involved. The military are directly involved. If you look at the preliminary report from what led to the capture and the death of General, I think it's General Sani, his first name again, he's a sellout. Somebody from the military gave up the general. They gave up the artillery of his roads to that forest that particular day, that made it possible for the terrorists to lay an ambush. It is it's almost impossible for a general to be killed in the battlefront. All the army sent for that battle is their duty to protect the general at all times during that. For them to get to the point that everybody were not scattered, everybody were deserted, that the general now have to seek refuge under a tree and start relying on his WhatsApp to send signal for rescue, is an aberration. That is a complete seller. That means there are still people within us that don't want us to succeed. So those are the things that I am asking the president. Those are the willpower that I'm asking the president to pick up. He has all the power to do anything to change all of these things. There are, before now, names were published of people who are sponsoring this terrorism in Nigeria. Prominent among them is Sheikh Gumi, who is who appointed himself as a moderator or intermediary between the terrorists and the state. And such a man is working freely in our country, and nothing is being done about it. Look at the former minister for communication and technology, Issa Patami, who wrote in a book that he supports the action of Osama bin Laden. If that action is to take all over again, that he will support it at all times. So when you have this kind of people that are extremists, allowing them in position of authority and working freely in our street, how do you expect us to fight insecurity? So the heavy weight is on the president's shoulder right now. He has the power, he has the reach to put an end to this menace. And to make it even easy.
Sorry, can you hear me? All right, now I think we're beginning to have some sound. Sorry, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, sorry, can you hear me?
I cannot hear you.
The last question, just like what I said a while ago, that the next edition of the summit next year is going to be in US, in Trump's golf course in Florida. Now, I don't know, because some of the things that analysts are saying now is that since the US has boycotted this summit, then countries like South Africa and perhaps some of its allies need not to be at next year's summit. What's your take on that?
I didn't get the question. Please, can you take that again, please?
Yeah, some of the things that analysts are saying that is that since Trump has boycotted this summit, then South Africa also need not to be there next year in US.
No, I will not subscribe to that, and I will not support that.
Okay.
If for one reason or the other, the president of the United States choose not to attend the summit in South Africa, that is an isolated problem. So our own South African president cannot say because of that he's not attending. Look, you have to look at the gains that is coming out of this, of this summit. It's not a personal thing, and it should not be treated personal. So if the South African president is not attending, is giving a big disadvantage to the entire South African and Africa as a continent. So I don't want to subscribe to that, and I disagree with that. He should attend. Trump has his reasons for not attending. The truth of the matter is, the Americans need very little from us. We need more from them. That is the truth, whether anybody wants to agree to that or not. So I think everybody should attend.
Okay, all right. So, Tony, I want to say a very big thank you to that and also on the program today for finding time to join us on the program African Discuss. We do hope that when we call you next time, you oblige us of the opportunity.
Anytime, Evans, I'm there for you. Thank you so much for having me. All
right, then. All right, so viewers, this is how we end the program today, African Discuss. Like what we said a while ago, that big kudos to Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa for successfully hosting the 2025 edition. That's the very 21st, the first edition of G20 Summit in the soil of Africa, and it was a huge success. Now, the charge that has been adopted is the need for nations of G20 to relate in terms of multilateral relationships so as to boost the economies of the world and also the political prosperity of the world. But the big question that we ask is that there are some countries that they do not have what it takes yet, for them to be there. Like Nigeria, we must state the obvious truth. There are some factors that enhance multilateral cooperation and relationship. So these countries, we just hope and pray that they will learn from other members of states so that all of us, we can, grow and develop together. All right, so this is where we anchor the program today, African Discourse, until same time next week when we come with another topic and, of course, another panelist on the show. My name is Evan Sunohuge. Good afternoon.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV. ITV, certainly the best. This is ITV. Certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is the International Forum, and I am Wilson Omasho. Well, today is all about what's happening between Russia and Ukraine, and of course the intervention of the US. Some of the opinion that there is a leaked paper or a leaked document talking about the peace deal, and that isn't going down too well with Vladimir Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. Even the troops, they've been talking about it. Well, let me just summarize it for you so I can get to know where we're really coming from. It's like Russia might have to keep what it has earned. Yes, the region they've conquered in the Donbass region, that is among the peace deal. They talked about also reduction of the forces to just 150,000. It says you not exceed 250,000. That is almost disbanding Ukrainian army. Now, if a nation do not have an army, would you consider that to be a nation? As it stands right now, Ukraine can boast of over 600,000 military. That was before the war. After the war or in the war, you know what happens. Reduction. But Russia is saying it will not be more than 250. And it's like America is saying yes to it. From what they are saying, after all, Ukraine is losing so much. For peace to reign, keep what you've conquered. Let the world go on. This is going to focus on our discussion in this edition of the International Forum. With me here in the studio, I have a legal practitioner, public affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Barrister Henry Nwanzo. Barrister, thank you so much for coming on today's show.
Wilson, good afternoon. Viewers at home, it is another opportunity to be here to discuss and look at the issues from the reasonable man point of view.
All right. So let's put the show on the road. Russia, Ukraine were above 3 years and counting, right? And they have numerous strategies of inflicting maximum damage on each other. But the larger portion of damage is coming from, let's say, Russia against Ukraine, because Ukraine is a theater. Ukraine is the host, so to speak, of the war. Before we delve into the peace plan, what do you feel about the war so far?
Well, it's unfortunate that a lot of lives have gone the other way around, but sometimes I begin to ask myself, what is the role of the United Nations and other organizations who would have played a major role in ensuring there's peace in the world? But unfortunately, while others are planning there should be peace in the world, some other persons are looking for avenues to sell their arms, others are looking for avenues to give out arms, Others are looking for avenues to support the one country or the other. So you find out that it is more political than you look at it from the ordinary man point of view. But so far so good, Ukraine has suffered more loss than the Russians in terms of human casualties and also in terms of territories that have been ceded, especially in the eastern part of Ukraine. But all the same, if Trump is able to play his card well, ensuring that parties meet at a roundtable conference and see how these hostilities will come to an end, to me, it is the best because the world needs peace at this point in time.
So it's the best because the world needs peace. Now, if you take a look at the trajectory of the war, before Donald Trump became the president, it was like almost on a balance sheet. We're going to see Ukraine being funded, being helped by the U.S. massively to, defend themselves against external aggression vis-a-vis from Russia. But right now, it's like no support. Do you feel that this is a deliberate act on the part of the U.S. to weaken Ukrainian forces? After all, Ukraine making advancement cannot be unconnected to the U.S. aiding them.
Well, you see, it is not only U.S. that is aiding. Some countries in the NATO too who actually wanted them to be part of them equally are supporting in one little way or the other. But again, as a big brother, America is always there, playing this role, as it were. Donald Trump has his vision and he has his mission. His mission that there should be peace in that part of the world. And to me, trying to relapse his support, as it were, might not be unconnected to his strategy, ensuring that at the end of the day, these hostilities will come to an end. Just as you find out in his 28 plans that he has, we talk about the issue of the areas that have been, the territories that Russia has already conquered should be ceded to them. You also find out that we're also looking at the issue of the military in the area of reduction in terms of the military number of persons. Again, you also look at the issue of making Ukraine not to be part of the NATO. Those are part of the agreement which he is looking at, that maybe we push Zelensky into understanding why these hostilities will end. But again, another thing you must know that Zelensky, Putin, on the other part, might still want to play his card as he usually does in the past. Because when you talk about the issue of ceasefires and others, at the end of the day, the Russian troops are still pounding heavily on the Ukrainian territory, which to me, has caused a lot of damages in terms of human, in terms of materials, in terms of facilities that would have made life better for people, as it were. But if at the end of the day, Trump is able to bring the two gentlemen to a round table and make them see reasons why these hostilities need to come to an end, to me, it is the best, and the world will be a better place for us. The Israelis and the Hamas, you know how he played this role, ensuring there is a little peace in that region, as it were, for now, but not a total peace, because it's just like in Nigeria, when you talk about Boko Haram, you talk about bandits, you talk about kidnappers, these people, you try one way or the other, trying to cut short their activities, but some persons will never relent in having one or two skirmishes here and there. But to me, if Trump is able to mediate and the gentlemen see reasons why they have to cease their hostilities, it will be the better for the world and for their countries, as it were. Because a lot of children are fatherless as we speak. A lot of women are husbands. They are widows, as it were, today because of this crisis. You remember at a point in time they demonstrated that a lot of them have been made widows because of this crisis in that part of the world. So to me, if Trump is able to play his card as usual, that will be better for us all and those Ukrainians and Russians too.
All right, some are saying that in this war, it's like America is not being fair to Ukraine. Specifically, Donald Trump is not being fair to Ukraine. Now, what's your take on that?
Well, it depends on the angle at which people are looking at it. Are you looking at it from the angle of the terms of settlement, which is on the plans, the 28 plans he had? Or are you looking at it from the angle that he's no longer supporting them in terms of the military support as he used to be in the past? the man has his reasons for trying to play down whatever he has been doing before now. And those reasons are best known to, nobody can actually tell why he has decided to slow down his support, which he usually give in the past. It might be, from my own point of view, it might be for the fact that he wants this war to end, because it is only when one person is at the receiving end, one person is seen to look as if he is losing, he will now want to, okay, let me concede for whatever arrangement is being made for there to be peace. So I believe he might be his own strategy, in trying to bring Zelensky to accept whatever is going to be the terms, as it were. But again, the question you ask, is he being fair? Fair depends on the angle at which you look at it. Fair depends on the angle at where you are standing and looking at it, whether he was being fair. The man has his reasons. The man wants the war to end. The man wants the people of Russia and Ukraine to be at peace with each other.
Wanting the war to end by making Ukraine to look weak by not giving them weapons, is that the best option?
It might also be from the angle that the members, Donald Trump is not acting solely. You have the American government, as it were. He cannot take a decision solely on his own. They might have also looked at it from their own point of view and decided that that support of military support, have to be reduced, as it were. You might be looking at it from the angle again that there's a lot of casualties. Let's be candid with ourselves. And a man who you are fighting, it's just like it's not like the case of David and Goliath. I don't want us to look at it there, because you have God there, playing his role in the life of David, as it were. In the case of Ukraine and Russia, we cannot liken it to that, because from recently you'll be able to see that Ukraine has suffered more loss than the Russians in terms of territories have been ceded. You also have casualties in terms of human casualties. You also have casualties in terms of facilities, as it were. So to me, so Trump alone can already say why he has decided to reduce his support, as it were. But for me, peace is the best option at this point in time. If the parties can come to a round table, 3 years going to 4 years counting, the war is still going on. And a lot of persons are dying day in, day out. Just as I said earlier, what is the role of the United Nations? What is the role of NATO and others? Who are those people there? Have they been able to come into the issues and look at it objectively? The two presidents, as they are very stubborn persons from my own point of view. Zelensky is stubborn. Putin is equally a very stubborn somebody who will not want to listen, as it were. So you find these hardcore leaders who believe in whatever cause they are pursuing, and they pursue it to that extent, not minding what the consequences are, because the consequences are not directly on them. The consequences are directly on the people. The consequences are directly on the facility. The consequences are directly on the economy of the country, as well as the life of the people generally, as it were.
All right. If you just joined us, this is International Forum. We'll go on a break. We'll be right back. Don't go away. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. We're taking a look at the Russia-Ukraine war, the proposed peace deal by the U.S. We're analyzing the impact. Now, if you take a look at the conditions given by Russia to Ukraine, at first, when Joe Biden was the president of Ukraine, things were not like this. Anyway, before we continue our discussion, we have Honorable Etiosa Igebo join us virtually. Honorable, good afternoon. Pleasure to have you join us this afternoon on this wonderful edition of International Forum.
First Prince, can you hear me?
All right, I can hear you loud and clear right now. I believe that we're following the trend, and I know you have one or two things to say about this particular situation bedeviling Ukraine right now, about the peace deal about to be proposed by America. It's late, and Ukrainians, majority of them, they're not happy about it, saying Russia can keep the lands they've conquered, and Ukrainian troops must not be over 250. Take it up from there.
Well, I think this conversation has been going on for a very, very long time. And I want to think that the proposals by the Americans, especially under the government and leadership of Donald Trump, should be accepted by the Ukrainians. The reason is because the more the fight goes on, the more territories that the Ukrainians are losing to the Russians. So I think there's this understanding that the Russians are pushing deeper into Ukraine by the day, and the Ukrainian soldiers are abandoning their positions and trying to defend other regions from different locations. And on that note, many more settlements are falling into the hands of Russia. I think it will only make economic sense for them to accept this deal now and work with the proposed peace plan, while they have some kind of a little bit more contributions in a way of what they think that they should do as well as a country, but majorly accept the offer so that the war will stop and they don't lose more territories to Russia if it were to take it through the military means. So I think the proposal should be accepted.
He said he thinks the proposal should be accepted. Remember that Zelensky vowed to fight to get every ounce of land occupied by the Russian forces, including Crimea. Do you see Zelensky agreeing to this particular deal, Barrister?
Well, it's going to be difficult him accepting, but I know with pressures here and there, making him to see reasons why he has to accept, knowing fully well that he has lost a lot of officers.
But these are Ukrainian territories.
Well, accepted they are. You know, the Ukraine, they all form part of the former USSR, as it were, in the past. So it's not as if maybe they are new to each other. They are not new to each other. But with the situation, politically, the issues can be addressed even after the war has ended. Politically, the issues can be addressed. Those territories that have been ceded while the war was going on can probably come back at the end of the day. But to me, from a reasonable man point of view, there's no need fighting this war continually. The casualty has been much, especially on the side of Ukrainians, and continually with what is going on. The support they thought they would have gotten, America would have been the largest support they would have gotten. But the same America today is asking them, my brothers, you have to shield your sword, as it were. And the support they would have gotten cannot come with a man who is asking you to make peace with your neighbor. So it's going to be difficult for them if they
make peace with your neighbor. At what cost?
Sometimes you have to make sacrifices when it becomes necessary, knowing fully well the consequences, as it were. That America is asking that there should be peace, you have to see some of the territories that has already been conquered, reduce the number of your soldiers. Again, the issue of becoming a member of NATO should be cancelled for now and all whatnot. All these are some of the plans that have been put in place. But to me, I know when parties sit down at the right table, they will be able to look at the issues critically, and at the end of the day, parties will be able to decide, say, this is what I am taking out of this agreement, this is what you are going to take out of this agreement. They will have a meeting point at the end of the day where they can now agree at, oh, this war has to end. To me, just as I rightly said, ending the war is the best option for Zelensky at this point in time, because a lot of casualties, a lot of women are widows, a lot of children are orphans, and the way you can look at it, because some have even lost their parents while this war was going on. So he should see reasons why this war needs to end now, for the interest of the people of Ukraine And for the fact, just as my brother there said, if he continues the war, more territories will go. And when more territories go, it becomes more difficult at the end of the day. I know he's talking about Crimea, he's talking about some other territory that has been, ceded due to this crisis. But again, he has to end this war at this point in time, because those who will support him are the same persons who are saying, let us have a meeting, let us agree, let us look at the issue from a critical point of view and take a decision once and for all.
Taking a decision once and for all. Well, let's go to Honorable Echiosa Ige. But now, you said Ukraine should accept. But Zelensky is saying that every ounce of land must be recovered, including Crimea. That's one of the people that it's like U.S. is in support of Russia since Donald Trump assumed office. And that whatever is happening right now in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia, he has pre-planned it already to give Russia those lands that they claim to have called them for help. Now, how do you think this will balance interpersonal relationship, international politics, and the way the strong nations of the world view smaller nations? After all, some are saying that this is an example of how bigger nations subsume smaller nations.
Well, I think as the war takes a longer time to complete, unfortunately, the worst of it is for the Ukrainians. I understand that the Ukrainians will want to also contribute their concerns, because they've actually fought bravely over the 4-year period. However, Russians, for some reason, has the upper hand, because remember the U.S. government has been trying to broker peace between the Russians and the Ukrainians, looking at the international concerns from the European Union concerns and the Ukrainians themselves in direct contrast to the position of the Russians. And every time they have a deadlock, the war continues, and the more people get killed on the both sides. But obviously, it seems like the Ukrainians are losing more. So, are we going to allow this war to get on or carry on until the Russians eventually take over the whole of Ukraine? Or will it be wise at this point, knowing fully well that the Ukrainians does not have the sort of firepower that the Russians do enjoy, to broker a deal and let go of some of the arrangements that they have, that they cannot join NATO, but they can join the EU, and they shouldn't expand and reduce their military size to avoid maybe Ukrainians rising up against them in the future, whichever way that it is. I am not saying that the Russians have outright, facts or truth on their part to invade Ukraine, but the underlying factors that has been from the beginning, and so it's still on the burning front line of this conversation, that they can't join NATO, and it was the demilitarized Ukraine, and they will live as brotherly nations, and the European Union should not move, or the NATO should expand to the east. So I think for me, if you ask me over and over again, I would advise or suggest that the Ukrainians, take a chill pill and understand that if they stop the war now and they reach a truce, their citizens will stop dying and the rebuilding of Ukraine will start from there. So I will repeat again that the Ukrainians should accept the deal and find a way to work with what they have and maybe make some suggestions that will be somewhat fair to the situation at hand, rather than losing everything when Russia gets to the capital city.
All right. Thank you so much for your opinion. Well, you heard Mr. Ukraine should please go ahead and accept it. But they have been in this war for over 3 years and counting. Some moment they tasted victory in some particular region, maybe kind of an enclave or a village, but later overrun by the Russian troops. So that if these things should happen, any country that can easily move to another country to occupy some parts of that nation. Some are saying this kind of an agreement will not be too cool when you talk about international relation, global politics. Take it up from there.
It's a fact that it will not go down well, especially when you talk about global politics and international relations, because smaller nations will also look at it from the angle that if by tomorrow, just as you have Nigeria, you have some other neighboring smaller countries who can wake up one morning and decide to annex some of their territories, all in the name of one reason or the other. But again, when you look at this is a war that has been there for going to 4 years, and a lot of casualties. So many things has happened. And America, through Donald Trump, sees it's a man who always talk about peace when it becomes necessary for him to talk about peace. He did that between the Israelis and Hamas. And now he's trying to see how he broker peace between Russia and Ukraine. To me, it is a good idea, just as I rightly said, because it will go down, in history that there is peace in that part of the world. Accepted that peace that is gotten not on a platter of gold. A lot of things has happened. Somebody will feel cheated, just as the Ukrainians will feel cheated because part of their country has been ceded due to the war. They have lost so many persons, a lot of casualties. As men have died. Cannot be less than 20 to 30,000 men has
more
died.
than that.
More than 30,000, 40,000 men, have died during this period of this war. So those are the angles where Zelensky and his people will be looking at. After we have suffered all these casualties, after we have suffered all these traumas within this period, men and women, we have always stood our ground that we will defend our country till the end. Because that is their position. Their position is that they will defend their country. If it requires them being the last men standing, they will do that. But again, sometimes wisdom plays a major role when you look at issues, and you have to see it from other point of view. Though it's going to be painful, as it were, but again, it is the best option at this point in time, putting into consideration the number of casualties, putting into consideration the number of facilities that have been destroyed. Because it's going to take a long time for Ukraine to rebuild itself, especially those areas that have been touched while this war is actually going on. It's going to take time to rebuild. It's going to take time, for the people to be healed of this trauma that they have passed through. The psychological and the mental torture a lot of persons has passed through while this war has been going on. It's going to take a long time for them to be healed. But in the interest of peace, I believe that Ukraine should see how this war comes to an end. Painful as it were, but it is a necessary end that will bring succor to them and those around them too.
All right. This is the International Forum. We'll go on a break. We'll be right back. Do you feel that Zelensky will agree to this deal, or it is going to be fight to finish? We'll be right back. Don't go away.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. It's all about Russia-Ukraine war. Analyze the peace deal, being put on the table right now, though leaked, yes, by the U.S. Now let's go to Honorable Etiosa Igbo. You get to realize that Ukraine has been fighting for their territorial integrity. Are you telling them to give up now? Give up what they've been trying to protect might not go down too well with them. Do you see Zelensky accepting that deal?
Well, I think they should deal. I think I heard my brother thinking about maybe them not taking the deal or fighting to the last man, presumably, or looking at ways to look at critical aspects of settling the deal. Like Donald Trump, the president of the U.S., told Zelensky, he doesn't really have much cards on the table because the war is not dictated on his pace. He's trailing in the war. Like when this conversation started about 3 years ago or 4 years ago, I told you on this studio and on this live TV that Russians will have their way and Ukraine will have their say. If they keep fighting and keep killing their men in Ukraine, who would stand to rebuild the country? They've lost a lot of men. I heard my brother suggesting that maybe 30,000 people may have died or soldiers or whatever. I'm not sure. They're talking about some soldiers that have died in the hundreds of thousands. If you can have about 6,000-7,000 dying from satellite image according to Donald Trump a week, multiply by 365 days times 3 or 4, you will see that a lot of thousands, maybe in the millions, have been killed on the both sides. So to me, I don't think Zelensky understands what leadership is about. I don't think he understands what the consequences and engagement of war is about. It's not just enough to be a comedian, become a president by popular demands, and all of a sudden you plunge the country into a deadly war that has no end. And women and children are being killed. They made women fatherless, children of kids motherless, and the men has practically been destroyed, and he still want to continue to fight, begging for arms from the European Union and foreign partners. To me, I think that would be ill-thought idea for Zelensky at this time to even imagine with any iota of doubt that he stands a chance against Russia in this war. First and foremost, Russia as a nation is 2 times or 3 times the size of Ukraine. In terms of population, the Russians are way more than Ukrainians. If the Ukrainians are willing to sacrifice 20 million people by virtue of having an equal balance in the war, Russians can afford to sacrifice 60 million. But in this case, Russians are the one with the hypersonic weapons. They are the one with the satellite reconnaissance. They are the ones who can map out industries and establishments and power generating facilities, who can bomb it with hypersonic weapons and all kinds of missiles like the Oreshnik. Even on ground, the Russians seem to have a lot of firepower, whereby they can even produce more arms faster than the whole of EU put together. So when you look at these KPIs, these key performance indications, and the engagement of war and losing people, I think Zelensky does not even really have what it takes now to dictate for the Ukrainians whether they should back up this war or not. Well, maybe Zelensky himself should go to the war front. Maybe by the time he goes there and he's not coming back, a new leader may decide to go into real truce with the Russians. So for me, I don't think it makes any economic sense. I don't think it makes any logical sense or to continue on this path. 3.5 years to 4 years on, so many people have died day by day. The Ukrainians are losing more territories. To me, I think that this particular deal, what Donald Trump is trying to put on the table, should be at the front burner, not what the Europeans are saying. Because with all the Europeans have said, all that has happened to the Ukrainians is that they've lost more men and more territories. They've been killed by the Russians and slaughtered. I don't think Zelensky and the naysayers or the think tankers of Ukraine should allow that to continue. Because I don't see them winning the war. So why not negotiate and just allow peace to reign and start to rebuild your country? And I don't even think today, if election was to take place in Ukraine, if Zelensky will come distance 10th in that election, because he has taken them to a war that, first and foremost, they didn't achieve what they went into war for. They couldn't join NATO. And a lot of these weapons and the fight and the areas that they said they were going to hold back with the Russians, they couldn't. Every day, Russians is winning more territories. They are literally bombing Kiev now. And I don't think Zelensky should allow that to continue. they should take the peace deal, have some areas of negotiation on the gray areas, and maybe get the superpowers like the US to compel Russia to agree to those terms, and then let the war end. If not, they will end up losing the whole of Ukraine to Russia.
Zelensky should really concede to the proposition or the leaked peace plan orchestrated, a plan by the U.S. Join us right now in the studio. He's a lecturer in Uniben. I call him the prof because whenever he is analyzing, gets to realize and go back to class, so to speak. Do you want me to welcome, allow me to call him the prof because he's a prof to me, Professor Felix Osaime. Thank you so much for coming. Though late, but it's okay. It's all right. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
All right. So right now there is a leaked proposal, so to speak. Nobody knew how it came about, but whether it was used and made it to leak or Ukrainians just got hold of the paper, nobody knows. But the content is really causing some serious stir in Ukraine. Disband your army. It shouldn't be more than 250,000. The land occupied right now, conquered by Russia, remains with Russia. Then also spoken about the aspect of EU deal. But taking a look at this too, do you feel that this deal is fair to the Ukrainian?
Well, all is fair in love and in war. Wow. And this is a war situation. We cannot run away from the fact that power politics is at play here. Ukraine, as at the time the USSR disintegrated in 1991, Ukraine had a huge stockpile of nuclear weapons that later was moved to Russia. So that was an effective power base that Ukraine lost as at that time. And Ukraine now is just one of the former Soviet republics. The major power Ukraine has right now is more agrarian than political and technological. In looking at it from that angle, Ukraine also got involved in high-stake politics by trying to join NATO. And that is what Russia has been resisting since 2014. Even as at the time Russia annexed Crimea, it was not this contentious because people still felt that Crimea was part of original Russia and Russia needed access to the sea, which Crimea offers because Crimea has access to the Black Sea and the area is always open to international shipping and for Russian submarines to go out to sea effortlessly. But if they go to the North Sea, it can be frozen for certain parts of the year. So geopolitics came into the issue. And Russia has constantly argued that Ukraine should not join NATO. What caused the present debacle from the year 2022 was Ukraine's attempt to get into NATO. Meanwhile, before that time, there was the issue of Donetsk and Luhansk that Russia was also trying to seize because there were separatist movements in Ukraine that the Russians were supporting. But the blowout was the special military operation that Putin himself ordered from 2022. And that has brought Ukraine to massive devastation. Although Ukrainians have also put up a very good fight with support from the United States of America and other Western powers as well as from NATO, it has not been an even fight. Russia has more power and it was an unequal match. Ukraine has suffered extensive devastation, particularly the capital Kyiv and other parts of the country. In fact, Ukraine has been under military law since the commencement of this special military operation by Russia. So part of Ukrainian territory has also been seized by Russia. Ukraine has not actually entered Russian territory. Rather, what it has been doing is to launch drone attacks and launch missile attacks to maybe rattle the Russian military morale. And Russia also, at a point, brought in mercenaries that further devastated the Iranian heartland. So if you put these things together, you now see that there is no way, ordinarily, even in conventional war, that Ukraine can defeat Russia. But Russia, too, can not easily also flatten Ukraine. So that has been kind of stalemate. So it has led to Russia leaving the G8 to that reduced to G7. Russia has been facing sanctions from the US and other Western powers. Russia has also used the opportunity to test new missiles, like the hypersonic missile in Ukraine.
Satan 2.
Yeah, and Russia has also gone further to do something very interesting. Russia used the period of this debacle to strengthen herself economically. Because she began to insist that if you want to do business in Russia, you must buy things in Russian rubles. So they gradually demystified, in fact, they began to de-dollarize the international market system. And Russia pushed closer to China and other BRICS countries. So it's been more of Russia asserting herself internationally. Ukraine has now become the playground of a new proxy war. And proxy wars usually have greater impact on the theater of activity. In this case, the two big elephants actually are Russia and the USA. Ukraine is the battleground. Now, whatever peace deal is coming out, I definitely built up this discussion so that you know that the peace deal will definitely not be in the way that the Ukrainians will have an upper hand. Because this is power politics.
But it's the land.
Yes, what sovereignty makes
it's
equal.
It's the territory.
What sovereignty makes equal, power makes unequal. You cannot run away from that fact. And the deal that we are talking about that has leaked, of course, they said actually they should have 600,000 soldiers, not 200, 600. In fact, as of now, it stands at about 880,000.
Yes.
And they are telling them to reduce to 600,000. Part of the territory in Donetsk and Luhansk should be left for Russia. Part of the area they took from Crimea should be left for Russia. And Ukraine should not join NATO. But Ukraine has been giving guarantees, though not yet concretized, that they'll be giving security guarantee that they will not face further attacks. As we are discussing now, Russia is still attacking Ukraine. They are still attacking Kyiv. So the bombardment, whether by mortar, by missiles, and by drones, has not even stopped. And the retaliatory capacity of Ukraine is dependent on support from the US and other Western powers. So it's been a very, not complex, but confusing situation.
Confusing in what ways?
It's confusing because you are seeing the person at the receiving end struggling to stand on his feet with support from somebody that is standing behind him, propping him up, giving him weapons to fight somebody that is bigger than him in his front. So that's why it's confusing. But it's not complicated at all. You can easily see through that it's proxy war. And Zelensky, as much as the young man has always been patriotic, trying to insist that this is our country, this is our land, that the motherland must be protected at all costs, it is getting close to when he has to take the step back and say, what is the way out? Because there's something we call end game.
Yes.
And in end game, you ask yourself this question: where are we going to end in this discussion? And in this discussion right now, as it is in Ukraine, the Ukrainians are saying that they will have to throw in their towel. That's just the way it's going to end.
But Zelensky is saying that.
It doesn't have to say that openly. You see, the optics are a bit obvious. And if he says that openly, you say, oh, we have given up. That's defeatist. It doesn't have to say that. He can simply say powerful pressures from powerful states prevail on us. That's a diplomatic way of saying we have stepped back. It has to be diplomatic. You don't just openly go and shout. What about the lives that have been lost? What about the destruction to the country? What about the national infrastructure that has been wrecked, that has to be rebuilt? And there is already plans to set up an international coalition of support for Ukraine. So Ukraine is not even likely going to... Of course, this is macabre politics. They've lost something, but they're going to also get a lot back in return. So
interesting.
It's very, that's why I say it's confusing, but it's not complicated at all.
All right, that does not mean that countries that call themselves police of the world, America and its allies, are they too scared of Russia to tell them to back out of Ukraine? The other countries, immediately, they'll tell them no negotiation, get out of that country or else, according to that trope, we bomb and bomb and bomb and bomb. But in this case, it's not happening. Are they scared of Russia?
Not really being scared of Russia, but again, you look at the man who is at the helm of the affairs. Because there are certain persons who are not ready to budge, just as you have in the case of Putin. Putin with all sense of humility. Certain people, you look at him as a man, somebody will say he's a madman. A man who will not want to listen. He's tailored towards carrying out that which he has made up his mind to do. So such a person, you'll be very careful, dealing with him. He's just like a suicide bomber who has tied the bomb around his waist. He is not interested. His life does not mean anything to him. That is the same situation you find in Russia today. The man has made up his mind. The man has been there for a very long time, and he has, succeeded in a kind of, being able to put it in these people that they so much believe in him, and even those who have the will and the courage to challenge some of his actions, they are kept somewhere, out to avoid them, infiltrating the people, trying to remove that mindset which he has been able to implant in them. So that is why they are, not that other countries are afraid, pushing harder, but they are looking at what will be the consequences. Will the man decides, to use nuclear weapon? Will the man decide to go gaga? Because, all these other powerful nations are trying to put him to where he belongs. So, to me, dialogue, parties coming to a roundtable conference, looking at issues critically from a reasonable man point of view, putting again into consideration that they are not the only persons there. You have the people of Russia, you have the people of Ukraine. Just as we rightly know, thousands is not 20, not 30, not 40,000, men, women, and children have died, all in the process of two persons trying to exact it on each other. The man pointing hand, the other man pointing hand, that whatever you can do, I can do better. And that is what you have find. Ego comes in. Those who are supporting, whether rightly or wrongly, are there playing their role, as it were. So that is the question I ask again. What is the role of the United Nations? Where are all these people, in this whole theater of war as is going on? What role has they been able to play to ensure that there is peace between these two neighbors? But unfortunately, either directly or indirectly, they seems not to have the courage to challenge some of the actions as well. I see America as a United Nations organization, because it is whatever America says automatically becomes what happens. So.
All right. Well, Honorable Echosage, but what if Zelensky says a capital no to this proposed deal, or to the proposed deal, or a peace plan, so to speak? What do you think will be the next line of action by the U.S. government or even Putin?
Well, if Zelensky says no, it's obvious that he's the fifth columnist in Ukraine, whose Russian President Putin rightly described as a narcissist who was brought into Ukraine through the back door by the colonial masters, which my brother Professor described as a proxy war to destroy Ukraine in the first place, and as a way of trying to get to Russia. Remember that at the peaks of Europe, during the world financial crisis, certain citizens of Europe suffered the certain loss through the financial crisis, and there was abject poverty in those countries. Remember one thing that is very certain: this war is between the West and the East, and those in the West are the country that was visible, like England and France and all these other European countries, and the United States under the leadership of Joe Biden, who started this senseless war. But then on the East, you have Russia, you have China, a very massive country back in Russia. Likewise, North Korea and other countries, Belarus and whatnot, also supporting Russia on the other end. So the war was not purely a Russian war. Even Iran, Iran also supplied ammunition to support Russia. So they believe that if Russia was to go down as a buffer, the East become vulnerable to the Western idea of occupation in the modern day warfare because of the kind of people that have been in the American government. I think in my own submission, I don't think Zelensky has got or exhibit such ability to reject the peace deal, because Donald Trump has made it very clear for them to fight it out, and every time they do, Zelensky suffers more. If he was in the front line, I believe today would not be breathing anymore. So on that note, in my own candid opinion, is a situation whereby it was a good timing by creation that somebody like Donald Trump became the president of America, who doesn't even like the Biden and the Obama type of leadership or ideology, because he was a victim of it as well. And I want to applaud his effort since he came into office, trying his utmost best to stop the slaughtering of kids, young women and children who was forced by martial law into the war front, where Zelensky is still hiding in the bunkers, playing around and jumping around as a strong man. He's not a strong man. It's easy to send a young man to go and die on the front line whilst you are there somewhere using the martial law with corruption charges revolving around the government. So to me, I don't think he has such balls. I don't think he can say no, because I think the people from the inside out might be trying to keep their integrity together, not to become vulnerable to the Russian, harsh approach towards this war like it's been, and maybe trying to give Zelensky a bit of support, not knowing fully well that deep down they may not be happy with him. So standing against that peace deal will not be in the best interest of Zelensky.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable. And that is your last line on this discussion. Well, Prof, you're going to cap off the discussion. If it's been Zelensky, what will you do? Because what I'm saying is he's saying no to that deal because this is glory to Ukraine. Get all land back and push Russian troops away from Ukraine.
Now, sincerely speaking, Zelensky will not play hardball. That's asking for hardball. In diplomatic negotiation, you must be ready to make concessions and make compromise to get what you want. Zelensky knows that his back is against the wall. And Zelensky is not the power shot here. The power shots here is the United States of America under Trump and Russia under Putin. They are the ones that will decide finally how this thing will be resolved. Zelensky is going to ask for something between both of them, but he cannot decide finally how it will go. What is important is that he should begin to accept that there must be a rollback. The damage to Ukraine is extensive, but there are guarantees that Ukraine will be rebuilt and there will be massive reconstruction. That's already a plus on one side. We should not always look at ego. Ego is what we say, I will not go back. He cannot say that. He's a president and this is a war situation. And he's not going to make that decision alone. There are other factors. The international economic system was rattled by Russia's attack on Ukraine. Transactions were disrupted. Food supplies from Ukraine halted extensively. After a while, they restarted. Those things are gains that Ukraine can easily recover. Russia has been making a lot of money selling oil and gas to Europe. And they say Europeans are the ones supporting Ukraine. I mean, while Russia is using the same money that he makes from selling to Europe to Ukraine. So you can see that, that's why I said it's not complex, but it's confusing. So every person will look at what we call the Mexican standoff in negotiation. And this is where you say, what am I going to get? But to get something, you must be willing to give us something. And that is why when Ed Bull was discussing the international political system, he said it was anarchic. Anarchy is the rule here. And you create some order from the anarchy. Now, in this same situation, I heard Honorable Tisa asking of certain things that can be done. You also raised the issue of United Nations. United Nations is not an entity unto itself. United Nations is as powerful as the nations that make up United Nations. And who are the nations that drive United Nations? The 5 powers that are in the Security Council. And these are what? The United States of America, Russia, China, Britain, and France. So if they agree, Ukraine must fall into line. So it is just what Ukraine can get. We cannot run away from the fact that there have been loss of lives, but that's why I said war is ugly. And if it happens,
you don't know how it's going to end. Thank you so much, gentlemen. As you can see, our time is up. Let's see if Zelensky is going to accept this deal. But the deal entails that the land that Russia has been fighting for, they are going to get it. You can't be told to reduce our military might, reduce it by 250, that is going down to 600,000. Well, economy without a military might, that is up to 1 million. Would you call that a country? Anyway, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on today's show. We'll do it again next week. God willing. Bye for now.
This is ITV. Certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. Osunu, waiting they happen. Osunu, waiting they happen.
We remain no helper. Now let here. Now be our team. No helper. So let go. Okay. Okay. More they go. Hey, I get you. Fine. We are good. Correct. That's that. More they go. However, in case you watch us for ITV, they watch us online. Are they for King Square for Benin City and are they for Urban Market? The traders, they say they're surprised when somebody contacted them saying make them come up for inside the market from January. However, many of them borrow money. Many of them don't go buy things what they want to say for this Christmas and New Year. So they're surprised that this is not short for them. That's why they want to let governor and let everybody go enter TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Correct. So that's why all of them they say they're not going to agree. They say they're not going to agree. They say, however, the one where government said they build, they never build and finish. They want to scatter another one. I work not there for this country. What go me chairman now? What go me governor? So they have so now the matter be this. You see all these people say what they watch here, they be traders. All the people you see for here, they be traders. Some are women, some are men, some are young women, some are girls, and different things. I tell Baba, blessed though, correct. So they're the voice. I know. So now the truth of the matter. We don't want that. So the traders that they provoke, they say they are ready to shut down. Upper market.
Waiting they happen.
What happen again? Why not the answer? Money no dey come. Wait.
We come out. If you true for that, I know say you go see do this. You go give us some kind time before we see. But now, they say January won't come and say where we want go.
Now you tell here now.
No, people where they build the market. Okay.
His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State. Many of these traders they borrow money, and many of these traders they don't buy goods where we say they want to sell for this Christmas and New Year, and they need to return the money. Whoa. Say whoa.
They say that we come out by January on the 8th.
Where you want to go?
Ask me where we want to go. Now our market be this, we not get another one. Now here we dey pay school fees. Now we got they eat. They say they want this. So all the attachment with this urban market, both the attachments.
How you take here?
And attachment with this urban market, in many parts the store. In many parts. Now we take the survive. The same will come.
That means to say, now our market be this, so we not get another one.
Now my market be this,
Governor never hear. Now our market be this, so
we not get another one. Now our market be this, we not get another one. Now our market be this,
Wetin happen?
They say more come out for market and we not get where we they go.
But you know when they fed the bid before they don't.
They never go finish. Complete everything. They said they want complete everything. You know why this thing they pay me well? You see all this our old men. They so they manage. Okay, how they want to they feed themselves? If they say me we come outside. If they say me we can't go. That said they never repair. They say me we come outside. I say you're fair so what's soon. Baby sorry. I'm going there outside.
You know if you can do like this outside. Okay, what do now want make the governor know now?
Let them give us where we go stay.
Wait. Let's talk to the governor of Edo State.
For this place, since they want to renovate them, they should carry out to another place where we will stay before they will renovate it. Because we don't have another place. If they want to renovate us, and now only up the leak for the market. Now that up, now they're supposed to work on the zinc, maybe another thing. If not 3 months you won't give us, where you go say repair them, we do okay. Nobody say go tell us.
Hold on, man, you talk. You be trainer for Obama market here.
Yes.
What's happen?
They say make we come out by January, say they want renovate here. And when you
that's Obama market.
For Obama market, and when you come out, when they draw finish, not you go get the store. What thing we they talk now, make you do that side first. If you finish that side, people go enter, then if you do this side. Yes. Not be here go push one of us move for road. Yeah, say make we go. And if na 6 months you won't give us, wey go take do all of us go know say na 6 months no be say go tell us no come at the end we no know where go take come we no want that one.
na market be this so we wan get another one.
na market be this so.
I know you.
na market be this so we no get another one. na market be this so.
I know you.
na market be this so we no get another one. na market be this so.
Okay, I know you. Governor go here. You say now you marry your husband?
Yes, sir, now you go to take off. You know go to take off. Let me marry my husband. Now you go to take off. Come on, for my husband head. Let me take care of my husband too. And I'm this Obama market. Now that they take off my children first visit. This Obama market they don't get sister. I'm a business. We don't get another one. Now our market be this so. Now our market be this so. We don't get another one. Now our market be this so.
Open market traders.
Now our market be this so.
All these women, where they outside?
Why we dey outside? Yesterday, that person announced. He say governor talk say he give this urban market to contractors. Say all of us when we don't take this urban market, may we come outside. May we come outside. Now we say wetin we beg governor where fire burn. Now we beg governor may build for us. If he build where fire burn. People where they outside they enter. If they say you want to renovate where they leak for up, they can renovate
wait,
where
madam.
they leak.
Now they say wait. Now them say or you hear them for announcement or na person can't tell now because I'm surprised that say all the people where they do my business for Saba market all of them are there outside now.
Now we just there outside the announcement. The announcement because when they announce for that side where fire burn. My shade near here Ifa, so they know they quick they reach this side. So they say today, early this morning, we go tell Oredo Chema, we'll go beg our governor. Wetin we want may hear that place where fire pour, where they build for us, he do well. People where they are after they don't build that one, he don't commission and they don't enter. Now another people go come outside. The contractor where he give now, where they call the drivers, make them hold up first. That's where we are begging our governor. Because it's our papa, we cannot argue anything when he talk. We are begging him and we are begging Oredo Chema because now Oredo they control market. May they help us.
Money no they come from heaven. Do better thing, money go come. Now true what they tell you so. Oga. Wow. You not clear. Wetin happen?
Iya kwa ni malatia, we January ni malatia, bi maaja latia, bi ma feji, e ma ni eroto, aba epoto fo, akwa ni mani rugweti ani ma to latia.
What you talk just now? You say wetin?
They say we go come out by January. Make we come outside. How we want to come outside? They never finish that side. They say we wait this side, we go come outside. How we want to
for inside this upper market?
For inside this upper market.
Now make all of come out now.
Where we want stay?
Wetin happen? May I tell you? You know say all these beautiful guys now, because say they no wan go do olosho for outside, then they do manicure and pedicure for inside here. But wetin go happen now?
They say
come up for market.
For service market?
Yes.
Why?
They say they want do one, they never do the other side.
Because I tell they manage now. If they pursue me, they go they feed me because I don't get they give me money. Now I tell they hustle, I beg.
We don't get money. I want to work. Not the feed our children. What soon? Market for us. We not the see work now. We the see our daily bread. Oh, market for us. We not need anything. The same come for January. We want to for inside to save our money feed our children. Soon, that's a make we come up for market.
Why?
I don't know where we want to go. They say they want to innovate market, but all of us come. And this market just big like this. Not all of us come up for market. Not market for that matter.
But the one when they say they big, they never
open them. They never finish them. They say make we come up for market. Now here we dey feed. Now here we dey take care of our children. Now here we dey pay house rent. Now here we dey pay school fees. Ah, what's so new?
You know, sure say na win-win-win.
Maybe na win-win-win. Now two days they don't give us something. What we come out of? They say ending of January. Everybody go evacuate. Whether you go or not, they take bulldozer, carry you throw away.
What did they want to beat you?
I don't know.
They affect you. Money no dey come from heaven. To better thing, money go come. Not true what they tell you.
They say may we pack our load. Adibi as they want repair am. They say okay, may we leave our load. Then may we come out, may they repair am. It go be different case. But now it good say they want repair the market, fine. Then not be say may we pack our load. Where we want pack our load go? Where we want go? There's someone come up for the market. Where we want go? Where we want go?
You sure say na government talk am? Na government talk am?
Yes. Where we want go? As I dey like this, so where me want go? What soon? You never make provision.
Our government say we never see una for work way again.
People wey come out for that side, they still dey outside. They never repair that side. Where we want go?
Waiting they happen.
I greet you, sir.
Thank you.
Traders from Oba Market.
Yes.
They protest. Today say they hear information say make they evacuate the market because of construction. As you don't hear their complainer, what will be your message to them now?
Yes, my message to them is say we the local government, our duty is to go and see the contractor, ask them what they want, and also provide solution to our market women. If they want to maintain the place and they need them to evacuate, we will create another space for them where they can do their business. Because what the governor is doing there is laudable. And we don't want to discourage them. Because what they do for us for there, na good thing. And all of us what they already do, we appreciate them. Na good thing for us. So we don't want to get issue with governor. Our own be say, we go provide another place for them to do their business. So that they will give the contractor space where they fit to do their work. And the space where we want to give them, not small space. As they finish, they will do one section by section. Not be everybody that go drive at once. Do you understand it?
Because the traders still talk say, if government don't construct and finish, this same space go return back to them.
Of course. Now if I did the shop, now you go return to that shop. We not go carry person shop, give another person. Because the governor is interested in their happiness and for them to be able to do business in a conducive environment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got to talk to the Honorable Chairman of Oredo Local Government, Honorable Gabriel Dusari. Shut up!
Waiting they happen.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
Jola are people located primarily in Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, and Gambia in West Africa. They are concentrated in the Casamance region or Foni area of Gambia. These people are ethnic group with a rich cultural heritage rooted in wet rice agriculture, a classless social structure, and traditional animist beliefs, often blended with Islam and Christianity. The people hold tenaciously to their cultural heritage, especially their dance culture, which is popularly known as Jola dance, that have carved a cultural image for the people over time. The dance steps of Jola dancers is lovely and interesting, capable of bringing peace to the community as it encourages laughter and creates fun among the people. The Jola people are known for their unique dance, where dancers adorned themselves with African costumes and dance in circles. The dance is accompanied by drummers, singers, and the sound of metal bells singers. However, the dances serves important social and spiritual functions, including protecting villagers from evil, coordinating communal work, and guiding young men during circumcision rituals. Jola dance is widely considered interesting and often described as a vibrant, high energy, and captivating cultural experience. It is not for entertainment only, but deeply rooted in Jola cultural heritage and community life. The Jola dance is powerful and enriching experience, appreciated for its deep cultural roots and lively communal nature. The dance has survived many centuries.
certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waiting they happen.
Make it better pass like this. Say make it better pass like this. Say make it better pass like this. And I pray one day.
Also, waiting they happen.
They say if you see something, say something on a month I did so. Na month I did so. But who they put that tea, they put that tea. Who they feel and they feel am. However, now must be this. This side, now Ewabogu. This side, now Obe. Obe not even where go. This side now Obe. This side now Ewabogu. But people don't they block the moats. As they block different moats for different area. Ministry of Environment, Edo State government, make a show now something. Community na moto you go see am now say during rainy season if rain fall people go dey shout who dey pack who no fit enter because of the way people don take block our moat. Who block the moat? Some say na landlord and landladies, some say na the community people, some say they wan sell am. But this na example. I dey for Ikpobaka. See Obe. See Ewabogu. Ewo! Who they throw away dirty for moat? They throw away dirty for moat. If government catch you. But see this one now. This place where I dey so, they very popular. They call it Police Woman Junction. Police Woman Junction. Yana Obe. Yana Ewabogu. Now the month be they come oh. They don't they put sand. Eh? My people, share am. Drop your comments. Like Edo State Ministry of Environment, Edo State Government, Town and Planning. Now one of our historical monuments. Name me this boat. Okay, the moat see they go, but they don't block here. Hey, what? Hey! 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 No fear, no fear, no fear, no fear, no fear. No fear, no fear, no fear. As they watch me, so how you dey? Area journalists, national journalists, international journalists. I did for Ekpobaka local government. Here na Iwabogu, this is na Obe, here na Moat. So that the water where they go they gather for this area, it go they pass here, they go Siriri wherever. But they don't they feel them. Then they feel them, they feel them, they feel them, they feel them, they feel them. Then they feel them, they feel them, they feel them, they feel them. Now so it be. Now so it be for different area. People don't feel moat. Big house on top of moat. How we go they shout? Erosion, 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 erosion. Hey, what? My leg. You better say my leg does this for you. But community chairman, how can I really? Who can say the moat? They sell them. Who they feel them? Ojewe, how can I really chairman? Who they feed the moat? Eh? But this place, now me that popular policewoman junction. Moat. That said now Obe. This is now Iwabogu. But hey, he give me. Come. Bless it. Help us, somebody will help me here. Come with this guy, come try to drag me. My leg. Come. My leg shook for a second. Shut up. Drop your comment. Hey, whoa. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. So the months they go, that they feel them. They feel them. Ministry of Environment. Edo State Government. Moat. I'm not passing. I'm not passing. But why you want to go buy land? Why you want to go build house on top of moat? Why? Ministry of Environment must come here. Edo State Government must send town and planning. I need to go meet the guy for town and planning. This is now one of our monuments. Because they wonder where are they? Are they for Edo State? Are they for Ekpobaka local government? Are they for one popular area? See Obe, see Iwabogu, Moat na pass here. Moat. Here now be the popular woman police junction. Very popular for this area. But Iwabogu and Obe community where una dey. The Okayele where una dey, the Ojewe where una dey. Here we feel any. Cameraman, Clary, bring your hand. I got dog go. My cameraman. So
Also waiting they happen.
They go. They don't feel am. They don't feel am. Shut up! Now different things they happen for the moat. Okay. Now moat. pokpo ba they all the feel am. Edo State Government, Ministry of Environment, Edo State Urban Planning, Town Planner, Ewabogu, and Obe community where we are there. I need water. This one set rabbit trap for you. Good. This one good. Now better trap. If rabbit pass am, I still set up for you. Okay, this one I will put the plantain. And put entire with red and white. You don't see the plantain. No see, I see the plantain red and white here. Any attempt, you don't see any attempt for you to cut this plantain. Now red and white the type to. Yeah, both pampas and different yama things. Tenant and landlord with this area, they don't turn the moat to their dustbin. But if you still support me now, call my number 080 55 40 73 59. This journalist work. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest. Some of us are not faithful. People go to say Nigeria. Now we will be the people where they say Nigeria. And when they make things hard for ourselves, this country. Report all this kind of yama motor they don't cover. Build house on top of moat. Put dirty for moat. Put different things. Welcome to they don't feed the goat. They don't fear. Look, now yeah, sink dust now. You give me rhyme, I'm not pass here. So people get house, see house. I don't have pressure. Only God can do what no man can do. Unchangeable, reliable. Shut up. Only God can do what no man.
Osunu waiting they happen.
That's what I mean.
Merci. Egbera me oton ya me. Ogbe ma be ti awo, se lo gbe ewo. Ogbe ma be ti awo, se lo gbe ewo, se lo gbe. Se lo gbe. Se lo gbe. Merci.
Osunu waiting they happen.
Make it better pass like this. Say make it better pass like this. Say make it better pass like this. And I pray one day.
What happen? Where your key? What happen?
Where your key?
Where your trouser? Hey, wait. Record. Hey. What happen?
For what now? For the vigilante again. It's very for vigilante again.
What happen? Calm down. Wear your cloth. See your charger. Calm down. Wear cloth. They don't collect your key now.
I don't do anything. You collect my money.
You wear cloth.
Don't collect your cloth.
They don't come on here. You wear cloth.
They don't come on. Wear your cloth. Now make you naked. I make you naked? They oppress me. They oppress me.
Not only you, all drivers they pay these people. Not only you. You get one day for this Aduawa market. I just park on
However, I won't beg those state governments. Now these are those state task force people, Abi. Okay, those state task force. I go talk to Aneto for Aduawa side, Abi.
I don't know why not
from Aduawa to this side. Let me say something to do work now. People to the episode say demand they make
the man naked. Calm down. See your money, gather your money, calm down.
But money when I don't want for here. About 3,000 they remove her.
They collect your money.
Yeah, now money. They don't remove her.
All those people wait on those stuff.
Yeah, they're wrong. They're wrong. That's not. We don't wait now. If we, everything that they do is according to the law. Don't wait now. Why they do the wrong?
They don't see me. They just start to do the wrong.
Now our government finds something to do for us. At least there should be bus stop in Edo State, please. There should be bus stop in Edo State.
Bus stop.
There should be bus stop in Edo State.
Bus stop.
You cannot just come and hold vehicle wey just park like this, and you know say they no put bus stop. They no put no parking here. Normally for Uselu, they go mark somewhere like this. You cannot park above this place. After government should come and visit us.
Come. Don't do. Calm down. Lock your door. The door don't hook. Wake up.
I don't get key now. Let go in the cage just tell you. No one will kill me.
They carry the key about now.
Yes, sir. Money will come up.
Call this side.
What I tell you, they just tell me.
And they don't know with the key.
You say where they wrong. They know with the key that they wrong. They go wait.
Respect.
Don't wait.
I don't come out to.
Paper, I want to take my key.
Calm down. I monitor them. I go look for them.
They Aduawa.
You have Aduawa.
Upper Mission Road. Inside, they own motor necessarily. They don't pursue me.
I go track them. Don't worry, I go track them.
Osunu waiting they happen. Osunu waiting they happen.
Different area, different streets, they face different challenge. You know, saying when we go to tell governments, gully. It get the way gully till they start. If you see this one now this one they call growing gully. But my people, how are they? Not be smart, you know. They say if you see something, say something. And they from one the local government, that Summit Road, and the people they within that area, they go surprise see their house now that they show online. But this not growing gully. They say if the water they come now, but it don't they cut and because state erosion control. My very good friend, the General Brimo. You know, say I tell you, say, as an area journalist, now me go fit tell you we all these things. You see, I say for those days we get big gully. Now so the gully take start, but this one now, I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. Now so it's supposed to be. Now so this thing go to grow, go to expand. Before you know, all these houses were there. They go enter. Before you know, all these houses were still there by the left side. All of them go enter. But the landlord and landladies were there the area. They say they don't try. Okay, come. Okay, you there?
We thank God. Well done.
Where this water? Where they cut this gully? Where they come from?
They come from a coffee. From 3 years ago, it not come. Then from about 4 years ago, no water here. From 3 years ago, now water they come from a coffee. Where they come from now? It's from that side now.
If you reach there now, you go see and I
more they suffer the waka dey go.
Now I cause this one where we dey so now. So they don't finish here everywhere. I no fit drive out now again. My motor dey there now, no fit drive out.
But una will be the landlord for this area. Una don't try. Where una dey? Where this thing they cut and where una dey? Come see am. Where una dey where they cut like this?
We don't try, General. We don't try. This one not be. This one man load. They say SOB not be one man load. We had over tribe ourselves. The thing don't overpower us. Now I make us say make we call Senator Ochobole. He Okpeboro make come assist us for here.
Senator Monday Okpeboro.
Sunday Okpeboro make come assist us for here because the thing don't overpower.
We get local government chairman. Then I want there with this so. Okay, now growing gully be this so. Now this one. That's how gully tell the start.
Exactly. That's all. Now with this so. Don't see up that now. No feet. See the bag when we take feed here the other day now. Here now it don't go down.
Oh yes sir.
Now my wife is that. So this one now we done the feel that day. Nah, rain went just for the Saturday night, carry everything.
See growing gully is another one oh.
Yeah, I said that small. How would they go so now?
No, they go. Hey. Tell me, say friend, they fall.
You not come out. You cannot come out. Like. Cannot come out.
But you will they watch us now. How your area be? How your community be? We not go feel live for government. And we need to also inform government so that we go let government know. Bros. I just said now only in the area. That's everything. Mama, may you still call this? May you still call this? May I just said now only you did the area. But that's everything now. More they waka, you know, come out to the. I mean, just
they come here from shop.
From shop. At this area you stay.
Not the area they stay. No, they will not get road again.
If rain they fall, I dey pay for this place.
If you see the erosion when they here, you don't see the one we happen for Philippines. Now like this, I saw you just be for this place.
For Philippines.
You see that erosion that I saw you just be for. If you fall for here, you don't feel pass. You don't go allow yourself. Maybe you will concern. You know, see houses now they cut. The things that they cut, they go. For those people, these people don't go even enter house.
See growing gully there. Oh.
Exactly.
You don't know grass or gully.
You go check front. You go see.
More they go. Waka they go. You know, say this. These people for this area, they not let me rest for the past 2 years. Call me Dokpa. Console me. But I won't call on the Oga engineer. The man with the charge of erosion control. Oga engineer Bram, you get a lot of work to do. Erosion control for Wode, for Babaga, for Oredo, for Esako, for Esalang. Where una dey before this thing they cut this like this. Yeah. Yeah, una dey.
We try ourselves. You know, every year we spend millions on self-contribution, self-effort to try to make sure we do this thing. But you
all this house they go enter inside though.
That's more email. Not see this one now. Not the theater house again. So that we dey try self-effort. We dey try, but we not go fit control erosion. No guy, our power no go fit this one. This one na government project.
Okay, your house go enter inside here oh.
It's so they don't see and a person motor be down, not enter company.
They want to well for television.
Correct. Okay, see growing gully for your front, growing gully.
Watch, see this one. This one's not the enter house again. This one's not the enter house again.
I want beg Edo State government. Send your engineers, Ministry of Environment, Edo State Erosion Control and Watershed.
Motor they don't fit enter their compound.
I need to carry your guy for erosion come here. That means the rain they come. For Philippines.
You see that erosion when they carry people houses. That's what they be for this side.
But where I feel pass here, where they pass here go. Okay, we have Federal Psychiatric Hospital there. That road service still get as it be.
Waiting they happen.
Main road extension for Idokpa for one day local government. Landlord and landladies, they don't try their best. So many tenants don't run, they don't park. Hey, whoa.
I hear with this is for more than 15 years now.
Okay.
We did here.
God
to waka.
Call this American, make you the city.
To waka for the other problem. To drive back, back of the person. Motor of the person. See the road, not everywhere. Look at
this place.
So we not there for many years.
The water they come from.
From the castle. From so now, I had the package pass. What do we need now with the big government, our governor now? They can help us. Because of our age to help us. To make sure say this will make help us do one. We don't get part to do one.
Mommy, how are you? I'm fine. Oh. Count your blessings, name them one by one. Count your blessings, see what the Lord has done. Count your blessings, name them one by one. And it will surprise you what the Lord has done.
What's the no?
You be Bini?
I be Bini.
Ogbe ma beti awo, selogbe. Ogbe ma beti awo,
selogbe.
Ogbe ma beti awo,
selogbe.
Selogbe. Selogbe. Selogbe. Selogbe. Selogbe. Sorti de happen.
Say make you better pass like this. Say make you better pass like this.
Monsoon, waiting they happen.
Daddy, for the past 2 years, you not let me rest. You did disturb my line, they come my line, they come.
How will I let you rest? I shall say, snake they up zinc. Other than they sleep for house. When this place I cannot enter my house, I go let you enter. No. See, my motor I can't drive them. You know, as I be. Now machine, you know see the road yourself. I know they eat making enter my belly.
Daddy.
You know see where you know see front
Golly, they come from this side. They come from this side. This water.
Now here it is.
Hey.
Now here. I cry to government. I don't know. They say they give contractor C4. C4 for the past 6 years or 5 years. We'll not see them again. Government, I be make a speaking for them.
Let's say Monday Senator, Monday Pewolo. The year is away, but what will be the solution to this water with the one drive all of now come from this area?
You yes, I be Guinea. Solution na government. Now government near God. If God say yes, now so now government say if government say yes, now government. If government say here now today, this erosion go come out. Not me where they go. Okay, I say erosion come out. It come out so. If government just say now erosion come out, the everything will go concern the erosion don't go final.
Where they send their engineer come.
Hey, I go happy. Oh, see my hand for up. I the beg God. I the beg government. Make them send the engineer come now before. I know give date
for 2026 budget. Now go call international.
January. The big
rain they fall for this area. High they be.
If you see that motor so, it go swallow him. It go swallow him. If you see, not see machine now because this one day for yesterday night 4. Not as machine they pass here now. The other day, if 4 woman where they go clinic, he carry baby. This road. I call my boy. I say I better come help this woman come up for floor.
What you not don't do now? We be landlord. What
you
not don't do to help yourself?
Okay. Hey? You see this fence where I make so. Now to make sure say water no enter my house. And I saw that we other landlord. We don't try. The more we try, the more they go back. If we are 100% front today, the next year it will be 200% backward. I beg, Wazunu.
Talk to Senator Monday Bewolo with this side here.
Oh, me, man. No, do me working now, Gawa. If I'm the Gina now, say when I will go, I kid the Guanyo honking, he had the Guanyo when I will go. But when they were in the door, in the door, when I'm man, when I'm banaba, oh, me milking. iye mi gina na bu wa obo so no we kwa mi gina na wa na we mi go to me can you get you to moto oba sire waya my son okpebo wa wo tom me ma family na mamudi akaye o
Sawmill Road
ring idokpa Sawmill Road
who the local government
ole
Say make you better pass like this. Say make you better pass like this. And I pray one day.
Solo waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Top of the evening to you, ladies and gentlemen. It's another lovely episode of your favorite men's rendezvous on television, which is the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Bronx. Yes, of course, I love to call it a city where the king is truly king. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a show that, teaches men to prioritize themselves and to put themselves first, and of course to invest in themselves, because it's no news that society looks up to men a lot. A whole lot is expected of men in the society, from protection to provision and what have you. Now, if you don't have to give, you really can't give. Just like they say, you can't give what you don't have. So it's very important that men learn to prioritize themselves and invest in themselves. For that is the only way they can actually have to give to others. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course it's my pleasure to have you join us on this beautiful episode of the show. Now, to take a look at tonight's discourse with me are two beautiful, two amazing, two viral young men right here with me, and together we're going to be doing justice to the topic. Now, to my far left, of course I always love to start with my far left, is someone who He's a colleague and also a public affairs analyst. He goes by the name of Michael. It's good to have you, Michael.
It's great to be here again. Thank you very much.
Welcome, Michael. How's your day been?
It's been great. Wonderful. You look great.
Thank you, and you too.
Thank you.
All right, seated next to Michael, seated in between us, is a public affairs analyst as well. He's a member of the family. He's a brother, a colleague, and someone who is very passionate about things that have to do with men and masculinity. He goes by the name of Ramsey Uwaila Abu. Good to have you, Ramsey.
Thank you, Harry. It's always a pleasure to be on the show. You know, the show has given us a platform to help correct some of these things in society that needed to be corrected.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a pleasure being here to talk about some of these things that affect us, because what better platform is there than this, right?
Yeah.
All right. So we have a very important topic before us, right? A very interesting one. It's something that has to do with young men and their finances. Okay? So first of all, like I said in opening, a lot is expected of men. You know, so one of those responsibilities that society has placed on the shoulder of men is the need, you know, for them to meet their financial obligations. And what are those financial obligations? Taking care of everyone around them, right? Of course, a man gets to a certain age and then society already expects him to, you know, lift his family out of poverty, so to speak. If he has a mother or a father, he's expected to take care of, you know, them. And then if he has a woman in his life, let's say he's not even married yet, it's just a girlfriend that he has. By default, society expects him, you know, to live up to certain financial obligations, like, you know, giving her money for upkeep. And then, of course, there's this maintenance money, right? Hence, you hear some women telling some men that say, can you maintain me? Can you take care of me? Now, we're looking at how relationships, dating, affect the financial potentials of young men of this generation. Now, why is it that when a man doesn't have money, let's start from there, society doesn't seem to, you know, take him seriously?
Thank you very much for that. Well, it's quite unfortunate that we're in a, you know, a system, a society whereby the poor doesn't have no words of their own. They don't have a say. You can't talk. You know, in this society today now, we have many persons that are pressurized. All right. Now, if you don't have money, you can't belong. Understand? You can't belong. You know what I mean? Let me be elliptical.
Okay.
You can't belong. You get. So it's so unfortunate right now that, okay, you see, some persons are not so much traumatized to the extent that because they want to belong, they're not doing some illicit, putting their hands in some illicit activities. You understand? So I really don't know, but it's just where we find ourselves. You get. So if we can change that kind of parochial mentality, I can't, because of, see, some persons find themselves in a particular situation which is not their fault. You get. You just have to live with it and, you know, do your level best to come outside from that, you know, from that situation. It doesn't mean that you're going to stay there forever. You get. See, some of these youths today, they don't have to be pressurized negatively. Because you want your voices to be heard, you're going to start, you know, putting your hands in one or two dirty, prescribed on things or the other. You understand? So it's just quite unfortunate that until you have it, before you can, you know, be there among the, you know, the chosen ones, in quotes.
Now, thank you very much, Michael. Ramsey, there seems to be this growing trend, especially in the media space, right? Of men saying that relationship has become like a poverty alleviation scheme. Right? So a lot of guys are now shying away from relationships. Some will just tell you, say, I'm no longer interested in relationships. Some, you know, have made up their minds to abstain from anything that has to do with relationship because of the attendant effects, because of the features of such relationships. You are in a relationship, for instance, and certain things are expected of you. Even if your girlfriend isn't asking you for anything, even if she's not directing, you know, in her demands, all it takes is just for her to complain about certain things. That, I mean, some people call it indirect mode of asking. She tells you, "Oh, my rent is due."
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I need to make my hair. I haven't made my hair, for the past 2 weeks.
She didn't ask you, but she's asking you.
She didn't ask, but she just, do you understand? And then, as a man, I had a friend that once said that, say, imagine your girlfriend complaining to you and you can't do anything as a man. That makes you less of a man. And this is the sad reality of a lot of men of this generation. How did we get here?
Yes, there are There are still some girls out there who knows what they are doing. I think I will fault those guys who went for what I call outer beauty, what I call a coconut carrying a human hair, what I call an empty brain, wearing makeups and all that, who sees you are going for that girl, who sees you as a poverty alleviation scheme. If she can afford these things in her father's house, why is she disturbing you with these things? The problem, I know many girls out there will say, okay, if you can as well get whatever it is you are doing with her, having sex with her and all that, why did you decide to go for her? But the truth is, it is not a market thing. I didn't buy it. I am not paying for it. It's not transactional. Thank you very much. It's not transactional. Now, for a man, if you are a man, you should be able to take a stance and say, I will only go for that lady who is career-oriented, who is focused, who wants to do something in life besides depending on a man. Such lady will not give you problems in relationship. But when you decide to go for that one who is looking for someone that will remove our family from poverty, you always have problem. Mind you, even if you have all the money on planet Earth, if you spend today, you spend tomorrow, you spend the day after, human wants are always insatiable. The day you don't have, should go for the higher bidder. Then the next person will continue. There is always this dependence on money. If money is no longer there to oil the engine of the relationship, they should go for another person that has the money so that the engine of the relationship will continue to be oiled and all that. Okay. So the thing is, as a man, you shouldn't start with such relationship. The way girls say, I cannot date a broke guy. I don't know why guys are dating broke girls. What is the first sign of a broke girl?
That's a serious one, because I mean, it's been generating lots of controversies on social media, because that's where we are right now. Some guys are saying, you know, if ladies are saying they can't date broke guys, then I think it's time to start paying them in their own coin. So we're not dating broke girls. So no, the question is, where would that take us as a people? Because what that actually has turned relationships to is, you know, a trade by barter thing. Yeah. Right? So, I mean, in those days, we heard of most of our parents, our grandparents, you know, fell in love. There was true love. They fell in love without much financial consideration. That was not to say that they didn't care for each other, or that they did not, you know, feel the need to want to buy things and give, I mean, give gifts to each other. But nowadays, these relationships are hinged on these things. Yeah. So if you take these things away from relationships, there will be no relationship. There will be no relationship. So my question is, what does the future hold for young people?
If we continue like this,
there
will be no marriage. The only thing we'll have will be wedding ceremonies. And these days, many girls are even hyping or putting all their hope on how their wedding is going to look like, instead of thinking of how their marriage should look like. And that's because they have tied the whole of their life to the financial status of a man. Sir, if all men can decide to say we are not dating a broke girl, it will bring us to normalcy. It will bring us to what we call real marriage. No, when the Reverend Father says for richer or for poorer, some people will say for richer, he knows that there will be time where there will be what? The worst. It's not going to be good all the time. So this time when things are not working out well for your man, will you still be able to stay? Who is that man that is so rich that at time there will be no hiccups in his life or financial status and all that? Definitely there will be time when this man needs money. Will you still be there as his wife? So when you start a relationship with money, I can take care of you. Can you afford me? Yes, I can afford you. As if they are products. We only afford things that we buy, we use and done.
Commodities.
How can you say, as a human being, you are asking a man if he can afford you?
Like you are some sort of commodity.
Then you sold your rights, you sold everything, he can afford you. Then he owns everything about you. And later you come outside to say you are a feminist. Women should be given equal rights. When you have been bought by a man, you ask if he can afford you. So the problem now is, guys out there, look for a woman who is a real woman. A woman who knows that she is in life not because she just wants to depend on a particular man, but to make money herself and going to marry. For such women, you enjoy marriage. But if you pick that one who is looking for someone that will take her out of poverty, you will keep spending and spending. At the end, you will still lose her because she is fit for the streets and not for the home.
Not for the home. Okay. Now, we pray that we do not end up with one of those that are suited for the streets. Now, Michael, Ramsey just said something about some men's poor choices he said that a lot of guys that end up with such women, it's because they actually went for such women. But the question on my mind when he was saying that was, how many good women? Because he said that there are women that do not share that mindset. But the question is, do we have enough of such women to go around nowadays? Do you think so? Do you think we have enough of such women to go around?
Yeah, of course. First of all, I think many persons, many of these females, they're living bogus life. You want sports hits at the outset of the relationship.
Exactly.
When they enter it, they lose their wrapper, they lose their exteriors. Because you begin to see the real color.
The real them.
Because at the outset of the relationship, because you are a safe space for them, they will just show you their good side. But when they are in, they begin to show you the terrible part of it, and you start wondering, like, I don't understand, is this the person that I was with? You know, like from your question, you said, are there
good women, enough good women to go around?
Yes, actually there are good women to go around. So
you think men are looking in the wrong places?
No, the thing is that actually there are many women like that can go around, but you see, most guys today, they go for what they see. They're looking for voluptuous women.
Oh wow!
Like when I take this girl out, people be like, "Wow, you really select."
Wow!
They're not looking for the interior. Just check out for the lady's eccentricity, how she behaves. Is this a lady or a wife material?
So you're saying, in essence, that some guys are more interested in the outward appearance.
Of course.
You know, like you just said, some of them have this mentality that, I have to pick a girl that will suit my personality.
Good.
The type that, when I step out with her, everybody will be like, wow, this guy chose well.
That is, because of this parochial mindset, they're looking for who they can showcase, who they can flaunt outside, like this is somebody that chose after. You get, so that kind of thing. Now that woman, she knows this is why you actually chose her.
Okay.
You get, but she wants you to keep feeding her like that. She makes that just threatening you, like, if you don't, I have other persons that I can go and be with. You understand? So because of the parochial mentality at the outset, you get, so there are actually many of these women to go around if the boys choose relax, to look the right way, to look the right direction. There are actually very, very many to go around. Understand?
Now, Ramsey, I think, because a lot of times we accuse women of being too materialistic, right? So what you guys have said now is actually, it actually puts men in the same category. Because, if women are looking for superficial things in men are also looking for superficial things in women.
Like, the question could also be, are there good men to go around?
Okay.
We only have few. The kind of men we have these days are men who like flashy things, who, like he rightly said, who love
voluptuous
women. Women who they will present and their guys will like, you tried, you are a man and all that. But without thinking about the character, the content of this woman. But then there are beautiful girls out there who also have good character.
If boys actually calm down, look, see, for everything there's a reason, right? So at the outset of everything, look out for is this the kind of, like you rightly said, is this the kind of person that will give me peace of mind? See, heaven is a place of splendor, but there was war. So in marriage, no matter how rich you are, there will still be, some sort of problems, you understand? So this particular girl I'm investing on, will she become a liability on assets? That should be the rhetorical question you ask yourself.
Should become a liability on assets. That's a $1 million question right there, because I think this is a question that a lot of young men don't ask themselves. Okay, they are easily carried away by the superficial things, the glamour, the glitz and glamour. She's a fine girl, she speaks well and all of that. Ramsey asked the question earlier: how long will this sustain the relationship? What happens when the wrinkles begin to set in? What happens when she's no longer that beautiful girl that you met the first time? What happens when all of these things begin to change? Will she continue to be that, person that you met that first time? Now, Ramsey, what do you have to say about what the question I asked him?
Now,
the fact that a lot of guys really can't give a reasonable account of their expenditure annually as per relationship.
And their expenditure is on the relationship. That's where their money goes. See, the truth is, when I see guys trying to make a woman comfortable by spending all his money on the woman, using the word I am maintaining my woman and all that, I begin to marvel, like, do we still have some foolish people in this society? A woman that was given high latch, she said it's not enough by God, she added to it.
Okay.
A woman that removed the eyebrow, she will remove it with razor
drew another one.
and draw another one. A woman that as well decided to increase her bum bum. A woman that as well decided to increase every part of her body just to... A woman that is not satisfied. God was not able to satisfy a woman.
And you think you can.
And you think you can. The man will die. And the woman will continue to live. Other men will continue to maintain her. The truth is, do what you can do. It is not even your responsibility to maintain a woman you've not taken as your wife, you've not married. You are not a poverty alleviation scheme. If she needs all these things, her father should be able to provide it for her. If her father cannot provide, her other brother cannot provide, her family cannot provide, she can't even provide it for herself. Then who said, where is it written in our constitution that a boyfriend must always provide all the needs of a girl? A girl that loves you will never stress you. She will not ask you what she knows that you cannot afford. If she's asking you what she knows you cannot afford, she's trying to say you can't take care of me now, I'm moving. Maybe she's saying anything directly. Because she knows you cannot provide this 1 million, for example. And she's asking you for $1 million. She knows you can't provide it. Indirectly, she just needs a reason to go. Then you let her go. And focus on someone that will grow with you, that will help you build your home, and all that. Now you see, it is not also their fault. There are some guys out there who have so concentrate and value this idea of physique of a woman. She must have this, she must have that. And that's what leads some girls to go for this, is it BBL, BBL, this and that, enhancement, because that's what get. But the truth is, those guys just want to use you as show off. The love is not there. When it's time for that guy to settle down, he will go to that other girl out there, who they see as Mary Amaka or Christians and all that. That's the girl he wants to make the mother of his unborn kids. Then the other one is for show off, for showmanship and all that. So they should know that a man that really loves you will not want you to go under the knife just because he wants you to add more flesh to what God has given you. It is from the heart that you actually see the beauty of a woman. Who said there are no beautiful girls out there that are well-mannered also? That doesn't mean girls that are well-mannered are not beautiful. They are beautiful. There are beautiful girls out there. They are well-mannered. They are focused. They know what they want. You go for such. Okay. So the fault is from some of those guys who make it look like this is what all men want in a woman. That is not what all men want. Men want a woman that will be the mother of their kids. You've drunk with a man, you smoke and shisha like a dragon with him, you've done different things with him. Once it's time for marriage, the man will remind you of your past life and say, I can't marry this woman. I am going for this. And you say, all men are scum and all men are the same and all that. You've forgotten when he was paying you for it. When you were collecting thousands, when you were collecting millions from him, when he was taking you all around the world, you were sitting in front of the car and all that. He paid for it and he got whatever he wants. He's done with you. Now he wants to settle down. You are crying. So girls out there, I think they should see beyond just outer beauty and start working on themselves.
Thank you so much, Ramsey. Michael, he said something that struck me, that, you know, a woman who actually has your interest at heart and who is with you for the long haul will not expect you to spend, you know, extravagantly on her. What that tells me is that, you know, a woman who expects you to spend so much already has an exit plan.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't even see a future with you. Because if she does see a future with you, she would advise you and encourage you to invest, knowing that, you know, whatever comes out of that investment, she's going to be a part of it in the long run. Do you share that thought?
Yeah, of course, yeah, definitely. Now, somebody that really loves you will not stress you, all right? So most of these girls, they know what they're doing. Like, what he said just now, he said, I think, talked about a girl looking for a reason, a purpose to leave
a relationship.
All right. See, most of these guys that are close to their partners, they know the capacity, they know the extent,
the limits,
the limits, the pockets. Okay. You get. So a girl that actually, you know, have your heart, and she will not want you to spend redundantly. So most of these girls today, anyway, let me not say most of them, a few of these girls, like very, very few.
Some of them, okay.
Yeah, some of them. What they do, if they actually love a boy, they point you in the right direction. They want you to, okay, why don't you try this one out since the other one did not work out?
You.
Like they push you to your goal. You they may even lead you to tears. You'll be like, who is this angel?
True.
You understand? So most of these girls, there are just a few girls, I beg your pardon, just a few girls that have this kind of mentality. Most of them are carried away by these social media material things. Look at what my friend's boyfriend got for her.
Let's not forget about social media influencers.
Yeah.
I just got a new hair.
Yes.
My friends used to see it.
Yeah. So
her boyfriend bought it for her.
You get. So as we're moving together, I was the black sheep. I was the one that was left out. Look at them with their their exorbitant hair.
She was under pressure.
Just look at you understand. So this kind of girl, that is, if Grandma Cooper met me, I would say that's the reddest flag. You understand? Okay. So you understand. So that kind of thing, if a boy spots such error or such thing, nobody should tell you to, according to the balance, to borrow more leg and run.
Okay.
You understand? So a girl that really loves you will not overstress you.
All right. Now, Ramsey, what's your advice for young men who are in one-chance relationships?
Okay.
One chance in terms of, you know that the person you're with right now doesn't really have your interest at heart, but because you're already emotionally attached, you don't know what to do to opt out. What's your advice for such?
Let me remind them.
Less than 30 seconds.
Yes, let me remind them, if they've forgotten that you can give a woman everything. Give her all the money. There'll be one bicycle repairer. It could just be a driver. It could just be the vulcanizer by the roadside who is servicing her, let me use that word. And you are the one spending the money. Women don't even know what they want. They can fall in love with anybody just for anything. So you can be taken as your dogu.
Some women.
Yes, some women. You can be taken as your dogu.
Okay.
While she would just love the other guy because of the way he looks. So if you think money can buy love, you will spend and spend and spend. At the end, it will still end in futility.
So in a nutshell, money can't buy love.
Can't buy love.
Definitely.
All right, Michael?
Yeah. I think, well, like you said, let me contribute to it. So most of these relationships that we find ourselves in, just do your level best and leave the rest. You don't have to kill yourself. You don't have to pressurize. Like you said just now, you said some women, they found calmness, they found safe space in some certain persons. They can like a guy because of his sexual prowess. They can like one because of his pockets. They can like one because of his.
So there's no particular reason why.
No particular reasons.
Exactly.
Women are ones
to men. Okay.
just insatiable. Okay. You just can't please them. So just do your level best. You understand, and leave the rest.
All right, guys. I want to say a big thank you for making tonight's edition a success. You guys have been really amazing. Well, like they say, a word is enough for the wise. You really can't go beyond your limits. Every human being has a limit. Okay, and the moment you begin to try to stretch your limits, that's when you begin to wear yourself out. And then the moment you're done, she would leave you for the next person. Okay, so just like they've said, if there's anything I can take away from what they've said so far, is the fact that you can't please anyone, not just women. Okay, you can't please anyone. Human wants are insatiable. Where you stop is where somebody else is going to begin. So why not just do the best that you can? And just like Michael said, the person that loves you will not stress you. Seriously. Whoever loves you will not stress you. If that person you are dating is stressing you, just know that the person is not for you. And you'll be doing yourself a world of good to walk out of that relationship. It's been the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television. I want to say a big thank you to each and every one of you out there. A big thank you to the gentlemen in the house for making today a success. My name is Harry Agbo J, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure you make every single day of your life count. Do have yourself a beautiful night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
On the network news tonight, Igbenedion University Okada, Edo State, holds 23rd convocation, graduates 1,050. Rotary organizes 10-kilometer marathon to strengthen advocacy. VP Shetima, First Lady, urged lawmakers to pass reserved seats for women's bill. President Tinubu sends Legal Practitioners Bill 2025 to Senate, pushes for legal reform. A good evening to you. Thanks so much for joining us on the Network News. I'm Daisy Leo Asikidi from Albany Network Studio. Joining me from Abuja is... Hello, Charity. Good evening. Can you hear me? All right. We seem to be having some network problems over there in Abuja, but they'll join us in the course of the bulletin. Now to our stories for tonight. A total of 1,050 students of the 2024-2025 graduating class of Igbenedion University Okada have been conferred with first degrees, higher degrees, and diplomas. Donald Amian reports that the degrees were awarded during the 23rd convocation ceremony that was held on Saturday at the university's main auditorium.
The ceremony featured the formal conferment of bachelor's degrees, higher degrees, and postgraduate diplomas on deserving students. Vice Chancellor of Igbenedion University, Professor Lawrence Ezemonye, disclosed that 67 students graduated with first-class honors, 408 with second-class upper division, and 225 in other distinguished categories. Professor Ezemonye added that 188 candidates were awarded higher degrees, including postgraduate diplomas, master's degrees, and doctorate degrees across various disciplines.
All our academic programs have maintained their full accreditation status with the National University Commission and all other professional bodies. Currently, there are 34 undergraduate programs, 55 postgraduate programs running through 7 colleges, 3 schools, and 34 departments.
In his speech, the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Council, Professor Ahmed Tijani Mora OON, said 23rd convocation ceremony serves as a platform to formally recognize and celebrate the successful completion of academic training. He noted that the conferment of degrees marks the graduates' induction into communities of educated professionals and alumni.
The Igbenedion University of Okada stands out today among private universities for its national character, particularly within its top hierarchy and principal officers. This remarkable achievement is a testament to the vision of the founder and chancellor of the university, His Excellency Sir Dr. Gabriel Igbenedion, CFR, the SMR of Benin Kingdom.
Addressing the convocation, the Chancellor of the University, Sir Chief Dr. Grebe Osawa Igbenedion, represented by the Deputy Chancellor and former Governor of Edo State, Chief Dr. Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, advised the 2024-25 graduating class to be ambassadors of integrity, innovation, and compassion as they advance in their chosen professions.
What is the Igbenedion University standard? Our answer is clear and unwavering. We do not take our premium position for granted. We readily accept the leadership body that our pioneering status imposes on us. Our standard is a relentless focus on holistic education, where academic distinction works hand in hand with moral integrity.
Critical stakeholders and development partners also presented goodwill messages. The best graduating student, Egu Isaac, speaking on behalf of others, expressed gratitude to God, the university management, and their parents.
The future lawyer embracing the challenge of fighting for justice in an imperfect system. The future biologist embracing the difficulty of uncovering answers that no one has discovered before. The future nurse embracing the challenge of caring for others in their most difficult moments.
The highlight of the ceremony was the presentation of awards to students who distinguished themselves in character and in learning. Donald Ehiminyen, ITV News.
Meanwhile, Nigeria's premier private and leading university, Igbenedion University Okada, held its 23rd convocation ceremony this Saturday at the university's lower auditorium inside the Okada campus in Ovia Northeast, local government area of Edo State. Joba Isiagun reports that the ceremony attracted members of the University Senate, education professionals, religious leaders, seasoned politicians, traditional rulers, and key industry stakeholders across Edo State, including the Chancellor, the Esimor of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Usawa Igbenedion.
Igbenedion University Okada, founded in 1999 by Chief Dr. Gabriel Usawa Igbenedion, once again celebrated a major milestone in academic excellence as it marked its 23rd convocation ceremony, reaffirming its commitment to uninterrupted world-class university education. Graduating students adorned in their convocation regalia and accompanied by their loved one. The key highlight of the event was a convocation lecture titled Interrogating the Potentials, Prospects, and Challenges of AI as the New Order in Higher Education, delivered by the Director General of the National Youth Service Corps, Brigadier General Olakunle Oluseye Nafiu.
We must pursue public-private partnership for connectivity and AI-related research, invest in solar-powered computing, adopt cloud-based strategies, establish regional computing centers where universities pool resources, and so many other innovations.
The ceremony also witnessed the successful graduation of over 800 first-degree students and more than 180 master's and doctorate students. A total of 67 students earned first-class honors across several colleges, including the College of Health Sciences, College of Engineering, College of Law, College of Arts and Social Sciences, College of Pharmacy, and others.
Can we applaud him? Congratulations to the college officer of Alhaji Abubakar, General Salami Abubakar College of Engineering, Dr. Victor Obert. Please, can we appreciate him?
The event featured dance presentations, awards presentations, Some of the graduates expressed heartfelt joy at the completion of their academic journey, while parents and loved ones celebrated with visible pride.
I feel elated to see that a day like this that we were yearning from came to pass.
I want to thank God. That's all been God. Without God, this wouldn't have been possible. Secondly, I want to thank my parents, my lecturers, my supervisor, and also my friends. All the collective effort. It's not just me. God, family, and friend. That's all.
To God be the glory. Well, it's a success story today.
I'm happy and I appreciate my parents for what they've done for me, my siblings, everybody. I thank God mostly for He has come through for me in every means.
The joy of every mother to witness that the children being graduated, and I'm happy for at least God see her through for the past 4 years.
Igbenedion University has raised scholars, great men and women, and I appreciate my father-in-law for deeming it fit to put the daughter in this school, and it's a win-win to all of us.
Festivities continued outside the law auditorium, where beautifully decorated tents hosted joyful celebrations between graduates and their families. Several dignitaries, including the Managing Director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, attended the 23rd convocation of Nigeria's premier private university, Igbenedion University Okada. From Igbenedion University Okada, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
And still on convocation ceremonies, the University of Benin on Saturday conferred postgraduate degrees on 1,790 students during its 51st convocation ceremony held at Akindeko Auditorium in an atmosphere of celebration and academic pride. Oluwakwelumi Abioye reports that the colorful ceremony had in attendance the President of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, delegates from various universities, academic staff, families, and well-wishers.
Leading the ceremony, the Chancellor of the University, His Royal Majesty Professor James Ayate, the 12th, congratulated the graduates and encouraged them to uphold the values of integrity, discipline, and service to humanity.
I call on the federal government to take more serious actions to consider
the need to develop indigenous aerospace technology as one of the ways to tackle incessant banditry and cases of insurgency in parts of the country.
The Vice-Chancellor, Professor Edoba Omorige, SAN, highlighted the university's achievements in research advancement and postgraduate development.
Join the Chancellor, the Pro-Chancellor, to heartily acknowledge, congratulate everyone who is part of this historic event, and enjoin you to continuously strive for excellence in your future endeavors.
Delivering the visitor's address on behalf of the President of Nigeria, the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, Professor Wunari Georgiou, urged graduates to become ambassadors of innovation and national development.
I am especially pleased with the progress recorded in this university under the leadership of the Vice-Chancellor. The opportunities before you are vast, but they demand courage, innovation, and unwavering commitment to service.
Some of the postgraduate degree recipients, including Deputy General Manager, Programs, ITV and Radio, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun, Mrs. Adesua Osawage, and Favor Osaro, expressed that their achievements reflects resilience and hard work.
I'm very grateful to God Almighty for making this possible. And I'm also very grateful to my wife and to the management and staff of ITV and Radio, especially the SMO Benin, for providing the platform for us to be relevant. Thank you very much.
I want to thank God Almighty for making it possible for me to achieve this academic feat.
I feel very elated. I thank God for the grace to be able to achieve this.
From Benin, Uluwakbalumi Abioye, ITV News.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has forwarded 32 additional ambassadorial nominees to the Senate for confirmation, days after submitting an initial list of 3. The 2 letters to Senate President Godswill Akpabio, the President requested the expeditious confirmation of 15 carriers and 17 non-carrier ambassadors, including 10 women across both categories. Among the notable non-carrier nominees are former INEC Chairman Mahmood Yakubu, former Enugu Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, former Ekiti First Lady Erelu Angela Adebayo, former Lagos Deputy Governor Femi Pedro, and former Aviation Minister Femi Fani Kayode. The career nominees include diplomats from Abia, Taraba, Adamawa, Kebbi, Bayelsa, Ebonyi, Ogun, and other states. The ambassadors designate are expected to be posted to strategic nations and missions, including China, India, South Korea, Canada, the UAE, South Africa, and the United Nations. Last week, the President sent 3 earlier nominees tipped for posting to the UK, USA, or France. More ambassadorial nominees are expected soon. And drug abuse has been described as one of the vices militating against literacy in Nigeria. Rotary Club of Surulere Division, the South District 9112, said they decided to put up a 10-kilometer marathon race to draw attention to the dangers of drug abuse to literacy in Nigeria. Igwaje Horia completes the report.
Athletes from across Lagos gathered at the Teslim Balogun Stadium at Surulere to run for literacy and against drug abuse. President Rotary Club Surulere South, District 9112 Rotarian Muhammad Fak Abu, Project Coordinator Rotary Club Surulere South, Eloho Abulime, and the Chairman Surulere Local Government Area, represented by the Vice Chairman Dosomu Adewole, advised young people to stay away from drugs and concentrate on their education.
Development of the society and the nation at large. That's why we have chosen literacy as one of our core areas. Drug abuse, it destroys futures, it destroys the community, and is a destruction of dreams and aspirations.
We looked at it that drug abuse is one of the reasons why literacy is affected. So we looked at it that while addressing literacy, we can also address drug abuse.
Stay away from drug. Instead of engaging in drug taking, use all you have to improve on yourself, to improve on the community, to improve on the society.
At the end of the competition, Promise Omoru came first in the male category, while Eriele Olude came first in the female category. Some of the winners comment.
We need to fight against drug abuse here in our country, Nigeria.
I encourage them not to take any drug because it's not good for their health, for their body, because a lot of things may happen to them when they are taking those things. I want to advise them to stop taking it.
First, second, third, and fourth positions from both categories were presented with medals and checks, while the first 100 participants were presented with medals and certificates of participation. From Lagos, Aigbuji Horia, ITV News.
The National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives, NANMN, Edo State Council, has held its 2025 Nurses Week and Scientific Conference in Benin City. This year's theme was Our Nurses, Our Future. Caring for Nurses Strengthens Economies, underscores the critical role of nurses in national development. Pius Nsoro was there.
The event was declared open by Edo State Commissioner for Labor and Productivity, Mr. Godwin Eshishe, who pledged his ministry's commitment to formulating policies and programs that prioritize staff safety and well-being. He assured that measures will be implemented to safeguard healthcare workers.
I want to also assure you that the state government will never subject you to any punitive denial of your basic entitlement.
In his welcome address, the chairman, National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives, Edo State, Comrade Olise Chukwunedum Francis, expressed gratitude for the successful organization of the conference and emphasized that investing in nurses is essential for a strong and sustainable healthcare system.
Thank our executive governor who has approved that the 810 nursing graduates in AAU be inducted this year.
Keynote speaker, Professor Ngozi Osunde, Dean of the Faculty of Nursing Science at Wellspring University, Benin City, delivered a thought-provoking address on the importance of empowering nurses, which earned him praises from participants.
The nurse is the heartbeat of the health industry, the lifeline of every health system, and I will play a very vital role.
The event also featured goodwill messages from prominent personalities and organizations, highlighting the pivotal role nurses play in improving healthcare outcomes and driving national growth.
Learned a lot. The
The 2025 Nurses Week Conference provided a platform to advocate for the care and well-being of nurses, demonstrating how supporting healthcare professionals is key to strengthening both the economy and the nation's healthcare system. From Benin, Pius Nsoro, ITV News.
Over 14,000 students from various faculties in the University of Benin have vocated with flying colors in various disciplines. The Chancellor of the University, Professor James Ote Ayatse, and other officials of the school, the Governing Council, urged the students to go out and excel. Wellington Akolaja reports.
Akindeka Hall of the University of Benin was filled to capacity as the convocating students filed out in large numbers, accompanied by their family members and friends. The Chancellor of the University, Professor James Otse, who congratulated the students, said 51st convocation is to ensure that the students are disciplined in their endeavors.
By the powers conferred on me as Chancellor, I hereby constitute this assembly as convocation of the University of Benin for the award of prizes, degrees, and diplomas.
The Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Edoba Omoige, thanked President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his immense support for both human capital and infrastructural development of the institution and international donors for strengthening and sustaining academic excellence.
I want to thank very especially the Chairman and Pro-Chancellor of this university, Professor Maru Shuaibu, and members of the Governing Council, as well as the management of the university, and of course the Senate of the university, for the sacrifices made constantly to ensure that the wheel of progress of this university is not hindered in any way.
Earlier in a convocation lecture tagged Making Our University Great, Professor Egusa Usagai said the students should go out there and explore, as the University of Benin remains amongst the best institutions in Africa.
The University of Benin must take it upon itself to show the world the things that make Benin great, the arts, the culture. All of those things must take their bearings from this great university.
High point was the presentation of certificates and prizes to best graduating students in various faculties and departments of the school. From Benin, Wellington Akodija, ITV News.
A Benin High Court has delivered judgment in favor of Professor Tess Soai, founder and managing director of Tomline Industrial Companies, in a parcel of land measuring 1,000 by 3,000 feet at Iwu Community in Ovia Northeast Local Government Area of Edo State. Wellington Akodija reports that the presiding judge of High Court 12, Honorable Justice A. Momodu, gave the judgment after years of litigation on the actual ownership of the vast acres of land.
Judiciary, they say, is the last hope of the common man. This played out in the land dispute between Eda, Professor Tess Soai, and Billy Efionayi Adams Uwegbe, Friday Igagi, and 8 others in the suit number HCOK/60/2019. Eda Tess Soai versus Billy Efionayi and 11 others. The presiding judge, Honorable Justice A. Momodu, said counsel to the claimant and defendants presented their cases and points of submission. Justice Momodu, delivering his judgment, said evidence before the court shows clearly the true ownership of the parcel of land measuring 1,000 feet by 3,000 with a valid certificate of occupancy from Edo State government. Further said anyone who has built the parcel of lands does so out of ignorance and therefore ruled that Professor Tess Soai is the rightful owner of the parcel of land. Counsel to the claimant, Barrister Lucky Alenke, commended the judgment, while counsel to the defendant, Barrister Lawani, declined comment on the matter.
Judge have carefully listened to both parties and that the land upon which the government of Edo State had issued a certificate of occupancy belonged to the claimant. Therefore, the claimant was within his right to have filed this action for trespass.
On his part, Professor Tess Soai appreciated the judiciary for a job well done.
It's unfortunate that the people that were dealing with me, one of them was my PA for 41 years, and the other boy drove me for 38 years. I don't doubt God. God is still the same. He has not changed address. So that is my own opinion. I'm grateful that I've won this case.
From Benin, Wellington Akodija, ITV News.
We'll go on another commercial break. Please stay tuned. A big thank you for rejoining us on the news. And now moving on. The Uwunde Local Government Council has commenced the demolition of illegal structures along the bypass corridor, citing public safety concerns. Council Chairman Honorable Austin Mafidon led the operation, emphasizing that the exercise aims to prevent road accidents and safeguard lives, especially during this festive period. Oluwafemi Farayola has details.
The demolition follows a 14-day evacuation notice and a subsequent 3-day reminder notice issued to structure owners. The Environmental and Sanitation Task Force Committee, supported by heavy-duty equipment, is overseeing the clearing process. Honorable Mafidon emphasized that the demolition exercise is driven solely by the need to safeguard lives and prevent avoidable road accidents. He reiterated that public safety remains a top priority of his administration. According to Honorable Mafidon, the council will launch a comprehensive beautification project along the bypass in the first quarter of next year to enhance aesthetics and orderliness.
We intend to make this place a green area. It's going to be a long-term plan. It starts from somewhere, so hopefully we'll kick off by next year. But before we do that, we have to make sure this place is cleared for us to take off.
Council Chairman Honorable Mafidon led the operation in company of the Environmental and Sanitation Task Force Committee led by Mr. Lucky Asemota. The head of Department for Environment, Mrs. Nogwese Omorogbe, and other departmental staff were on ground to ensure strict and successful enforcement of the directive.
We gave them 14 days notice. As a last, we gave them 48 hours again. Some of them removed their house, some did not comply. That is why we are removing the structure now. The plan is we are going to do clearing, evacuation of refuse.
A relatively illegal structure here, they are even in danger. We are doing everything possible to beautify the environment. Our plan is to make sure things are well done at the right place to meet up to the 5-point agenda of Edo State Governor.
Heavy-duty equipment, including tractors, tippers, and payloaders, were deployed to facilitate the clearing process.
They beg Governor, my brother, therefore he make provision for us. May he help me out, may solve me, and may I see where I stay.
Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
Comrade Akpesiri Miracle Egbonje has been sworn in as the substantive chairman of the Association of Real Estate and Property Management, Edo State. Comrade Egbonje was sworn in along with his executive members on a ceremony at the Association State Secretariat, 92 Iyama Road, GRA, Benin City. Pius Nsowo completes the report.
The new executives, with Comrade Akpesiri Michael Egbonje as chairman, Association of Real Estate and Property Managers, Edo State, subscribes to the oath of office to the admiration of other members. Comrade Bright Okoje takes the position of the vice chairman, while Comrade Ricky Chinedu Afamefuna becomes the general secretary. Mr. Shegun Moses Ogunusi was elected treasurer, and Mr. Bobby Daniel is now the PRO. The Association of Real Estate and Property Managers, Edo State, is a professional body that oversees real estate practices in Edo State, Nigeria, with the objectives to promote professionalism and ethics in real estate management. They regulate and enforce standards for property managers and agents, as well as protect the interests of members and clients. These values the chairman and his executive council promised to maintain.
I want to commend the outgoing executive and the board for giving me the opportunity to serve as the RM chairman.
The handing over and swearing in ceremony of the new executive council of the association was witnessed by members and invited guests, who include the chairman of Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, Benin Branch, Engineer Cyril Omorige.
I want to say congratulations to the present chairman and the ESCOs of RM. It's an association that's doing well in Edo State.
We are employing the new executive to do greater things than the old executive.
I'm assuring my team that I will not fail.
According to the leadership of RM, membership is open to licensed real estate professionals and property managers who must be ready to adhere to their code of ethics and professionalism standards. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
A lavish reception has been held as part of events to celebrate the renowned Ogieva family in Benin reunion. The event brought together the entire Ogieva family from around the world.
It was a moment of cultural pride and family rebirth as members of the Ogieva family converged in Benin City for their maiden reunion, an initiative aimed at restoring broken bonds, correcting misconceptions, and strengthening the extended family relationships across generations. As part of the reunion activities, the family paid homage to the Oba of Benin, a significant step that aligns with Benin tradition, where families formally identify themselves before the throne for blessings, guidance, and recognition. Responding through the Oba Zelu of Benin, Chief Osaro Ida, His Royal Majesty Oba Eware II commended the family for taking the initiative to return to their roots. Elders of the Ogieva family noted that the gathering would help strengthen identity, prevent unintentional intermarriage, and create a stronger, more connected family structure. They expressed hopes that the reunion will become an annual tradition.
We decided to pay our royal father a visit to tell him that his sons and daughters are on ground.
Being an historic day in our lives, all our sons and daughters, both here and in diaspora, I find it wise for them to come together as one family.
We've come to acknowledge our revered King on earth, because if I have come together in reunion to show togetherness, our oneness.
And they've all come from far wide for this occasion.
From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Elders, women, and youth of Obagi-Newusa has called on Oba of Benin, Oba Ewa II, and the Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo of Edo State, not to release any land to people who bought land in Oke-Aroma area, claiming that the land belonged to Obagi-Newusa community. They said that Oke-Aroma area is part and parcel of Obagi-Newusa locality in Ikpuba local government area of Edo State, adding that the case is even in court and they are ready to reclaim their land. The report is presented by Usemudiame Usagi.
Speaking through their counsel, Barrister Godwin Owaikena said Okoroma village is a camp in Obagi-Newusa community, a customary tenant to the people. Barrister Owaikena, who is the legal advisor to Obagi-Newusa, said the gazette is available, which Edo State government used to acquire the land in 2018. He stressed that Okoroma does not exist. They are customary tenant to Obagi-Newusa community.
That land does not belong to Okoroma. Okoroma is a part and parcel of Obagi-Newusa. That's why the elders are here, that we want to go and give the land of the community to people who came to farm. The Oba of Benin had decided that that river is the boundary between Amagba and Obagi-Newusa. There is nothing like Okoroma. In
his contribution, the Vice Chairman, Elders Council of Obagi-Newusa Community, Pa Philip Ogadouangbe, said Okoroma people came to negotiate that they want to farm in the land they claimed belonged to them by one late Emokbai. He begged Oba Ewa II to come to their aid as the matter is in court. On his part, the Secretary of Obagi-Newusa Community, Elder Kennedy Edukpolo, said Okoroma land in dispute where the government is carrying out verification is in court and there is court injunction on the land. Also, the chairman, Land Allotment Committee, Elder Joseph Usagi Agbedu, said the Okoroma land belongs to Obagi-Newusa community.
The land in dispute where the government is carrying out verification is in court, and there is a court injunction on that land.
Amadlaisi akedo motoni otoni oge otobagi eno
Government Okpebholo ya toge ma nedia ya we afani ya gogo budonia e manebu na gwagwa ati fonte omave nuwa. In his
reaction, an elder from Okoroma community who prefers his name not to be mentioned debunked the allegations of Obagi-Newusa. From Benin, Osemudame Usage, ITV News.
Operatives of Edo State Security Service Corps have made multiple arrests across several divisions, apprehending suspects linked to car snatching, phone theft, rape, motorcycle theft, and burglary in a series of coordinated operations carried out in November. Crime correspondent Jola Deojo reports.
According to reports, operatives of the Edo State Security Corps attached to the Romeo Axis on November 17th arrested two boys who allegedly raped one Zainab Abraham. The suspects reportedly confessed to the crime and were subsequently handed over to the Oba Market Police Division. In a separate development, operatives in Iruekwen on Thursday, November 27th also arrested two suspects said to be involved in unrelated incident of car snatching and phone theft. Both suspects, apprehended at different times, were immediately transferred to the Iruekwen Police Division for further interrogation. Similarly, operatives under the Ukun sector apprehended a man who allegedly stole a motorcycle from church premises. In another case, a suspect identified as Francis was arrested for cutting iron rods at a building site in Ukun town. The suspect, believed to specialize in vandalizing construction materials, was later handed over to the Ekeadolo Police Division. The Edo State Security Service Corps says all suspects have been transferred to the appropriate police divisions for ongoing investigations. From Benin, Jola Deojo, ITV News.
This is ITV Network News. We'll go on a break. Please stay with us. A community in Benin has begun experiencing rapid development as a leading estate company, EZ Properties Nigeria Limited, commenced land allocation to subscribers of the Times Square ultra-modern estate. The estate, when completed, will feature several top-grade amenities, including first-class lighting facilities, a central water reservoir system, a well-structured layout, a security post, amongst others. Oseze Omogete's report is presented by Efosa Wangwe.
Ugbogobu, located along the Benin-Akure Road, is a major transition area between western and southern Nigeria with a rich cultural blend. This strategic location is one reason subscribers to the EZ Property Estate are already celebrating what they consider a wise investment decision. The chairman, managing director, Mr. Favor Isezobo, shortly before the allocation exercise, reassured all Times Square Estate subscribers that their land ownership is fully secured. He noted that the estate is almost sold out, urging prospective buyers to take advantage of the remaining slots and become part of the EZ Properties success story.
To give our investors value for their money, for everybody who has invested here, your properties have already appreciated by 50%.
Members of the community commended the giant strides of EZ Properties and expressed willingness to continue partnering with the company. Some customers also shared their satisfaction with the terrain, accessibility, and overall location of the estate.
There's one thing to put your money in an investment, and there's another thing for it to be safe and for it to be guaranteed. Here at EZ Properties, your investments are guaranteed and it's also safe.
As at September, I think 2 months ago here, we came to purchase the land. Nothing was done here. But reaching here today now, everywhere is like city. We are encouraging everyone to come and get their land. They are reliable and worthy to be trusted.
I'm the happiest person today, seeing everything genuine, real, no fake. I see they talk for Manaranta, talk for Facebook, talk for all Angat, everything are rich truth as they talk.
EZ Properties reaffirmed its commitment to continuously welcome more prospective buyers and deliver value that meets and surpasses expectations. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
The Deputy General Manager Programs, Independent Television and Radio, Benin City, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun, has been honored for its outstanding contributions to the propagation of the gospel. The award was presented to him on Sunday at St. David's Anglican Church during the church 2025 Harvest Thanksgiving service and award ceremony in Ekwoma, the administrative headquarters of Asan West local government area of Edo State. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omije, who represented him at the event, brings details.
The Harvest Thanksgiving service and award ceremony of St. David's Anglican Church, Ewakwala, was held on Sunday, 23rd November 2025, with the theme, Sacrifice of Peace. The vicar, Venerable Godfrey Imodeme, admonished the congregation and the awardees on the power of sacrifice in the service of God.
When you come to the sacrifice of God, don't need to family meeting. No. Abel did his best. When you pay sacrifice, just hold up for God. God is the one that will come and meet you, not you meet him. The sacrifice of Abel went to God in heaven.
12 distinguished personalities were honored for their remarkable contribution to the growth of the gospel, including the Deputy General Manager, Programs, Independent Television and Radio, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun, who was represented by Edo Central Correspondent, Mr. Chris Omije.
Our brother, Sonny Duke Okosun, as you remember us today, being the month of our Harvest Thanksgiving, the good Lord will remember you. Therefore, we present you this award in the name of God the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Well, we know he's our brother. He lived here before he went to Benin. We know him very well. We know the father, we know the mother. So he's our brother. That's why we invited him.
We are not surprised about the position he's occupying now. We still pray that he will excel. He will go a greater height We know him for his generosity. We know his father very well, very calm man, and so he has taken suit.
The 2025 Harvest Thanksgiving service of the church attracted dignitaries from within and outside Ekpoma. In Ekpoma, Chris Omije, ITV News.
The need for the nation's leadership to adopt diverse strategies to curb the rising rate of insecurity has been emphasized on the audience participation program Politics Today by several political watchers. Afoso Wangwe brings details.
The state of insecurity across the country has become alarming as virtually every region continues to feel its negative impact. This situation has prompted political analysts to urge President Bola Tinubu to focus more attention on practical measures to combat insecurity. A human rights activist, Roy Oribabo, stressed the need for the president to accord greater priority to the fight against insecurity.
The former Boko Haram, they say they have embraced salvation, they have forgotten what they hit at.
They call it repentance, Boko Haram.
And you start absorbing into our security attitude. I think that's the beginning of our problem. We must need to go back at this material time, to go and revisit it. Because that singular action is what we are repeating. There is no place you can conveniently go now you want to sleep with your two eyes closed.
Also speaking, a political analyst, Shadrach Udumba, said that at this critical time, frivolities should be set aside and a serious coordinated strategy be employed to tackle insurgency.
A government at this level will sit down and carry state resources and go and pay go and pay ransom. And come back and tell you that they were not able to bomb them because they saw where they were hiding and they were children there. When you paid and they released the children, you didn't go back to bomb.
Politics Today is an audience participation program aired simultaneously on ITV and radio every Saturday from 10:30 to 11:30 in the morning. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
We quickly turn to sports where Phil Foden scored twice as Manchester City made up ground in Premier League title race after almost blowing a 2-goal lead against strugglers lead. Foden scored the first of his brace with just 59 seconds on the clock, and Josko Gvardiol doubled the advantage in the 25th minute. Dominic Calvert-Lewin led Leeds' fight back as he poked home. Afternoons diverted the ball into his path, and Lucas Mecha converted the second attempt from the penalty spot after Calvert-Lewin had been fouled. Foden instead came to City's rescue with an unerring left foot finish into the bottom left corner in stoppage time. The result moves City up to second in the table, 4 points behind leaders Arsenal, while it is a 6th defeat in 7 top-flight matches for Leeds. In other games, Sunderland came from 2 goals down to beat Bournemouth 3-2 and go fourth in the Premier League table, while Brentford striker Igor Thiago took his tally for the season to 11 goals in 13 games, with a late double as the Bees inflicted a 4th straight defeat on struggling Burnley. And with that sports result, we'll conclude tonight's package of the Network News. A big thank you for staying with us. I'm Daisy Leo Asikidi. Good night.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, what we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So voilà, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Mignot, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity, and religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen a relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think very wisely, decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria, even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, I mean, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany, but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas. There's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gottner-Mignot, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Thank you for joining us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesu Wausau. A lot of us wonder why somebody will sleep and never wake up. Others will just wonder why a healthy person will slump and die immediately. So many of these questions are heavy in our hearts, but how do we go about it? Some would imply other things to it except for medical reasons. So today, we're going to be talking about sudden cardiac deaths. Sudden cardiac deaths, we'll look at the symptoms, if there are any, causes, and probably we'll get some possible cautions to be taken or adhered to so that you don't fall victim to sudden cardiac death. And who are more susceptible to this problem? Is it the male or female, or is it an everybody thing? These and many more we'll be looking at on the program today on Healthy Living. And joining me to discuss this is Dr. Henry Onwalu, a Senior Registrar Cardiology Unit of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital. A pleasure to have you join me today, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. So, like I said, sudden cardiac deaths. What does it mean?
Well, good afternoon, viewers. Just as the name implies, sudden cardiac death. So that suggests an unexpected death that is sudden, usually within an hour of symptoms. And of course, in a patient or in someone with a known or unknown cardiac disease. I say known or unknown because most times people routinely will not go for checkup. So there's an underlying heart problems, but they never knew about it because they didn't get to visit a clinic where a doctor evaluated and said, we have an underlying heart problems. Just managing themselves, pushing through until the day there was an incident, and maybe on autopsy or on further investigation, we discovered that there was an underlying cardiac problem. So that's why we say it is sudden cardiac death.
This one that is sudden, are there symptoms?
Yeah, usually what we call a prodromal phase or signs and symptoms, where the person may feel, unusually weak or fatigue. Sometimes some of them it can come with chest pain, You know, some chest discomfort or chest pain that cannot really be so clear. Just feel some chest discomfort. You know, some of them may have what we call palpitation.
Okay.
You know, a sudden awareness of one's heart. Usually, the heart beats 247. You don't get to know that your heart is beating. I think you don't get to be aware of the beatings of the heart. But when one begins to feel or be aware of the heartbeats, that's what we refer to as palpitation.
Like what kind of feeling should that person have?
As the heart is pulsating, you hear, you are aware that my heart is beating too fast, or it's beating irregularly.
You know, sometimes there is this feeling of fear, and the heart will suddenly jump. Other times, it could just jump for no reason at all. According to laymen like us, for no reason at all. You say, why is my heart beating like this? There's nothing pushing you, or there's nothing that took you by surprise to have caused that kind of palpitation, but you just feel it. And other times you see people just said, hold on to their hearts, and then the next thing they slump and die. So
such is a pointer to why somebody should get evaluated properly. For instance, it's not normal. I usually would not feel that heart jumping. Usually would not feel that heart, you know, beating too fast. And for no reason you are feeling it. Well, it's okay when somebody is anxious. That could be physiological. Or when somebody is, you know, exerting himself, or maybe somebody that is running. When you run, the physiological response of the heart is you feel your heart beating faster. And for this one, for no reason, you're just going about your normal activity, which you would do before. And you can feel the heart, you know, jumping, like you say, that's what we call palpitation. That suggests that this all is not well. So that one should visit.
But unfortunately, even at that, I've seen it happen. And say, oh, what I need is a bottle of soft drink. Let me not promote them now. A bottle of soft drink and some water, I'll be fine. You know, I've seen it happen to somebody, and the person just took a bottle of soft drink and said, okay, I think I'm good, without thinking of going to the hospital. You know, the hospital is usually the last place every person will want to visit. And that on its own is, I think that on its own is a pandemic already, because people don't go to hospital until it is quarter past. So now let us look at those with underlying ailment that should be aware of this problem.
Yeah, usually with people with, there are things we call risk factors. Risk factors means what are the conditions that predispose one to having a sudden cardiac death.
Okay.
And so we could categorize it as nutritional. You can even say genetic. When you say nutritional, things like excessive alcohol comes in here. Of course, excessive alcohol, some persons will have their hearts racing and jumping. And sometimes there are some drinks referred to as energy drinks. I don't want to mention some names now. You know, those drinks,
please don't mention. We just know the energy drinks, sport drinks.
They make you feel alert, energetic. Even sometimes you don't sleep. But if you look in, some persons could take as much as more than they should take, and they will be wondering, the way my heart is beating, it's not regular.
But nowadays, people live on it, especially young men. You see them carrying it in water cans and
some get
in
lucky.
all kind of bottles.
Some get
but that
lucky.
is what they live on.
Some get lucky. They know that, oh, it is each time I take this, I feel this symptom, and they stop. And you know, when you take away the trigger or the assault, it means that the injury is off, and then the person will be free. But someone may not know, just keep taking it and taking it. And before know what's happening, there's a problem. That's why I said nutrition comes in, the energy drink, the excessive alcohol. Then for some reasons, you know, when you talk about malnutrition, we have what we call micronutrient malnutrition, things like magnesium particularly. For some studies, you know, it's been observed that when the magnesium intake is low, it can predispose to a nutritional factor causing sudden cardiac death.
For the purpose of educating the public, can you please break down this magnesium intake?
Most times when we take our food, you know, we talk of balance. That's why we talk about fruits. Sometimes we say take supplements. If one goes for a routine screening and the magnesium level is low, there are some reasons we say, okay, let's do micronutrient screening. And if it's low, they will give you some supplements, and of course, take some fruits. Most of the food we eat, all those things we put, some of them have some of these micronutrients in the amount that is sufficient for the body. But if for some reasons there's, you know, we're not having balanced diet and there's some malnutrition from micronutrients, then we'll put in supplements.
In this economy, we are talking about getting our tummy filled, not balanced diet now.
But most times, some of the things we need for the balanced diet are things that we could help ourselves with. As simple as having a garden, you know, once in a while putting fruits in your diet, those little things that we may just commonize, they really may not be so difficult to assess. And we don't need so much from these micronutrients just to be well nourished. Then things like genetic factors.
Okay.
In genetic factors, a lot has to do with genetic factors because for some reasons it just runs in some family. You know, if in some family you have this history of people having sudden cardiac death, people just slump and they are no more, they slump, and particularly when it's multiple, that suggests that every member of that family should come for screening. So we can pick the problem earlier and then begin to see how we can manage the risk factors. It's not the person's fault, that in some families, for some reasons, we have what we call hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. The heart's just excessively thickened. It's not your fault, but being aware, you know, one anticipates.
And it's not a village people thing.
Not necessarily.
Because that is what we usually attribute it to.
Not necessarily. Medically speaking, it's a genetic factor. That's why I said nutritional factor. I've explained that. I've talked about genetic factor. Now we're talking about what some of them, we call them long QT syndrome. For some reasons, the electrical transmission in the heart, you know, because of some structural malfunction or abnormality of the genetic makeup. So the conduction is not smooth, it's longer, like you say, long QT syndrome. And that's predisposed to abnormal conduction. And that can cause a sudden cardiac arrest, and that's sudden cardiac death. And we have acquired, we have congenital. Of course, for the acquired, there are some drugs that can prolong the QT interval. So such drugs, in some conditions, are avoided. So there are some tests we do when the QT is prolonged. Some of those drugs are avoided because that can lead to sudden cardiac death in a patient that already have a background problem. You know, then there are a lot of others. So we talk about genetic. We talk about I've mentioned nutritional.
Yes, you have.
We have what we call arrhythmias. Arrhythmias still talks about the electrical conduction of the heart because the heart works by both the mechanical and the electrical. That's what keeps the heart working. So with the electrical components, if there's any problem in the transmission, what we call arrhythmia, it's like somebody, when you say somebody is having what we call convulsion epilepsy, sometimes in this transmission in the heart, there's some disruption or abnormal flow. So that abnormal flow is what we call arrhythmia. One of them is what we call premature, I'm sorry for using a lot of medical
terms. No, go ahead. Well,
premature ventricular contraction. If an ECG is done, sometimes it can be occasional, not to worry. But for some time, if it is maybe having it occurring like 10 times in an hour, that's significant. And that can give an idea of this person is at risk of sudden cardiac death. So having that, evaluating arrhythmia can help us know and categorize. So there are a lot of other risk factors, but for time, just
okay, there's one I'm going to ask you after this short break. All right, the program is Healthy Living on Independent Television. We'll take a very short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with questioning the doctor so that we can get answers to our problems. We'll take that short break now. All right, thank you everyone for staying tuned. We're still on Healthy Living, and I'm talking with Dr. Onwualu. All right, doctor, what is the relationship between obesity and sudden cardiac death?
Yeah, you know, the list, I didn't exhaust all the list for risk factors causing sudden cardiac death. Well, we have modifiable risk factors and non-modifiable risk factors. One of such is things like genetic factor. You don't determine your genetic components. You're giving birth to that way. Things like your age.
But we can manage it.
Well, identifying it helps us
to manage
and try and see how we can avoid things that can trigger it. But we have no control. Things like increasing age is a risk factor for sudden cardiac death. So we have no control. We age per second. But the second that goes by, I'm getting older, I'm not getting any younger. So you have no control over that. But things like weight, what is obesity? The body mass index is one of the criteria we use to define obesity, either abdominal girth or body mass index. Either way you see it, those are things we use to objectively assess obesity. So if we go by BMI, obesity means that the weight for height is more than, most times we say 25 and above to 29.9, according to WHO, we say it's overweight. Then anything 30 and above, we say it's obesity. So this poses a risk for coronary heart disease, cardiovascular disease, and of which, once there's a cardiovascular disease, that means that there's a background underlying heart problem. and that's a risk factor for sudden cardiac death. So that's the relationship between obesity and sudden cardiac death. So for obesity also, you know, one of the things that it's modifiable. We have we have the opportunity to shed off some weight.
Work on it.
That's why I classify it as it's classified as a modifiable risk factor, unlike the increasing age, genetic components, and the others that are not modifiable. So this one is modifiable.
Okay, instances where people sleep and don't wake up again. Could it be cardiac arrest or cardiac sudden death?
Good. Now, well, cardiac arrest could lead to sudden cardiac death. Don't forget, when they say cardiac arrest, it means that the heart stops. And for the period the heart stops, there may be some injury. Whether I like it or not, when there's an abrupt cut-off of the oxygen and blood supply, because even the heart itself requires blood supply and oxygen. You know, the particular area or segment supplied suffers some injury. So there's some micro scar, depending on the level of damage that has occurred there. And when that occurs, that's to say that that place will malfunction. And so that's why I say there's a link between the cardiac arrest leading to sudden cardiac death. But however, the defining factor there is that there's a background cardiac disease before you can talk about the sudden cardiac death.
So when people sleep and don't wake up, is a problem
now,
too?
when people sleep and don't wake up, if there's a background heart problem, sleeping and don't wake up could mean that the sudden cardiac death occurred while asleep. And things like heart attack, if an heart attack occurs during sleep, and depending on the severity, what we call myocardial infarction, what we refer to as heart attack in the layman's word, is that there is some occlusion of the blood supply to a particular region of the heart. So the degree of the occlusion defines the severity of the ischemia. So if it is an acute myocardial infarction, that means the occlusion is at least 70%, 80%, 90%, almost completely blocked. And when that happens, it shows that that part of the heart is compromised, and there may not be recovery.
Okay, does this also happen in children?
Yeah, it is rare, but when it does happen in children, then most likely it is a genetic component that is contributing. All those genetic abnormalities like the long QT syndrome, the Brugada syndrome, when those ones are occurring, most times below 35 years. Then, otherwise, it's like I said, increasing age is one of the strong risk factors. As we grow older, the vessels are sclerosed, you know, the heart is old. And for most times, people that already have a background heart problem, for instance, heart failure. Somebody that has heart failure suggests that the person is also at risk of having a sudden cardiac death, particularly when the ejection fraction, because when we do a scan of the heart, what we call echocardiography, we are able to assess for the systolic function by the ejection fraction. If it is less than 30, that is an indicator of a high risk for sudden cardiac death.
You know, all of this will be difficult for layman to understand, except you go to the hospital. And it's not something you can diagnose yourself.
No, you have to be evaluated. That's why, for instance, somebody maybe somebody close to you now may be walking or being around you at work, but you observe that this person is always easily getting tired. But the person is managing. Such person shouldn't manage. You should just visit and say, I observed that recently I'm not as strong as I used to be. I easily get fatigued. Maybe the person is overweight. That's another reason to say, oh, I'm overweight, I'm usually getting fatigued. Let me just walk in for a check. This is not how I used to feel. And you may be surprised, you go in for that check and they say, oh, the ejection fraction of the heart is low. And of course, there are some drugs we can give to improve the function of the heart, shed off some weight. There's some injection we can give to shed off some weight. There's some things we can do to improve the overall function. And then that risk factor is controlled. And that delays the consequences that would have happened if the person had not come for that checkup. So the message here is, when we don't feel well enough, when we feel unwell, when the body gives signals, because most time the body will give signals, and we recognize those signals, we are advised to walk into the general practice and have a general check.
You know, being on this program is like doing advocacy too. But unfortunately, you are Nigerian, I'm Nigerian. You work in a hospital, you know that most cases come from the emergency units. Until somebody is almost gone, we find it difficult to go to hospital. And the problem of this world is so much that anything can happen to anybody at any time. Somebody can just fall suddenly in the market and the person is gone. And people don't come to help. The next, everybody's bringing out phone to come and Let's see what's happening. You're videoing the person instead of calling for help. And then ambulance services is another thing. The 911, the emergency number thing is another crazy thing in this part of the world. We don't really have it.
I know we used to have some emergency ambulances I see at, but I don't know if they're still functional.
I think those ones are still there.
Fine. So thanks to
but it should be everywhere.
Our environment, we have that. However, well, it is what we are faced with. And that now will be a pointer to self-help, what you can do to prevent it, do. One of the risk factors I didn't mention was psychosocial.
Okay.
Psychosocial risk factor is something that we may be able to control. Things like things that can necessarily make you depressed, you avoid them, because depression is a risk factor for cardiac.
Okay.
Things like maybe, for instance, you know, well, your socio-economic status, really, you don't have any control over that. But just try and work harder to improve, because most times some of these things happen more in the low socio-economic status. Yes, maybe because, I don't know, the people high up there are able to afford medical, they're able to access healthcare easily because they are more empowered. So maybe that's why it occurs more in the low socio-economic status than the higher socio-economic
Even for some of those who can afford it, hospital is the last place they want to go to. Rather, we'll go to church. We'll go and faith it out.
Well, yeah.
So relationship between faith and medicine.
It has to be, there has to be a balance. There has to be a balance. Why there has to be a balance? Even if you want to faith it out, you should even know what is wrong before you faith it out. And if you know what is wrong, you're faithing it out, you know what you're faithing. So you can't know what is wrong if you're not evaluated. So I will still explain further that maybe ignorance may be the problem. What are you faithing when you don't even know what is wrong?
What is wrong?
And so I don't think there should be any clash. It's just ignorance, maybe. Because if you feel unwell, you need to be told why you are feeling unwell. So you are not working, get evaluated and say, okay, this is what
I don't think ignorance is an excuse, because a lot of us are very good churchgoers. I believe in miracles, I do. So don't get me wrong, please. I believe in miracles, but you have to know, like you said, you have to know what is wrong with you before you can ask for a miracle on what is wrong with you. All right, Doctor, before we leave, then, can you just please tell every one of us, particularly those of us who don't like hospitals. I don't like hospitals, but I try my best possible to do all that I can. Tell us what to do. How should we look at our hearts before we start running to the hospital? Tell us how the heart should function, what we should look out for, and how to generally take care of ourselves so that we don't become victim of our own mistakes. In the next 30 seconds, can you do that for us?
Yeah, I can do that. Well, the summary of all we've just said is be aware of your health, know your numbers, know your body.
Okay.
You feel any slight change you cannot explain. You don't have to like the hospitals. And most times you don't have to have emergency per se before you walk in. We have what we call the wellness clinic. You just walk in, I just keep my routine. I make it a habit once in a year to go for general check.
Like a birthday gift to yourself.
Yes, and know your numbers. What are the numbers you should know? Know your BMI.
Okay.
Know your blood pressure.
Okay.
Know your fasting blood glucose.
Okay.
Know your cholesterol, at least this basic 4. Your BMI will help you know how you should discipline yourself to trim your weight down and your diet. Your blood pressure will help you know if you need an intervention to work on your BP or not.
Okay.
Your fasting blood sugar will help you know if you need to control that sugar. And of course, your cholesterol will help you know if you need to control your cholesterol.
Okay.
And if you can do this on your routine check at least once in a year, then at least you've done the minimum you should do.
All right, Doctor. Thank you so much for finding time to be with us. Today we cannot take calls. We hardly take calls on TV, but we can take calls on radio, and we do that on Thursday. So let me get this promise from you that we'll do this on Thursday on radio. Yes, Doctor, yes. Thank you so much for saying yes. All right, people, this is what we're going to do today. Know your cholesterol level, know your BMI, know your sugar level, know your heart rate level, know everything that you need to know about yourself. And I will let you know that it does not cost much. There's a wellness clinic at UBTH. It's a government hospital. I'm not promoting that hospital. I've used it, and I think you can use it too. Hopefully the strike will be over soon, and people will go about their normal activities again in the hospital. So thank you, Dr. Nwalu, for finding time to be with us. So we'll see you again on Thursday, and that will be on radio. Until then, please take care of yourself. Don't drink too much. There are some sport drinks you should not even go close to, okay? All of this will damage your life if you are not careful. Bye-bye.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to Youth Perspective on Independent Television. I am Joy Obaisiago, and as you know, on this special program we talk about societal issues and then we'll look at them from the youth perspective. And today we are looking at the topic, breaking the siege of silence. I know you're probably wondering, breaking what silence? Yes, breaking the silence of abuse, the need to decenter the culture of abuse, and how survivors can actually overcome any form of shame. This discussion can be very, very triggering. That is a warning right there, and also very interesting. So stay with us. And when I say stay with us, I have here with me Naomi Agbonlaho. Thank you very much for joining me today on this program.
Good afternoon, Joy. Thank you for having me.
And I also have a very handsome man here with me. You know, I'm used to this one, Momo Lawa. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Joy, inviting me to your program.
Talking about abuse, you know, when you look at it, you see that there are different aspects. A lot of persons do not really understand abuse, or have physical abuse, or have emotional abuse, and you know, it might also interest you to know that, you know, neglect can also be an abuse. And today we're going to look at abuse. What does abuse really mean? A lot of people don't understand, and how can we actually, you know, see these signs? How can we understand that, okay, this thing that's happening around here is actually abuse? Naomi, what is actually abuse? How would you define abuse?
Okay. Thank you, Joy, for the question. For me, I would say an abuse is any force that you have on someone. It can be controlling, either mentally or emotionally, or even physically, overpowering someone, compelling them to do something they don't want to do, is an abuse for me.
Oh wow. Mr. Momo, you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I think she said it all. Any act that intends to, you know, control or harm or intimidate another person, whether it is physically, emotionally, or mentally, one can also call that an abuse. Yeah. So that happens sometimes, even in a relationship with people, even at the workplace. Abuse happens every now and then. It could come in different forms. It could be a form of maybe unwanted touches. It could be, you know, talking to people in ways that they do not even accept or they wouldn't like, you know. So that's different forms of abuse and how they can happen in our real life.
Yeah. So let's emphasize, because I'm very interested in sexual abuse.
Okay.
You've talked about, you know, treating people in a way that they don't really appreciate to be treated. So let's talk about sexual abuse, because some persons will be like, oh yeah, I'm trying to, you know, have a conversation with this person in terms of having to have a relationship with this person. At what point can someone actually, you know, recognize that this has gone beyond just me, you know, having to listen to this person and trying to see that this person wants to do a relationship with me?
Okay.
At what point do they really, you know, recognize? Like I said, what are those signs? Those signs, like physically, can you just break it down for us?
For me, I think in a relationship, when you now see, it may come in small forms. I mean, when you see someone that is trying to control what you wear, you know, where you go to, who you are with, how much you even spend, it could start very small. Well, sometimes it can, you know, go in a big form, and then it becomes an abuse. And you say, at what point do somebody now say that this is an abuse? You know, for me, I think consent generally is the line here. So when consent is abused or rather ignored, or is not even considered, maybe you talk in the workplace. Let's take a workplace for example, and you're talking to a female colleague, and maybe I'm talking to a female colleague, and I hold her hand in a certain way that she said, I do not like this. I mean, she does not give consent to me holding her hand in such a way. I should be able to respect that and say, okay, I'm sorry, I apologize real quick, and you know, stop doing that act. You know, stop. It also happens with even male folks. You know, so sometimes the abuse is always shifted to the female gender. But for us male, you know, sometimes a lady may just come and, you know, want to hold you or touch you in certain ways that it's not what you like. It's not your thing. You know, so you can just, you know, quietly tell the person, I don't like this. So for me, when you now see signs like someone is trying to be controlling, intimidating, it could also be verbally, you know, saying things that can intimidate you verbally, trying to abuse you, or even, you know, sometimes they may even, you know, bring this whole abuse in form of a joke. You know, the harassment can come as a joke, an insultive joke, but then it's people are now, you know, it's just a joke, but then it could later now move into full-blown abuse.
Talking about consent,
yeah.
And how can you actually reconcile consent and, you know, verbal abuse? Because that's something that you cannot, looking at it in reality, you think to an extent, can you actually control that? Naomi, you want to add something to that?
Yes, for me, I feel you can actually control your consent. Like you said, if someone is touching or talking to you in a manner you do not like, you have the right to say, I do not like this. Do not touch me. There should be a point where you learn to draw the boundaries. You get, And if you disrespect me for telling you that I do not like this, I have the right to do whatever I feel or whatever I feel is right at that particular time for me to do. If it's necessary, like using the workplace as an example, I can report it to a higher authority. Do you get? And if you happen to be the higher authority, I can actually draw the line of saying, okay, fine, if I don't want to come in contact with this person again, I just have to leave this environment, this vicinity, so it can stop. Really, there is actually a time where you can draw the line. And when you are drawing the line, be firm with your yes and be firm with your no. Let your no be your no. When you are saying your no, don't say, no, Joe, don't touch me again. Let you start, like, be firm with your word, like, no, I do not like this. When you are firm with your word and in the manner and approach in which you pass that message to the person, if the person is sensible enough, the person should be able to tell that, okay, fine, this particular person do not like this, then I should stop.
You want to add something?
I'm just adding to what she said, the no part. You know, sometimes this no, I've seen a situation whereby the no was not even pronounced, it was not even said, because this victim was scared, like was astonished, was shocked that did it just happen? Why would this man just, you know, tap me in my butt? Did it just happen? So before the victim is even saying no, the person may think it's something that the person liked, that the lady liked. But then that fear that person is not able to speak up at that time does not mean consent. Okay, it doesn't mean that the person actually likes what he's doing. So it's always good to have clear communications to understand. I'm sorry, I was walking past you and I mistakenly tapped you. I didn't do that intentionally. And all of that. Maybe the lady can ask, no, I like that. Don't worry, it's okay, it's good. Then that is consent. So it's no longer abuse. But when that is, you know, taking. Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. You should understand that this person does not really like such an act or any play of that kind of form.
Oh yeah, that takes us past the strategies. So yeah, moving forward, you know, if you are to be in a let's say that we're not, let's say we're not the victim of this particular situation now.
Okay.
If you are to be in a setting where things like this happen, let's put ourselves, now we're the society. How do you respond to that? If you see that a lady or probably a man or a guy is going through some sort of abuse, do you think that society has the best response to things like that so far? Momo.
Okay. Currently, society does not really help. I want to say that from my own point of view, society is not really helping so much, because people tend to, you know, instead of, you know, understand this, the case or whatever the person, the victim is saying, instead of just listening, people tend to judge. So it's always good to listen first and, you know, be proactive before you now start judging. People start asking questions like, what was she wearing in case of rape? What was she wearing, and why did he or she not shout? Because it also happens to male figures. So why did this person not shout? Why did the person not report on time? Blah blah blah. So we have many reasons why society, you know, failed. But I'm going to just say this: in rare cases, just rare cases, we have this accusation, or when people, you know, make false accusation on people. And then that victim, that person that is now being victimized, you know, if this also it does not only affect that person that is, you know, being falsely accused, it also affects the real victims out there of several kind of abuse. Because now people now tend, it's now very difficult for one to actually believe any story that may come out because of these rare cases of you know, forced abused people that come around and say that this was happened to me and this did not really happen to them. So that is maybe that may be a reason why society is, you know, tend to always trying to, you know pick, but that is not enough reason. Okay, it's always good for us to, you know, listen to what this person is saying, open arms and welcome them, create a space whereby they can actually talk freely, and then look for ways to act on that as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so Naomi, response measures, how do you think this, do you actually think that society actually responds to issues like this, especially workplace abuse and, you know, rape and things like that?
Okay. For me recently, someone spoke to me about an abuse. It wasn't sexually. This is an abuse of physical abuse, husband to wife. And when she said it, the first thing I did was to listen. After I listened, I asked questions like, what did you do? Why did you do that? And at the end of the day, I knew I was not in a position to judge this case or to render help, but at least I did listen to this person. And the only thing I could do was to refer that friend to an agency that I know is against the gender abuse and marital violence and all those things. And in the end, when I was getting a report from her, I was like, Did you go there? Did you still talk to them? She said she did. And after she explained everything to them, and the lady there was like, why you go even do that kind of thing? Do you get? Yeah. So if the society, an agency like that is asking why you could do that kind of thing, so you are actually telling the person to keep quiet and not to come out again to say such a thing. And then when the person told me, I just told her, I say, not mind them. Normally, now waiting they go do, but as you have spoken at, it is good. Then from then we can now look at ways in which we can help, you know, individually to bring out people from that environment, from that scenario, from that abuse. So for me, I feel when the society is listening and then giving them the courage to continue to speak up and not go back to that same situation, that same abuse, or to that same person who keep abusing them, or whichever way, I believe we'll be able to make something out of it. First of all, we just need to listen to them, replace their fear with strength, encourage them. When you encourage them, when you give them the strength, when you give them the encouragement and everything that they need, I believe more people will come out, and then the society will be able to welcome them and respond to them effectively.
So talking about rape and sexual abuse, you know, especially in relationship, now you're already intimate with this person. How can you actually decipher that? How can you, you know, differentiate, or rather, I don't really know how to put it, but I know you guys understand what I'm trying to say. Like, you're already intimate with this person. You're in a relationship with this person. Now, there's some kind of, you know, scenario that looks like rape. How can you actually manage such situations? And a lot of people might even be in such situations, but they cannot really tell that this is really an abuse. But just because they are already intimate with that person, so it is now as though it is a normal thing. So can you speak on that, Momo?
Yeah, you know, relationship whereby you now hear cases like I was raped by my fiance. It may be rare, it may come as a surprise to you because you're saying, are you guys not in a relationship? Why are you not saying you raped me and all of that? You know, I'm going to share a story real quick about a friend of mine that struggled in a relationship, struggled with this girl that he wanted to, you know, get married to. Why was it? Because previous relationship that he had, she was abused. And even while they were together, this is years back, and while they were together with this new guy who they were about to get married, whenever this guy, you know, they're together, he wants to touch her, she has this shock. She still remembers. She even goes into, like, gets shocked, and she calls the other guy's name, the former person. Trauma. The trauma affected this relationship so much, and then so it's something that, you know, we really need to speak about and, you know, about. Yeah, when you say consent is actually very, very, very key. You know, you may be with somebody, you may be intimate with that person, and maybe you're having a fight, and the person says, I don't want you to touch me this night. You should be able to respect that. Not trying to force your way into it, say nobody would believe you, or think we're actually having fun, no matter the screams. So it happens both ways, even with guys too. You may not believe it. A guy may say, I don't want you to touch me, and the woman will say, it's a lie, I must touch you because this is how I want. I don't want to go further. If you don't, this is society. I'm not saying it's not common. Did I say common? I'm not judging common factor. You are society now, you are laughing at this thing. I'm saying that it happens to guys. So if you are society, you're telling us that it's not valid, or how valid is that? That means guys actually go through that.
Question.
Okay.
How valid can you?
If it wasn't valid, I won't come on national television to start sharing this.
Of course, you have to break it down and make us understand. Because
how should I break it down? How the guy was saying no, and the lady was thinking no is yes.
Because
it depends on how the guy said no.
This might be kind of strange to some certain persons that a man saying no.
Yeah, men will say no.
Because, you know, people believe that, you know, men are always ready to embrace as far as, you know, they are in a relationship with someone.
I believe that's why we have youth perspective program that come to.
When I say how valid is that, can you defend that, you know, more? Just buttress on it.
Yes, it's valid when a guy tells the lady, I do not want, and the lady keep pestering the guy, and then even go as far as using every other means to, you know, affect. The lady can even, you know, I don't want to say change it on the guy and say it's guy that is harassing the person. And sometimes this whole abuse may happen to a relationship where the victim would not even know that it's been abused. We call it the Stockholm syndrome, whereby someone is, say again.
Go ahead.
Yeah, whereby someone is, you know, maltreating you in such a way because of maybe the financial benefit you are getting from this person, or the emotional, or however the person is teasing you. yeah, you just feel, or maybe the fear of, if it's maybe is in a marriage, the fear of who's going to take care of my children? Am I going to leave after this? Let me just manage this. After all, it just slaps me once in a while. So people just allow this to happen. That's how it happens in a relationship. So it's very valid. Both genders actually go through abuse even whilst in a relationship. So don't discard that. Joe.
Yeah, that works. And with that, we're going to take a very short break, and then when we come back, continue on this discussion. Stay with us. All right, welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Youth Perspective on Independent Television, and right here we've been talking about breaking the siege of silence. We've talked about how you can be, how survivors can actually overcome shame, speak out, and how you can identify abuse when you see one. So moving forward, Mr. Momo.
Yeah.
At some point you talked about financial abuse. Controlling someone's finances. Can you just break it down? Can you make us understand, like, I'm working for my money, and because I'm in a relationship with someone, they are controlling my money that I am working for?
Does it sound strange to you? It happens.
Can you talk about
that happens where maybe in some cases, maybe if the lady is earning more, or the guy is ending in a particular way. I want to use ladies because I think this is more common with ladies. Financial abuse in terms that, man is a provider, and then it can come in both ways, in a way that, telling you what to spend your money on, telling you what to buy. It should be form of a suggestion rather than saying, if you don't buy this, I'm not going to, So the woman is now subjected to saying, I want to do this, but because we have to. The women are supposed to be submissive to their husbands, right? But then it can be so much that the woman will not even have a breathing space. And also, it can also be that the financial abuse can also be that with the man, the husband, will release funds to the woman because of one thing that happened or one or two things that may happen before. That's another form of abuse. So, but then why I use financial abuse was because some persons may choose to, some victims may choose to stay in that relationship because of the financial gains that they are getting. And some persons may just be scared that they go out to society may not even hear them. They'll be ashamed of the stigma that may come from, expressing these things. So say, now let you 9 day. If you're not fit, me, you come out, another person go enter. Such comments shouldn't be coming from a human being, talking of a man or a woman. So I like to always tell people that you should, instead of just judging or rushing to conclusion, you should listen to what this survivor is saying, because I call them survivors. If you can come out and, speak against or talk about what you've been through, you're a survivor. So listen to what you are saying, what the person is saying, and try to understand and listen first, then you can maybe judge later if you want to. I don't think we need to judge. Let's do the judging part and see how we can actually address this holistically.
So Naomi, coming from a woman's perspective, can you talk on that?
From a woman's perspective, like me generally, I love to have my money, and I believe every woman wants to work and have their own money. We should be financially independent. We shouldn't depend on man for our daily upkeep. So coming from what he said, saying being controlling about your finance, I don't think a man or a husband has the right to control the wife's or the girlfriend or the fiance's finance. It is not ideal. Your money is your money. She's not controlling you, so you have no right to control hers. If I'm just going to say, I will say probably because maybe in this scenario, the woman might not be working and we need to depend on the man for everything. That is when that financial abuse comes in for me. If I'm not working and I'm in an abusive relationship and I don't have any means of surviving when I live there, I will want to stay. You cannot control me with your finance and how I spend it when you give it to me. But if I have my money and I still want to stay alive, I want to be a survivor, like he said, I should be able to work out and not restrict myself to that person.
As a woman, how do you manage that situation when you find yourself in a situation where you see that your partner is trying to financially abuse the person?
I'll walk away. That would just be me. I will walk away because I still tell you, you have no right to control my finance.
Okay, moving forward, we've talked about sexual abuse, and we cannot just round up that discussion without you know, linking it up with the digital abuse.
Okay, bully, cyber bully.
Yes, especially there's one that they call sextortion right now. When someone gets somebody's nudes and then you know, you're going to extort them with that.
Blackmail, yeah.
Yeah. So how do you think society can manage this? Looking at it from the youth perspective, we're youth, so a lot of people that go through these things, you know, are youth also. So let's talk to ourselves. Momo.
Well, I feel in that particular scenario, if you want to, you know, as an engineer, if I want to solve a problem, I like to do for the root cause. So how would anybody get my news in the first place? It's either I share it to them, or whilst we are alone, we are recording or making pictures or videos of that, you know, our naked bodies. And so I think the first thing is to, you know, prevent anybody from doing that. Do not share, even if it's a one-time view, or I don't know how you guys do it, or you say the person doesn't want to take a screenshot or blah blah blah. It's quite risky. So if you subject yourself to that, it means that first you are to be blamed, but then let's see how we can move on from that. So now the thing is to, I believe we can, you know, put strict laws in place, you know, for things like this. If we hear a case whereby someone is being, you know, in this kind of category, in this kind of situation, we should put laws, and they should be reprimanded and, you know, taken to the prison to, you know, get lots of justice. I think that can actually help in curbing, you know, this sextortion, like you called it, and that's a good approach in my own opinion.
Well, I'll take that as your last words for today's episode. So, Naomi, talk to us on that.
For me, why would you want to share your nude pictures or videos with someone? Even if it's a boyfriend, even if it's your father, even if it's your mother, you have no rights, because
what if it's your husband?
You cannot control their phones.
What if it's your husband?
My husband cannot even ask me for that. I would be wondering, why would he need it when I am with you always?
What if it's a long distance relationship and the husband is not there?
I will still not share.
As a person to usually take this to just let it be pleasing.
I will not share, because I don't know, my mind, the way I think, and I might just feel that it is just me and you.
Okay.
You are with the phone, yes. But what if you have another phone recorded from behind and they are seeing everything? And it might not even be those that record it, most cases. You might see that their friend might just get their phone and they're probably going through it without phone lock, or, you know, they have different lock on phone. We have on WhatsApp. You can decide to lock your WhatsApp, your Facebook, your everything. So people, external persons will not get access to it. So if at the end of the day, this person that takes record or take pictures of your nude and you don't have a phone lock, a friend comes and picks it, sees the picture, shares it to his own phone, another person goes and share, another person goes and share. At the end of the day, your phone, your picture is reaching the whole world without you knowing. And then by the time it's coming to you, you are, I don't know, for me, I'll become sick all of a sudden, because a lot will be going through my head. It will disturb me. So for me not to go through that process in my life, for me not to go through emotional damage or emotional torture, I will not share my nude pictures, and I will not advise anybody to take my nude pictures. If you do, I will arrest you. I'll sue you.
All right, that's on the lighter note there. Viewers, you've heard from our guest today that you can actually, you know, help yourself, especially survivors. If you see that you're going through situations that, you know, seem like these signs and symptoms that we've shared with you today, you know, it is always okay to reach out to people. You know, like some persons say, once you share it with someone, that alone reduces the burden of that, you know, abuse. And with that, we round up today's episode. Thank you so much for always joining us. I am Joy Obaisiagmo. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Certainly the best.
Good evening. How body be? I hope say body tranga for inside cloth. The program when they watch now, Udwota. What be Udwota? Udwota means heart of the matter. And this evening we reach now from Independent Television. And every Thursday, this kind of time, now would always come here. And why would they come here? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Thursday morning, you don't hear different Queen's English. But from today and tomorrow, you can't hear Pidgin English. Because yes, now the what would they come for this side? Lingua Franca. We are local palace, so we say we take the yarn. And you know, say the same when people talk to people, people understand. Now we're there for here for inside the program, and then Ima at Mololo, and we'll do things the way they're supposed to be. I hope say body tranga for inside cloth that don't fit talk camp, and we'll totalize now this evening. We'll make sure say all of us now we'll go yarn together to ensure say everything when we talk today is sync. Yes, for the past 1 week, many things they happen for inside Nigeria. So the president of Nigeria will go G20 meeting for South Africa, no coffee go. From kidnap of guests for Kebbi to the ones when we say the kidnap again for Niger State, 303 and teachers. Can't reach the one we say they can't kidnap for church. When we say they will stream live for Kwara State. After they don't do the first Kwara own, those ones they come out, they kidnap another one again. Many things don't happen. So the whole thing, it gets as it be. Fear don't enter bush. So they talk for worry. Say fear don't enter bush. So and that one let me come here this evening. See, maybe we see young small. What will be the way forward? Few days ago, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu can declare emergency on security. What will be the implication of this emergency when we say declare and how where we would go? He can't do so many things. He even can't say okay, he can't even withdraw police from VIPs, about 100,000 police. When we say they cover VIP, when they do VIP, can't withdraw them. Now you don't do so many things. So now all of those things, one look this evening for inside the program. Okay, first of all, one of our very own, San Okoro Baraye, he did with us for inside studio. San Baraye.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. This now our brother, now one political analyst. He don't dig on ground for a very long time, and just this afternoon with the yesterday, now he be the PRO for the local government. So
thank you so much, my brother.
Why?
Don't taste more.
It don't taste more.
I greet you.
You know they come for night again.
Thank you so
you
much.
And
we will come now.
You and Akobe.
Akobe, yes.
You and Akobe, we all they do for night.
So
we're not going to come again.
No, you go call us and we will come now. We will begin come now.
Okay. So okay, via Zoom, we expect one of our brother Kingsley Ose Obo, all the way from UK. He will also join us when we take a look at the issues as they be. Kingsley, good evening, sir.
Yeah, Emmanuel, good evening, Apollo. I greet you now.
How you doing?
We dey fine, no?
Okay, I hope say body tranga for inside cloth.
Yes, so we thank God.
All right, so make we start from studio. All right, just the last few days, few weeks for Nigeria, where would they go? Security-wise.
The truth, we know if we hide down. The truth, no say we could not talk on. The government don't fail when it concerns security. One way thing Baba Bola they do this time now, you see, I say even Buhari do more. Remember, I say Buhari other people go say go do this one. Later I come talk say you don't even know say them not go. Buhari too don't fair withdraw. This police come up from. Don't do everything. The truth be say they know what thing they happen. They just want. You know what you be say make you take play. The government be want you security take play. Later they take on overpower them. They want you to do something, they can't go overpower them. Because the shame now when come even reach out now be say, you go see and now say, for the police to talk, say many people can't join police. Nobody want to join again. No. Before now waiting the street people for body, I want to go join police. Because people don't say and now say, now kill that they kill them. You go see and now say, the truth to know also they our security system. Imam, we could tell ourselves the truth. The person when you and join police the same day, you come from this side, that person come from the other side, when they call northern side. That person for the northern side go this IG. Now God go save you if you go reach inspector or even sergeant. Are you get it? Now even for your qualification, if you even better pass that person. But those people don't look for qualification. If we two want enter school today, now your picking score 300, you need benefit of say no one give up. The one when they want give for that side, when they come, you just score 120, 130. Now that country that with this. So when they use this thing, they play, then they think say that they use and do one side. Now they think overpower everybody. They just they pretend. They don't say we sit down for what they call gunpowder. People just they pretend. Because they listen to read just when I say out of the 30 something, let's say 34 local government when they or that Katsina, where the former president was there. Yes. Over 20 now. Don't agree. They don't give themselves. Yes. Say, we go work with our bandits. I beg. We go work with now. Make wahala. No, they beg. They beg. It goes to tell you, say, that state itself don't they controlled by bandits. We can't hide that. Like, don't they there. So even at least, the one when the former president take command there, at least for 8 years, when they serve this country, you're supposed to say security is supposed to be there. So everything when you offer there, I don't die, natural death. It don't go now. Now the one we hear be this. Now the country we still did that day when we hear say one of our brother may so rest in peace, General Uba, show video. They buy him. But what we hear, they have me talk say they not buy him, say he did. Now the people also show on our video say why did they talk like we don't buy him or see him? Say I will take buy him. You see, I said they even they lie to us. The detriment of the issue. That's why you still look at if me and you now do TikTok or do video, talk say, we go do this to Nigeria, we go do that to Nigeria. If we go do an inside bush for a $1, DSS will come find us, they go catch us, no matter how we run. The people now, these people when they talk, say, we don't kill these people, we go kill again tomorrow, we go do this one again tomorrow. They know they open, before they be the close face. Now, this band is not the close face again. They are known faces with their guns and everything. They go do a more pulling. Nothing. That's the judge they do and say this country, we be like who follow, they can't get this country. We not be like Nigerians again. We different from them. So the government suppose all this one what they do now because they say emergency or security. If they want really do one for the truth, they know. You see the way they take Nnamdi Kanu issue. It was a do or die issue for Nigerian government. They do and say nowhere you go wrong. We go finish you until you die. If they also take that decisive measures, decisive stiffness, say we not go agree until this one for bandit. We never see where bandit, ordinary group of people overpower government. Nigeria before they go help Cameroon, help other countries fight war to make sure say they stabilize them. Now, yes, they go go. Yes, they go ECOMOG, they go do them. Now we don't hear about ECOMOG. They go not because we can help us fight now. You see the joy and happiness when be there when they talk say. Our friend Donald Trump they come and people they come. People begin get joy. So in Nigeria, so when they help other African countries do fight, talk say this. If Nigeria talk for Africa, everybody go shout as a giant. But the president killing. Look Canada they talk say if you know say you don't get any important thing to do for Nigeria, not go the wahala too much. They know they're so lie now. Because make we tell ourselves the truth. If we go front small, yeah, you're one of now. If me and you really serious, this we fit check issue your one now. You see the video of that day. Say they don't reach your water. They day your water. People, me not go feed from estate gate one day for a port road. Can't kidnap person here. If you want to kidnap person, you suppose don't stay here. You know, say after ITV, they say road by that side. They say, if you don't know the terrain, if you carry person where you want to carry and go, you even know whether the person where you want to carry na there dey. So if somebody go conquer, they don't already dey that area. So they go to tell you say they don't dey within close to us. So people when don't dey close to you, what is they from there to Ring Road? But that person when get power, if he throw stone, he go reach Ring Road now. For me, your to Ring Road. So he goes to tell you say even we not safe again within the Benin. We don't want to talk outside. Now that say you want to travel from here to wherever you want to go, until you reach where you go, you are now sweat. Even the air conditioner, the month of sweat go down your body because you don't know what is next. What is next? Well, this one be don't day like this before. Before nightlife, what be you talk at your side will be the come here for nightlife for Benin be the sweet. Now the fear don't they say nobody knows who is next, who they go attack next. The thing don't they pain everybody. So it don't reach time when government go by themselves talk the truth. Because me not see why state government go begin collect, state governors go begin collect billions for security votes. The governor of Katsina now, if you go check his security vote, I sure say go pass 1 billion. You they collect security votes, local government when the government now, our federal government, go pay those local government chairmen now subvention. They will give them money. Government, local government when people don't tell you say now we get them. Now we go the runner. Federal government. So that's to say the federal government too they support because you see them for video. Why you not call those local governments? Why not go agree to allow people tell you say not them? The people come with gun. The common video they happy. You they tell somebody not do. That's to say you not be waiting with you explain again because we they talk like this, feel like this because we know the casino, we know the born. Because those people on the other side, I'm not sure say they get the kind of life now when we they live now say in the morning they want bath, they want go here. Not be this country we did when one governor for whether Niger closed down all schools for Niger. You see, to close down school. When you know say now what you go change the mindset of the children. You say when they close them down. You don't even talk when they go open now. Now when they close them down for
even
dinner.
for KBT they close.
They close school.
Yes.
The children when they say when they not go school again, I want to be the future of those children in the next 5-10 years. I watched that one when they can't do meeting with some local government chairman. My bitterness be say the small children when they watch those people they jolly they go. They not go feel believe in school again. No. Because they say these people when not go school. See those when go school they do meeting with them now. That they agree to what did they talk. Why me want to call myself go school? Why not just carry gun like this make people they believe? So the narrative don't they change that for the next generation. Not be even we again. Those are when they watch now they see the way government they pamper those people. So they don't want even suffer themselves. Come they read, come they do assignments, come they pay school fees, come they do anything. Why don't you kuku gather our friends so they drive for the same class and go become bandit, begin kidnap? So probably if you carry gun, nothing happen. If you carry the barrel now, they go put out for your motor. Your license don't expire. Police or Benin, they go use you well if you go pay through your nose. That is the same thing when the people for North go carry some kind of gun when you will never hear before. You dey hear that general that they give feedback to Oga. They tell say Oga we dey try, we know they run no, but their power, the kind of one they throw na big one they throw. For those people to get those kinds of sophisticated weapons for Nigeria, where those things pass. Now hope they try and come from. You also watch video where helicopter drop, give them something, give them command. So you mean say we know our airspace don't take so loose that people they live inside bush, they go give them food, give them money, give them everything. That one when happen for Benin that day, you hear say the guy now Ring Road they go collect money. Oh. Ring Road, then they go collect money.
Yes, one bank for
one bank for Ring Road, then they go collect the money, come out. That is and Ring Road Central Bank day. What did they say that you go enter there, collect them? Because some of the only one go there, go collect them now. And they work out past us, so we will never know them. So instead of saying the fear don't they virtually everybody. Because if somebody can collect money for ransom for Ring Road, that's Ring Road not safe. And Ring Road that be the heart of Edo. Everybody must pass through there. So if somebody can collect money there, waka come out, nobody feel hold on. I be say the person feel enter our bedroom, pick person, and nothing go hold on. The person feel even go to prison, pick a brother or a friend when like when they hold there, nobody go hold on. Because the man don't if he come Ring Road, come collect money, and nobody feel say, hey, not go there now, be that. It goes sure say the system too don't collapse. The system don't fail. We just want to do makeup. They try and say nothing they happen. Whereas things, plenty things they happen every day. Now the one when we hear, that we they talk so many days when we not see. As they talk now, some they go on. As they talk now, people feed on transgrab for maybe all those track for train station. Train when be they come, when Buhari be do, you see and say later kidnapping, the whole thing become something of the past. We not hear them again because they can't leave, they begin go, they will lay them there. So it's just to say the system don't fail well, my brother. For security aspect, we don't need, you not get a you take try use cosmetic pancake this one, no foundation, no layer, no Mary Kay. Go make this one fine for face as we want to talk am because we must tell ourselves the truth. Security, now waiting our government swear say they will hold to us. And now they don't fail. So at time the government also just to say as we fail, this one is the way forward. Don't be make them begin to say we go do. Time they go, people they die. Are you getting it now? People are dying every day. Election now, by next year now, not be this one they go to talk again. They go forget bandit now, they go face election. The person when off you travel now to South Africa anywhere, go need to visit the 36 states of Nigeria. The person when off you go Abia State that day, I be one of the states for the north, southeast, because of political reasons. You need to visit now. You go visit all around. Go speak to them, what you want to do. What you want to tell people about security, people begin ask. What you want to, because what you say you go fight. You promise us you go fight out. We are not talking about the economy now, because but now we are good, now economy they good. If war they happen for inside market, you know see something buy for market, you go wrong. So until peace day, now we feel even they regulate prices. There's as we talk now, peace no day this area when they talk. We don't mention so many. We don't come Benin talk. We don't come Delta talk. We don't come Niger talk. We don't come Castina talk. So how many come women when you come women for the state Papa?
Okay, my brother. Abo, you hear me?
Well done. Of course, I hear you now. They hear you very well.
Okay, so for the past few weeks of, let's say, a month and some weeks now, you see the kind of security development when we say negative security development, when we say it don't happen for Bodo, Nigeria. Now, yesterday, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu come bring one to when we say it caused an emergency on security. Now, the right way to go now with this, so.
You know, what you talk about make me laugh. What you talk just make me laugh. I don't want to laugh because math not rich people laugh, but you make me, you tickle my fancy there. Make I start by this man we just talk to I go just enter any place, buy drink, I go pay. I just like the way he take talk, you know. I call it to look his name again, Osahon. I thank you very well because you said it all like Englishman would say. You know, but anybody we are not going to come say it's not a political party. Like he said, you cannot, that's not why you go dress this matter now. There is no how to dress this matter. But you know the question you asked me, Akololo, are we surprised at this? When they ask President Tinubu now, then candidate Tinubu for Chatham House for UK, say, what do you go do concerning security in case you win? He not answer that question. We forget. He called El-Rufai. El-Rufai, come answer. That is a man who was aspiring to lead the biggest black nation. He didn't have an answer. We can't. This is a wrong way. Say no. You know, when person they fail, one thing we need to know. Truth now is scarce commodity. Why I won't buy that my man make it? I won't buy and drink. Because in Nigeria today, truth is a very scarce commodity. With the queue to find truth. I told the queue to buy for it. With the queue, the truth there for here. So at this man they talk just now, I just enjoy that because I did queue, they listen. At least I don't see people they talk truth. It's not the painter, like what this guy said now. What he has, number one, we must know, of course, Tinubu didn't have an answer. He didn't have a plan for security. When you say emergency, what is emergency? My friend just mentioned now, he said ransom was taken at Ring Road for Benin, the city center. Not be the people they kidnap, not be say come Ring Road, now kidnapper say, make we meet for Ring Road. Now the kidnappers now give that point because they know how porous. They know that they can do it and get away easily. Like somebody said here now, you go do small protests here now. Oh, and then you go to find say DSS have been work. they go say they don't trace the account. Now these people now fund. I would ask myself, how do you know who fund the protest? They do NSAS that day. For what all of us know bad, that they trace this man. So if I can't give Akololo money that period, Akololo can't join protest. So I don't join who sponsor protest. So that protest was peaceful until things began to happen wrongly. So it's unfortunate that we are seeing the Trump effect. Whether we like it or not, what Tinubu is doing, President Tinubu is doing right now, is a result of the Trump effect. If the Trump not talk, Tinubu for still go that meeting. He go the meeting, not consign am. Because as we speak right now, what is in the front burner of presidency now 2027 re-election. That's what's on the front burner. Talking about this is a reactionary. I ask myself, my brother, go police station. Whether you go see how many police you go see there. You go see the one man just get more political position, you go get 2-3 police. Even our Yahoo boys, they get police now. You know now. In fact, at times me go the shame. When I go some obituary ceremony, you go see for their men, they guide right. Hey. I go the wish even man of war said for man of war to guide right now insult on man of war to guide right. You go see soldiers, they stay for gate. You go see police, they carry bag. Now, when we dey primary school or secondary school, they talk about graph, how you plot graph. But don't forget that graph. When you plot graph, make a remind us, they say X and Y angle. They'll come tell us, say, interpret this graph. What did that one mean? Say, what do you dey see? So how it go be in the next 1 year or 2 years or later? What we are seeing now, we saw it coming. We were saying it. You don't politicize security. You don't joke with security. Even Jonathan Time, even come out say, Boko Haram my government. Oh, he not serious like this that time. He not serious like this. He came out and said there is Boko Haram in my government. When they begin to kidnapping, we send a full and need a kidnap. People, because of political affiliation and patronage, they send a lie. Victims came out to say, look, we remember when this is time for Buhari time now, they say, hey, they want spoil Buhari name, they want spoil Buhari name. Victims of kidnapping came out and said, people that kidnapped us, we are Fulanis, they spoke this language, we were defending it. So then now, like this man said, you can't move inside Benin now freely. I mean, inside Benin City now, you cannot move freely. I don't drive enter Maiduguri for night before. I don't leave Benin 4 o'clock, they go Abuja. Can you try it now? If I give you car now, Kololo say, take this jeep, may you go out with you now. Time is around to almost 5 o'clock now. Before now, even to the travel, evening, go say road go free. Can you try, even they tell like my friend, I say, your mind not going to settle. So anybody saying he want to joke, he wants to defend the party, like I talk for one time when the one guy say he never reached my village. I say if you get sense, you don't go make that statement. Because he never reached my village. So I should not be talking when we are already seeing what is happening. Well, it's not in Kwara State, it's not in Edo. So because not without getting a kidnapper for Edo here, where they come rescue the girl for here. Even our government not going to talk, our own Edo State government not going to talk good. If I talk and I will say, hey, he wants to talk against governor, is it not true here? It's not in the public domain. That girl they call Aisha, where they kidnapped that day. Not be Benin with the talk and say they take a round ring road. Okay, the point is, when somebody do well, make we say he do well. We can argue. Oh, you like a Man U, you like a Ben Insurance, you like a Imba, you like a Chelsea. We can argue color. You like yellow. We can argue those things. But when it comes to truth, we should not come to say one defend one man. When you wrong, say you wrong. There's something to this issue of security now. Who is next? We are all sitting ducks now. We are sitting ducks. Because you say, hey, and this one I be the problem where I know they like. Some of our brothers when they go church, Christians, they go tell you a sign of second coming of Christ. Now end time. Which kind of end time? Now let Nigeria Jesus they come back second time. Jesus not they come Canada. Jesus not go Canada, not go UK. Now let Nigeria they come. We should not be beating around the bush. Some go tell you say, farmers herders clash. Now lie. Now those lies when they talk, now they compound this problem. If we they talk true, if when the Boko Haram started at that time, we came out and said, hey, if they not clear our current vice president, the man wey bomb church, not be in house, the man. Is the man not is he not vice president today? Number 2 citizen. The man that bombed the church, the man escaped from prison, I mean from police custody. Where did they find the man? Government house for Shetima. Shouldn't be hiding this at this point. Now, with the people they say America, America, you should know that they are top notch when it comes to information gathering. You should know that they have all these facts with them. So if America not talk now, we for not appoint ambassadors now, we for not cancel trip, we for not withdraw police. Okay, they asked Bayo Nanuga that day, and I say, how you take free these guests? He said they just talk with them. They just talk with them. Like my friend talk now, for Katsina State now, when government collects revenue now, you they pay bandits now, my brother, it's not a legal thing. Government go reap revenue when you give subvention. Tell Chama go to settle bandits now. Chama go tell and say, more when I take 40%. They cannot say no. And yet you have a commander-in-chief of what? Look, not be a whole general the key that day. A whole general of Nigerian army. You know what? When Trump said disgrace country, people see they argue, Trump, no, is it a lie? Is the country not disgraced? That we are seeing our citizens, they kill their, I don't know if you watch one video that day, they carry people neck. They cut that like foul. I mean,
Kingsley, yes, that language make we withdraw. Now human beings, it be human beings, so we will not describe them like that. So just withdraw. Say, just you see they kill people, but not to use that or that one. I beg we apologize for that.
I'm sorry for that language, but when I see, it was so gory. It was
very
so gory. I couldn't watch it. When I see, now I stop like you talk. Even the word, they don't change the word, they're offensive now. And I retract, and I'm sorry about that word. Only the word, that's the offensive too. Only the word. Some people cannot actually kill chicken. Some men also kill chicken. But we're talking about, look, now one American citizen they kidnapped that day. One. Only one. We don't know when America say come here free that man. Apollo. We don't know. Now when the man don't come, make you slap one Israeli man for Selu market now. Slap one Israeli man. Prime Minister of Israel, we want to know who slap him. We want to find out why they.
Kingsley, they don't call us for control to us. Say, we will take a short break. We'll come back to meet you again after this short break. All right, if you just join us the program in the watch now, Duota and from Independent Television. Yes, we look at this emergency when we see President Ahmed Bola Tinubu don't talk now when you bring concerning security matter. But before we continue, make a let you know. Christmas, Igbadu don't come, different programs don't come. People they buy rice, they buy chicken, they buy different things. The time it must come and go. Join the Azatime family. Just dial *347 *732 hash. *347 *732 hash. 500 naira query, 500 naira query. You don't jump that. People don't use 500 naira, win 50,000, win 100,000, win 200,000, win 400,000, win 600, win 1 million. So, what do they wait for? Just do them. You don't go regret say you do them. That is our time. Abaraye. Now, with all these, when President relax, make I talk them. I don't know what you go put out. He will draw security from VIP. You say Buhari don't first do one before. Now he say he ban there's grazing, open grazing. Say whoever carry gun, get gun, may go surrender, drop him. Say if not, you will enter trouble. He do that one. He also talk about say make National Assembly strengthen law on that one be sweet me before on state police, so that state police will come, because that one also join the statement where he make. But I don't know where we'll start from. But before then, the question I get is plenty. So you go choose the one you will talk about. Make my brother Albo talk the other one. Not too long ago, a few days ago, you they talk about Benin Justa. The Southwest governors, they meet together, talk about security. We know they see something like that for South. Maybe you just take out from there, leave the other one.
Okay. Thank you. It goes to tell you people weren't ready for governance now. You see, say this one with the talk things. Now, small, they touch Southwest. Small. Some Amotekun people for Southwest, they better pass on people for this side when it comes to outfit, comes to regulation, everything. If you see the way they even do their work, you know, say those people sense they. So now it goes to tell you, say, that one day. The one who will get for this and politics now be their own business and how to put money for their pocket, how to begin fight, waiting, they don't send them do. Now we get this side. Truth be told, you must be truthful when you're saying anything. The Southwest governors, kudos to them. With their Amotekun structure, it goes to show say they know what they do.
Amotekun structure.
Yes, Amotekun structure. It goes to tell you they know what they do. Now make you see say it is hard for them to infiltrate
the Southwest.
Yes, you will see another say.
Ondo,
you will see another say.
Osun, Ekiti.
Like they watch them for
Ibadan.
on our TV sometimes. You see and say when they go stop, intercept truck, load with people when they know where they go. Immediately they go order them back. Say go to where they come from. I don't see so many. They go order them back. You know, so there was a time when these people begin carry those truck enter Benin with a laugh over them. They'll just come in, go drop people. They'll just jump corner, go. Truck will just continue the drive. Those people, when they begin do with this in a joke, today now those people don't go. Where they keep them. Now those people, you don't see the way they put our Maho for Benin. Maho, they just pick Maho for opposite Central Bank. They pull them. To put that manhole, to even carry that manhole, not be baby, small picking not go fit. Me and you don't go fit drag that manhole. So if I want to drag that manhole, person must look out for opposite Central Bank. The pick and come out, carry and come out. Government fix it, they carry and come out again. I want to tell you, say, when they do things, they happen, we are just joking with it. They laugh, they laugh. So they tell say, this one not did my party, that one did my party. Even the Southwest governors, they talk about party, they talk about how to secure the lives of their citizens.
They forget about PDP and APC.
Yes. And today, the thing sounds well for their ear. Truth be told, if you drive to Southwest, now small, you go, unlike this side, they go Abuja side from Edo, they go east, unlike this side. So, if the governors should also gather, because think around, say, okay, if Edo, they collect, let's say, 1 billion security vote, Delta collect 1 billion security vote, the 5 states or 6 states where in this Southwest get, they come gather and get about 8 or 10 billion. You put 10 billion for security for South. With the next 2 years, we go feel them more. The sense go reach our body. Because these people do not get too head. They be human beings like us now. If we put laws in place to say, okay, if anybody when they put for truck, follow cow, they come any place, they want carry enter your state. You see and say, not get any identity, take them back to where from they come. Only the cow come in, cow and driver, and maybe one person. You begin to like that. Are you getting it now? Then let's also begin vet these people. Take your time, just go to somewhere like Area Street. It's about after 5 now. If you reach Area Street, go area around, let's say, 10 o'clock. From Samba Road to nearly Egede Genoka, the first Israel Papa house. The outside people, when you see like down for road, it's countless. Because they don't full left, right. They go, as they break, you don't go see them again. They don't enter where they go. So those people with time, if they stay 5-10 years within that terrain, come begin born, come begin do. You know, so I'm saying in the next 20 years, if you stay within that region, it will be 90% Hausa people. Because that's what they pack in. So you know, we just say because we be one Nigeria, you just come in here, just begin steal. What do you want to do first of all? If you don't get what you want to do, go back. If government don't say they don't get money, so they integrate those people, take them back. Go to near India College. Wherever you don't see Hausa people, they gather, they say something. The amount of Hausa people when they see there, it's alarming. Look what happened for Orege. The 2 Orege. 1 Orege for Saple Road. When they get wahala with somebody, and the next they cut the person hand, they begin use human being hand, do TikTok video. Is that not? If now me and you do that thing, as we were talking with the Oko prison, the case goes change to our, I don't get English or one speak put. Those people who do that thing till date, I'm sure either they are no longer or they are working freely. The second one, when it's still dead outside, you know, say you give somebody a machine. The person come, how far from my machine? I know they see you again. Before they could say Jacobison, he talks, say that person won't come TV machine. you are not even asked. Now daytime person you can't thief una, somebody go carry motor come thief machine. Una just do unleash the man to death. If not that the man think I said a stranger from another place when you no see that man, then nobody go talk because that person ain't did it there and get it there among their good book. Now you see that we vote. Say we no go agree. And before you go say soldier come, police come, everybody come, stop the wahala. Why, if we be say the thing don't happen before soldier, police, everybody come, why not try to make sure say this thing first of all don't happen?
Yes, proactive police.
Yes, why not just first of all make sure say this thing don't happen? Why not first of all make sure say by the time you want to do welcome to Edo, not collect money from these people, begin check the chalk. You know things when they come out, if they come out drugs, different bad issue. We not say we went there, not good though. We not say we are saint. But there are some set of people that live among us when they see say you even bath na sin, you even they do goodness. They are character. You don't see also the food when they give us the chop. You don't see they wash their mango, how they do their carrots. That is not even healthy. These people they don't eat their food. They get where they do their own food. The one they say for us, you don't also take note now say the groundnut and Google they put for head. They go open an air go enter for 5 months, they must, they go just they dried. That's what not tell you say get what they preserve that thing. When might be maybe cancerous to us.
Even we, what are they feel for? I don't know what they do with food. I did see some of these where they sell some kind of fried fish. Nobody know where they find those fishes.
They don't know anything about them. They go open and fly.
I can't ask one question what they say. I don't see these people say the all year when they do so.
Yes.
Where did they buy?
The farm.
Which kind of oil?
Oh yeah.
Nobody fit answer that question.
No.
The oil where they do.
Yes.
Where did they sell them?
Sell them.
Who don't see who? How many of them is okay? Now this market now come buy this oil.
You know. You also check. I just put eye for groundnut. Somebody go your carry Google and groundnut for 5 months. If we buy Google groundnut today, we keep am here open. Before tomorrow we come back, that groundnut don't. It's not good again, not strong. But their own when they open for ground, no, they ever soft. It's not good to tell you, say, even their wickedness go to show, say, the elimination of the day, say, they want to kill us either by gun or by poison. So, to me, for government to come, they do all this long story. Why don't let us go back to the drawing board? I be talk, say, I want to be your friend at Pololo. But we can't say, the friend, they disturb, say, my shoulder don't they pay me. I beg, put your hand, go down small. Maybe you rest. Make you rest small. Maybe this hand don't heal, you go come back. Why not let us go down to the drawing board? You say, okay, since the way Nigeria take join together, it not be na romance matter. Now they take do about call the year. When they talk, say when people are not supposed to join, can't really join. Why will not let us say, okay, make this one, Mona go first. The east, Mona go do na own east first. Southwest, the way we take do a motekun, make we see whether south go fail. Emulate to them. Not make una go first. Make una just do this one. Make we see am for 10 years or 8 years. Make we see so that we can know who really be who trouble. Make we see whether na Edo man na be kidnapper to another Edo man. Make we see who be the real bad because at the end of the day, this people still deny.
So not be them.
Not be them. They go deny. And you go carry the police station. They more influential pass on state governors when they come to police station.
Okay, Kiss Level. The question when I asked my brother Justin, many things dey for the things where President Ahmed Bola Tinubu reel out. Make I just pick one of those things. He don't say make the National Assembly review the laws wey concern state police so that they go strengthen am. Then make the issue of state police truly come to state. You feel say na the right way to go, na be that one.
It's not the right way. We they like treat symptoms. Why I say I like what is my friend they talk. I they enjoy he's giving facts. He's giving you verifiable, solid facts. Say the thief manhole front of CBN. That alone should call for emergency. That alone, they don't thief manhole wait there for front of CBN. There will be emergency security meeting for that in a system that works. Because you want to find out if the manhole leads into the vault. It's a system that works, so you don't go wait. Say it don't go happen to human being. So that's what I'm saying. It not be state police. Why I know that this government is ab initio, was planned to fail was I would have expected that President Tinubu is giving National Assembly to do electoral reform. Our problem starts from leadership. Because like this Abara said now, someone said, if you see, like what you talk now, that they fried fish. No one does somebody die before you come say, how you say fried fish? When we dey small, when we hear CID, hey, we go say CID. What is CID? Detective. Now we know then as CID. We don't believe say that man we go do underground. They gather information. Now we dey come with just small say CID. Now tell me today, how do we now ask say how president stay inside Benin now? They go thief wire, they thief fence, they thief gate. People they share they catch people. That tells you the problem. Now, when you look at all this problem, because they're many, not be kidnapping, or this one. So it comes down again to issue of leadership. I told you when they were doing an election campaign, they asked Tinubu, how you want to deal with security? Now Oyibo plate land he go, he not fit answer. He didn't have an answer. You would expect that a man who aspires to become commander-in-chief will have a plan. But now you are withdrawing this thing. These are just reactionary. You are appointing an ambassador. You not great travel. They are reactionary. So the first thing we should be talking about now is not reactionary. The drawing board where my man talk here now. The board, they don't break the board. We don't even get drawing board now. They don't thief the board. So we need to talk. Come now and say, make we choose who will lead us. Nigerians, Ghana is doing it, Kenya is doing it, South Africa is doing it. That is where it starts from. State police now treating the symptoms. Because if you get better leader, never will not forget that this same Edo State, now the former government get what they call command center. In this same Edo State, we don't pass that level before, where they watch the whole Benin and then the first phase. They watch what happened for Ramat Park, what happened for Ogbowo, what happened for this thing. Now from this same Benin, so what they talk. Now somebody, I there for my office one day, I hear beef for inside office, now I run come out, person there for ground. Now one man I follow me, you say they get one EMT emergency unit where you go call. Now I try this, the man dey ground. Now I come and say, I beg, more carry the man come off for road. One bus driver will go pass. Okay, now you jam the man. No, it's not being jammed the man. First we carry the man come for road. Now I call number. As I call number, my brother, don't you really come? I was so impressed. They blow alarm. Where you dey? Hey, my brother. I said I record that video. I record them. I come forward and give one of my friends for UK, for USA, for Nigeria. We don't make progress. 30 person where we still call. That is what we call security. Not be until the Pakiwama will come to protest, will come block road. The government saw where is that in today? Where is that command center? By now, we should be thinking that it should be in our senatorial district, Awuchi, Ekpoma, Romi. If say that thing for Romi, that the way that thing happen, maybe they foresee for them say, hey, more we go act. Now, person talking and say, person go act, drop bike now, the lyncher. Talk about security. Then they give security vote, my brother. We should stop. That's why they come to leadership. If you get we say we get good leaders in place, he gonna tell you say this security vote, how you spend the money? Who did they give the money to? Who did they give the money to? Not even billion, 1 billion. My brother, as bad as Nigeria be right now, if they give somebody 1 million, make them start business. The family go feel am. In friends go feel am. Some women for the Tolu market now, they for New Benin market now, the Oba market now, where we say their whole capital not past 100,000. The whole capital is the trade. And for that money, children they eat. As that security, that security, which is a security that let to carry gun. Security comes to man we don't eat belly food. Now that security, man we never eat now. And that is what this government is exploiting. There are men today now who will not speak the truth. You carry them come and talk like this now. Now I go say please one man. I go take bend the matter. He knows what he's saying is wrong. I don't come this on our program one time. the man when me and they talk for the program, me and the man they talk, he they speak, he they support government. When we close, he say, oh boy, I told you they talk. Oh. He say, if I can't talk like that now, you still think hunger the cost? He say, I go talk to you for TV. So myself, can you now? Why don't you say you know come the interview? Say I will not show up. Must you lie when you know it's going to cause serious effect? Because before the problem become big, it is start. That's why Oyibo they see am. Let me show graph for the teachers of school. That is the essence.
Okay. Kingsley, so time not again as we begin to wrap up. We will look at solutions. Now, for instance, late President Buhari, he withdraw VIP police. You understand? Give executive or they give order, they withdraw VIP police. President Tinubu, he give orders. That means say number one, the withdrawal of the order to withdraw VIP police. No bubu you know go water. That's what because Buhari do am and the thing no work, right? Then secondly and more importantly, where we dey right now, you don't fit bring a come and say we sit down on the keg of a gunpowder. Where do we go from here? If a state like Katsina, out of 34 local governments, 20 bandits don't take over, and now bandits tell them say make they pay so amount of money for them to, and they pay tax on them. Where are we? So the issue is that where do we go from here? Because right now all the things we say President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, we never talk of. I was thinking of a kinetic. You know, we'll get kinetic and not kinetic. I did think of so maybe we will need superior firepower. We need more because these bandits, these terrorists, they are getting more emboldened every day. Do you understand? So all this issue when it brings us as a problem, you know, if you say now different.
You don't need to ask now. I will also tell you the truth. If you say, as Oga talk now, say they withdraw the police for VIP.
They go to we don't
say somebody like his son now say, no, stay there with minimum of 20 policemen. Minimum 20 policemen. They ask now.
That's so.
Then some good billionaires for Benin here. Some good billionaires for Benin here. What tell me say minimum 2 or 3 policemen not there with them now. The truth and the trick is be say this period, these policemen not going to wear uniform. So that people like you at Bololo not going to know say they're there with them. But they go there with their pistol. They don't carry any gun when you go know. But they will do there. Because why be say now that one, now those Oga for police they make money. That money no money when nobody they ask them how they do it. Because if God bless you tomorrow, you get money, you don't become billionaire. You go right to Abuja. Now about 200,000 or 300,000 50 cost that one. Abuja will convert you to Zone 5. Zone 5 will convert you to State CID. You see the way the money will come to trickle down. Then before they come give you, maybe you ask for 4, they come give you 2. That 2, you go you say you go they pay them. So. Federal government say they pay them. Maybe they pay them 100,000 monthly. Then the ones where they give now, the Oga when appoint they go from that 100,000, they feel they get 20 or 40,000 from these people get the balance before they come collect that one journal. So that kind of racketeer you want to say make the Oga stop. So that first of all that business, then we go.
Let me say that on a business.
That on a business.
You no go ever work.
No. I said they not go wear uniform for now. But that kind of time next year you go see, I say the thing go come back again. You call the house yourself say, nobody they just talk and make people for clubs say how they work. That just be the truth. So mean the dress we will fit do now injury. The injury now you'll be like tetanus.
But the Donald Trump matter you know as Donald Trump take talk am. You don't go just work like that. But I say go need government approval, abi?
The government don't give approval now. You know, when election they come, next is the campaign time. Why they come if they come, they go spoil their campaign. To say he talk and when the new enter, forgive and facelift. Now if they hand over the security, give Donald Trump, he go boomerang for their campaign for next year. So they go want to do any way to see how. Even try to romance these people. So we want to keep quiet first now. While they come. And also this said...
what do we call every year now? Say most of these releases, we see they do. With the year from Bayo and Anuga, with the year things like negotiation. we negotiated.
No, you listen to that Castina owner. The Castina talk say we go release people when we hold. But when I also go make sure say our people wanna still hold, both for big prison, small prison, when I go make sure say we see them back now. That one a negotiation now. Somebody when you are just sit down for table, they talk. You go one come talk with no benefit them. You must talk with you go benefit them first now. Because now even you call them for negotiation, so now you go day higher. You don't go day minimum. Go tell you say if you don't want it to go, now you call them. Now they get right to the kill. You don't get right to kill. You get right to come kidnap. You don't feel kidnap them. So now you go and if you tell you say you know everyone is negotiation at 90-10, now you go say
so with all the school and intelligence where we go with all the university, the NDA, the international call, the Korea, the Spain, and the CADA US ACAD and everything. At this point, we not bring all to bear in anything.
No, this one be like say you get better plan. Say if you go, you go build one big house. You can't build them for either carton or architects will come help you use a carton build them. But you not get land to put on. So all those schools you go on, yes. But the foundation when you want to put on not there because the leadership not give you the truth base for what you want to do. There's no year government not they put billion to buy equipment.
You because time not the game. You know the number of generals when they retire. Recently, right?
Yeah.
You know how much where government invested, train them, send them, go different courses, different get training outside Pakistan, this one, that one. So
and you know how much government go take retired general. I hope you are aware. You know, say a general for about 4 or 6 soldiers they stay with until the last day. That will not be forget. So you they talk say VIP. You want to tell me now say it will say the late Solomon Abasa never died. You want to make police when they guide them about 6 or 8 when they come out go well now. They did there now. They did. So all those ones they just Nigeria know how to talk to us, how to tickle our fancy. We just laugh small and forget about the pain.
Time not again. So time not again. Kingsley, time not again. I bet you get. Now so this program today. So just one word to federal government. Just one word. As we all to Nigerians, your brothers and sisters.
The thing, like I said, Apollo, it's not issue of the paint house where it don't fall. Now the foundation, it comes to issue of able to elect the right leaders in any area of government. If Nigerians can elect, we can now choose people where go fit make policies, where go fit make laws. Like my brother just said, see, this guy, like I said, truth is a scarce commodity in Nigeria. He's been giving us facts and figures, telling us the way it is. It's not painting it, and I'm happy about that. That is what we should be doing. Not wait for letting you. If you get opportunity, talk truth. That's your small WhatsApp group. He gets some people WhatsApp administration and WhatsApp admin. Only to even because you not talk for him party, he go remove you, he go block you. Now, he not be governor, he not be chairman. Only WhatsApp admin. He they block.
Okay, Kingsley, they know the time we could wrap up. The time we wrap up. We salute you from all the time we take spent. They also contribute to nation building. Before we come out, like I talk, as a time, our raffle draw now every 2 days. *347 *732 hash. Just test yourself. Tell yourself this ITV has a tell yourself. What is they all about? Make a try. *347 *732 hash, and you don't join us with that. Also, I thank you well for time with you this evening for nation building. And my brother from UK, I salute you too for the time with you join us. We'll do this thing again next week by the grace of God. But tomorrow we'll do it now for Good Morning Nigeria, and we'll do one-on-one with the State Commissioner for Information. We'll open the lines, make talk to them concerning Edo and where Edo dey. Until then, God bless Nigeria. My name is Emmanuel Pololo. Bye-bye.
Certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living.
What is
the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel. Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? Well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Gato Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, you understand what I'm doing, please. 3, 2, 1. Please, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should do on this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left. To right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, well, also, let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. And this is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just like 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's lastly, yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though. This is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, what's called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of them. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually. And it will help you. And of course, this time around, we're doing